high of 77. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Connie Weber. Court this hour for Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione reportedly going to change his plea. Here's ABC's Aaron Kotursky.
Mangione has maintained he is not guilty, but sources tell ABC News he is prepared to change his plea as he faces a mountain of evidence, including video of Thompson's murder, the killer approaching from behind and shooting him in the back. Police also said they pulled the murder weapon from his bag.
Mangione still faces state charges as well in the case. His state trial set to begin next month. A man from Pleasant Prairie is accused of stabbing his father and arrested in Nebraska.
18-year-old Joseph Nymick had a warrant out with an attempted first-degree intentional homicide charge. Racine police say he stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st and Kentucky on Wednesday. Nebraska State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along Interstate 80 in Hall County and arrested Nymick. It's unclear when he will be extradited back to Wisconsin. The victim is expected to be okay. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Decision, Wisconsin. Now that the primaries are over, both governor candidates are reevaluating their campaign strategies. UW lacrosse professor Anthony Chergosky tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News it's unclear how Republicans will approach David Crowley.
It's not as obvious of a playbook. They could try to portray him as having extreme positions, but that's going to be tough to do because Crowley, for weeks, has been portrayed as the moderate. He is moderate by comparison to Francesca Hong, and he begins the general election campaign with a real advantage, having that moderate image.
Chergosky says Democrats will likely use anti-Trump rhetoric against Tom Tiffany. The Lincoln Avenue School community has received enough donated supplies to get students ready for the new school year.
Milwaukee Public Schools says the immediate need has been met following an outpouring of support after a 5-alarm fire destroyed the school June 30th. Lincoln Avenue students and staff will begin the school year September 1st at Pulaski High School with dedicated classrooms, a cafeteria, and their own entrance. The fire left the Lincoln Avenue building a total loss. MPS says it will distribute the donated supplies to teachers the week of August 24th. The MPS Foundation will continue accepting monetary donations to help with future needs. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Drivers on I-94's west leg get one more weekend under the current setup before an eastbound traffic shift.
Another traffic shift is getting closer on the I-94 west leg, with crews finishing up work needed before the next stage begins.
We're wrapping up work on that pushed-in retaining wall in the cemetery section that we've talked about before. That wall's wrapping up on schedule, and that's setting us up great for the next traffic shift.
Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the coming change affects the eastbound side, where lanes will eventually narrow down from 3 lanes to 2. And as the traffic shift gets set up on Monday night, Tuesday morning commuters will need to keep an eye out for the new pattern. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
In Hawaii this weekend, officials beginning to close national parks and warning travelers of possible disruptions amid severe weather set to hit over the weekend. ABC's Melissa Adon is there.
Here on the Big Island, we are facing a hurricane warning. We are right by the seawall. That is where Tropical Storm Lala is churning, and it is expected to intensify to a Category 1 hurricane. And let me tell you, that is rare. It is not common for hurricanes to hit this part of Hawaii. For we're talking about rainfall, totals up to 2 feet and dangerous winds.
Parts of Indiana under mandatory evacuation orders where heavy rain has caused extreme flooding. The Whitewater River's reached its highest crest in recorded history. Indiana Governor Mike Braun's issued a statewide disaster emergency due to the severe weather. Time now for news about your money and the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Down arrows on Wall Street. The Dow down 49 points. NASDAQ off 84. S&P 500 down 7. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, and weather up next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:04.
Hey, it's the weekend. Take your family and guests to the Fox and Hounds, the up north, timbered, beautiful supper club near Holy Hill. John Mercure here. I love the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you can eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, the honey glazed salmon, the shrimp and scallop stir fry, surf and turf, your favorite steak or pasta, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Relax with a cocktail on that patio in the woods. The views are incredible. Then dinner in one of the 8 dining rooms. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. I highly recommend the award-winning Sunday all you care to eat brunch. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a must-see. Tables are open. Google, call, reserve. Enjoy a free world-class dinner this weekend at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early at the Fox and Hounds.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Access Legal is now Pivot Work Injury Law, a new name that better reflects our sole focus on helping Wisconsin's injured workers. We have the same mission, the same team, and the same dedication to helping those hurt at work. Our team has handled thousands of cases, recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin's injured workers, and remains committed to fighting for the benefits you deserve. If work has taken a toll on your body or your quality of life, turn to the team you already know and trust. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com today.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Packers dropped their preseason opener to the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-9. Trey Smack converted all three of his field goal attempts, including a 58-yarder. Green Bay will visit the Denver Broncos on August 21st. Brewers rallied for a 5-4 win over the Dodgers to open their series in Los Angeles. Milwaukee snapping its 3-game skid and will continue its 4-game set tonight. Our coverage begins at 8:35. Take a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Just a disabled vehicle. It is off on the right shoulder, I-94 West, approaching Blue Mound Road. Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Warm and humid today, but likely dry. High 77, but an increasing chance of showers overnight. Low 70. Scattered showers tomorrow morning. Saturday's high 78. Humid Sunday. Chance of early showers. High of 81. Less humid, sunny on Monday. 77. Then increasing cloudiness Tuesday. Humid again. High Tuesday, 82. Madison right now, 73. 72 in Green Bay, 76 in Milwaukee. I'm Claudia Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:08.
It's Friday, which means it's time for the Political Power Hour on Point Taken, where the left and right go head-to-head on this week's top stories and issues. Here are your hosts, Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bry.
Should we talk about the government?
All right, there's Joe Zepecki messing around with his headset again. That's a classic state fair thing that he does, but Joe Zepecki's in studio. Bill McCutcheon, great to have you here in person because you very nicely joined us on the phone Wednesday with your instant reaction. You guys have been busy doing a lot of media stuff, so I thank you for taking time out of your busy days to join us. And I know you've got coaching to do. You've got whatever Bill McCutcheon does.
Family stuff in Chicago.
Doesn't surprise me. You love the city of Chicago. Let's get to it. We sort of had your instant reactions. You've had a couple days to sort of sort it out. You're the Democrat in the room. Tell us what you think now, a few days later.
Yeah, I think a unified Democratic Party is trying to stay unified and reunify the tour that David Crowley and the ticket, he and Sarah Godlewski will be the lieutenant governor nominee, are crisscrossing the state. I feel badly for David. I feel like he deserves a good night's sleep in his own bed. But that'll come. Maybe it'll be in December, but it'll come. So I think it's off to an okay start. The biggest question looming over the left at this moment is whether and how quickly the Fran Hong coalition coalesces behind David Crowley. I think we'll get there. I don't know that we're there yet, and I think that's the one to watch after the first couple of days of the general election.
I might have asked you this question. Sorry, Kristen. I might have asked you this question on Wednesday, but this comeback by Crowley is legendary.
One for the ages.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think I said it, but I'll say it's worth repeating. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, some campaign is going to be down 20 points going into GOTV weekend, and people are going to be kind of glum. And then some old head is going to gather everybody around and say, let me tell you about the Crowley comeback. Because this has never happened before. It doesn't happen.
So my question is, because I agree with you as far as I think it's been pretty clear that Francesca Hong will do anything she is asked to do to help beat Tom Tiffany in the fall. So as far as her playing a role, being all in, I think that is not a question. Now, the people who were very excited and are very disappointed this week, that is the big question. So as far as beyond anything Fran can do, what do you think David has to do or shouldn't do when it comes to appealing to the voters who were very excited about a Francesca Hong governorship?
David needs to be who he is. Voters can smell inauthenticity and BS a mile away. David being who he's always been, he'll do just fine. What the hiccup he had last night around an answer on data centers was not particularly helpful. Listen, he is backed by the construction building trades who get a lot of work out of stuff like data center. And David's position has always been, we need to set guardrails. We need there to be policies in place to protect Wisconsin taxpayers as we create these jobs and protect our environment. And the guardrails have to be in place. That's a linguistic difference from what Fran Hahn was saying, which was nothing for a year while we put the guardrails in place. But the guardrails the two of them were talking about were exactly the same.
Well, and what he keeps pointing to is the fact that there's one in Mount Pleasant that's already up and running. Port Washington is already being built. Beaver Dam is already being built. And so putting a year moratorium on future ones doesn't help us with the ones that are already here. And I think that's what's getting lost in this conversation as well.
Bill, on the Republican side, Tom Tiffany's side, the data center question, let's state for people who maybe don't know its position what it is and how it differs from the other side.
So Tiffany's position on data centers, and I want to come back to Joe about whether or not Dems can unify, but Tiffany's position on data centers is we ought to do away with the state tax benefits for them, which could cost taxpayers $2 billion, according to the Legislative Fiscal Bureau. And frankly, I think David agrees on that. I'm not 100% sure about that, but David did create a potential wedge issue last night by being open-minded about data centers. Now, in the end of the day, Joe's right. The trade unions were a huge piece of that massive comeback, along with Tony Evers, and I'll talk about that.
Working class family guys,
no
and
question
women.
about it. And those projects can range from $1 billion to $3 billion, and they all pay property taxes. So, I didn't expect this to be the first issue that got debated in the general election, but yet here we are. But I want to quickly come back to Joe. Democrats historically have been better about coming together than Republicans have. Look at us in 2022. The Michaels Clayfish thing was a disaster for us. But I'm not as convinced they're going to get there as quickly as Joe is. And let me tell you why. There were 60% of Democrats on Tuesday night did not vote for David Crowley, almost 2/3. 40% of those clearly voted for Fran Hong, but 20% voted for somebody else. 12 voted for Joel Brennan and Kel DeRoy, but 8% voted for the people who dropped out, whether they voted for them by mail earlier or they voted for them on Election Day. Those three people weren't even invited to the Unity Breakfast. That 8%. Combined, they were more than 100,000 votes, all four of those people. So I think there's work to be done there. Can it be done? Do Democrats have a better history of pulling it together? Yes, but it's going to take some time. And data centers, frankly, was a huge driver for Fran's success.
He is Bill McCoshen, Joseph Pecky, Kristen and Steve, our final State Fair show. And I'm going to miss it because it's been fun. Been hanging out at the fair. We are in the Bank 5-9 studio, fueled by Left's Lucky Town in Tosa, and of course Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill right here at the fair, right inside the Raceway entrance. Lots more to get to. We're just getting warmed up. Join us. Say hi if you're at the fair. It's of course 620 WTMJ's Point Taken.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Is this one of those viral pranks?
Beg your pardon?
I think you promote Hasselus Mattresses employee-free showrooms just to lure me in so you can film a practical joke on me to go viral.
Sir, I assure you, we take employee-free mattress shopping very seriously.
What do? Tie me to a bed and spray me with silly string?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Good one.
Others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Queen Elm Cove A mattress for $1,599, but Hasselus has it for just $794.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hasselus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasselus.com.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
We are back at the Wisconsin State Fair Bank 5-9 studio. Joseph Becky, Bill McCoshen, Kristen Bryce, Steve Scafidi. All right, Bill. Republicans, Tiffany was always going to win that race against, was it Andy Mansky?
Andy Mansky.
He got 4%, right? Is that what he got?
Tiffany got 96.
And again, I always
called by 824.
Yeah, I always give people credit for putting their name on a ballot. That's not
I do
easy.
too.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do, and he got a lot of attention.
Did you meet him?
I've never met him.
I got to interview him
We
once.
had a little.
What was he like?
He was nice. He was actually
on Twitter, but I've never met him.
He's interesting because I feel like he has a perspective of a young, working class guy. That is, a lot of it comes back to affordability. And some of the things it was interesting that he really cared about. I was like, are you a Democrat? But I think, it'll be interesting to see if he decides to run for a smaller office as something a little bit more attainable at his age and experience. But he was nice.
All right, so we had a Republican base. They voted less than the Democrats did, and obviously there was a challenge primary. How do we get the Republican base excited now for November when they sort of took this one off?
I know my friend Joe is going to challenge this, but one of the answers to that is Donald Trump. Donald Trump got more votes in the state of Wisconsin than any person in history, almost 1.7 million in 2024. If Donald Trump is able to motivate at least 1.6 million of those, Tom Tiffany will be the next governor. Does that mean Donald Trump needs to come to Wisconsin? Not necessarily.
Every day. Come on. He's got the time.
Well, I think he probably will. I mean, at the end of the day, he's got $400 million to spend himself.
He does have a lot of money.
He wants to win, and Susie Wiles says he's going to be active on the campaign trail. So I think Trump is actually part of the solution here.
Do you think he cares as much as far as the order of priority of where he will and will not campaign for governors and other Republican governors who are up for election compared to senators and congressmen? Do you feel like this is as important to him?
Of course not. Come on.
That's what I mean as far as trying to hold on to Congress with everything he has.
We're a swing state. He's going to put most of his energy into the congressional races and U.S. Senate races. There's no doubt about that. But this is a swing state, and it will have an impact on the 2028 presidential race, which we know he can't run for. So, yeah, I think Wisconsin's on his radar for sure.
And if he's proven one thing throughout his political career, it's he really cares about other people. He cares about the hopes and dreams and aspirations of people not named Donald Trump. Of course he's going to be all in for Tom Tiffany. This is ridiculous.
So you think if he shows up a lot, it's going to be a negative for Tom Tiffany?
I do.
Amongst Republican voters.
Donald Trump's popularity has never been lower in the state of Wisconsin. Since he came down the escalator, Republicans have never been as down on this president. Why? Because time after time, he has broken faith with what MAGA thought they were getting. Gas prices have literally never been higher at this point in the calendar than they are right now. And everybody knows it's because of this misadventure that is turning into a quagmire in the Middle East. He is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on vanity projects in Washington, D.C., while young people can't buy homes, while people's health care costs are going up. I would happily have Donald Trump campaign with Tom Tiffany every single week from now until the end.
It's a binary choice. People need to decide whether or not how important the future of the state is. Republicans have not had the East Wing now, which is the governor's office, for 8 years. And they were able to get some things done because they had control of both houses of the legislature. But I'm here to tell you, having worked for a governor for 10 years, you get a lot more done if you're the governor.
Yeah.
Do you think Trump wants to be in Wisconsin?
Sure he does. I mean, he wants to be asked.
Because I don't think he talks to Tiffany that much.
I don't know if he
Maybe
does
it's
or doesn't,
people.
but he's got other reasons to be here. I think Michael Alfonso potentially being the youngest congressman in the United States.
I was going to say, is he going to campaign for Derek Van Orden?
I would think he would if Van Orden wants him in Western Wisconsin. And frankly, Donald Trump has won the third all 3 times. So that's a place you can put him for sure.
Among the problems with this strategy is Grandpa Trump needs his afternoon naps, and the chairs aren't as comfortable when he's not sitting in the Oval Office. He is not the political animal he used to be. And the other challenge that Tom Tiffany has is he's Tom Tiffany. He's a nice enough guy, but this is not the most charismatic, dynamic politician you've ever seen. And compared that with a guy like David Crowley, young, dynamic, passionate, and layer on top of that the fact that not just in Wisconsin, it's not just here that we saw the higher turnout on the Dem side. This is a trend around the country where Democrats are already more enthusiastic.
Joe Zepecki, Bill McCoshen, Kristen and Steve, point taken from the Bank 5-9 studio. Lots more to get to. We'll do it after this on 620 WTMJ.
Have you seen videos of Russian floating folk dancers?
Floating Russian whoosy-whatsits?
They wear long dresses so you can't see their feet, so it looks like they're gliding on air.
I've seen those videos. Impressive. That reminds me of the dining chairs with the Brody table.
The Brody table is my favorite table at Penny Mustard.
You know, the unique design kind of resembles one of those Russian dancers.
You're right.
And check out these upholstered caster dining chairs.
I don't see any casters.
Precisely. It looks like the chair's gliding in air. Here, I'll show you. I can glide over here.
Ooh, nice.
And I can glide over there. Be careful. And I can...
Watch out!
I never was a very good dancer. The Brody table, paired with 4 caster dining chairs, starting at $64.22 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com. Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255-368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at ACCUNET.com.
While you rest on the weekends, we work for you. Wisconsin's Weekend Morning News with Libby Collins. The latest in news.
The question will be how much influence Evers will have with a Democratic base that's more than anything else consumed with pushing back on Donald Trump.
Entertainment.
How deep do you think the Brewers will go into postseason?
I'm not saying this team's World Series or bust, but what a story it will be.
And more every Sunday morning starting at 8 on WTMJ.
We'll get to the bottom of our news here in a second from Connie Weber, Bill McCoshen, Joseph Peggy, our strategist friends who are here every Friday for us, sometimes even on Wednesday. Coach Joe. He's on set. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see his coach shirt. And that's one of the things I love about Joe. He teaches our young people to be better, and not just on the football field, but in life. And that's the cool thing about Joseph Pecki. All right, so
the only cool thing, other than that, I'm old and boring.
There are 2 really interesting congressional races, way north and way west. I mean, jump in, Joe. What do you think in the Van Orden and the former spot of Tom Tiffany?
I would also add in the first. This is going to be a race in the first.
Tell us more about the Democrat who won for the first.
Because in general elections, I trust the polling more than I do in primary elections. And already this week, there's been at least one, if not 2 polls that show Style under 50 and Berman within shouting distance.
But who is he?
He is a ER nurse who I believe has worked at the VA, first-time candidate, outsider. I think this will be a healthcare election. And if you are someone who has been in the healthcare trenches, seeing this firsthand, you're going to be a pretty credible messenger on that.
Will he get help?
He is already getting help from the DCCC. That is a red to blue district. Now, listen, Brian Style is sitting on a lot of campaign cash, and that makes him still the favorite. I'm just saying we have to include that. I think there's 3 interesting races in Wisconsin, and I would prioritize them. We'll see if Bill agrees with me. The third is the most likely to be really competitive and flip to Dems. The first is the second most likely. And then the 7th, we'll see. But it is a really fascinating matchup between somebody who's 26 years old and looks younger than that and a proven, former state lawmaker who can work across the aisle and appeal to Republicans in Fred Clark. Those 3 are all going to be interesting in different ways.
All right, hit him. Go first, third, seventh. What do you think?
First, Brian Style has more than $5 million cash on hand. It may appear close now, but
Brian Style will get 55% of the vote.
I don't think
I'll
it
go
will
on
be
record
close
saying
at the
that
end
right
of the
now.
day. I'm with Steve on that. I think Democrats will pull out of that by Labor Day. They'll say, "Well, that was fun while it lasted," but there's really nothing there. The third will be highly competitive. Here's the thing I think listeners need to understand. Midterm elections generally go against the party in power, which in this case is Republicans. However, 87% of incumbents still get reelected even during midterms for Congress. So Derek Van Orden will be the favorite in the race, and the seat is slightly Republican. It's about 52%. Donald Trump has won it 3 times. For Rebecca Cook, if I'm her, I'm taking some lessons from Fran Hong on what not to do. I wouldn't make a lot of unforced errors the way Fran Hong did in the final 10 days, and that improves her odds. In the 7th, my home district, I was stunned that Michael Alfonso won by 19 points. I'm a friend of Kevin.
Why did that stun you?
Kevin Hermaning is
a good guy. I know him.
Right out of central casting for a congressional candidate.
Yeah.
Successful businessman, former Iranian hostage, ran this local party. I mean, he checked all the boxes, and he got beat by an upstart young guy that nobody knew before this all started. So I give Alfonso credit. I said on the show before, I coached him in hockey. I'm excited about that race now because I think it's good for the Republican brand to have somebody that young and vigorous and energetic on our ticket.
Speak to Cook's candidacy, because this is her 3rd shot, and this is a young woman, seems like she's so enmeshed in running and has done very well, hasn't won, but she seems to have now put herself in position to finally get that vote.
Yeah, there's a trajectory here. She fell short in a primary the first time. In 24, she got the nomination, lost by less than 13,000 votes, which,
close.
I know we're living in a world where the governor's primary was decided by less than 4,000, so 13,000 seems like a lot. It ain't, folks. And she basically just kept running. Right? She never shut down her committee. So it's the opposite of the advantage that Brian Style has in the first. She has more campaign cash on hand than Derek Van Orden does. And that spending can make the difference in a 50-50 district from the last time. I'm not talking about the Trump numbers. I know Trump won it. But Van Orden ran behind Trump.
He did.
And he almost lost it. Now Trump is less popular. Van Orden in the last 2 years has not found, a new Twitter personality, we'll say.
So that's my question. And maybe it's just the way the demographics are in that district. But we've just spent the last 2 weeks hyper-focused on Francesca Hong's old tweets, when we can go to last week and look at some of Derek Van Orden's tweets. And for some reason, he doesn't pay a political price for how crazy he shows up online. Why is that?
Oh, I'm not sure that's 100% true.
It makes the race closer, probably.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's 80 days to go in the race, and he's going to have to defend quite a few things he said. Plus,
cursing at teenagers didn't get him the first time.
Would you advise him to stay off?
I would.
He won't listen to anybody on that, apparently.
I would.
Because what does he gain? What does he think he gains by it?
Possible. I would. I don't see an upside for him doing that. I would have somebody else be my spokesman rather than him.
All right, we are just getting warmed up on this Friday. We are at the Bank 59 studio. If you don't know where that is, we're right across from the Dairy Building, Cream Puff Land. We're just north of the Expo Center in our famous WTMJ studios here. Lots more to talk about, including a war in Iran that just is not going the right way, including a horrendous story about men and women serving our country who are not being treated properly, and that is a mess that Pete Hegseth is not figuring out, and he'll have to answer for that at some point. We have local news update. Here now the latest from ABC.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. Lawyers for Luigi Mangione have just told a judge that he is pleading guilty in the federal case related to the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione himself answering yes, if that was what he was agreeing to. Members of Brian Thompson's family are in the courtroom, including his widow Paulette, who appeared to be crying as the plea was entered. She is seated at the front of the courtroom. Executives from United Healthcare are 2 rows behind them. Outside the court, dozens of people lined up for a glimpse of the defendant.
This is a very sympathetic defendant to a lot of people. This case has garnished a lot of public opinion and support. Typically, that is not supposed to sway the legal justice system in any way.
ABC legal analyst Shanna Lloyd. Now, the plea agreement is on federal charges only. He would still face murder and gun charges in the state case, which is to begin next month. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:31. I'm Connie Weber. Milwaukee police looking for whoever shot and killed a teenager on the city's north side yesterday morning. 16-year-old Armani Thomas Cotton shot from a vehicle just after 9:30 near 41st and Clark. He's the 7th person under the age of 18 to be killed in Milwaukee this year. A Milwaukee County judge expected to have a written decision by September 4th on public and private rights to access Lake Michigan beaches. Last summer, Paul Florsheim was cited for trespassing for walking on what a landowner in Shorewood claim was their private property. Florsheim arguing beach access from the shoreline to the ordinary high water mark in Wisconsin is a public right. Wisconsin will get 1,900 new affordable housing units thanks to funding from the Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority. That includes about 50 units in Milwaukee through the Restore Main Street Loan Program, which helps renovate units above street-level commercial spaces. The projects in Milwaukee include historic Mitchell Street residence and Meyer Flats. Time now for news about your money with the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update. The Dow now down 100 points, 53,740. The Nasdaq down 131, 26,676. S&P 500 down 16 at 7,782. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Taking a look at the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We have a disabled vehicle off on the right shoulder, I-43 North at Kilbourne Avenue. Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Warm and humid today, high 77. Increasing chance of showers tonight with an overnight low of 70. Scattered showers tomorrow morning. Saturday's high 78. Humid on Sunday, a chance of early showers, high 81. A little drier on Monday, sunny skies, high 77. Then increasing cloudiness. Humidity returns on Tuesday, high of 82. 74 in Madison and in Green Bay, 76 in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 10:33.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
No matter where you hear WTMJ, whether it be here,
so we are overlooking the bay. We're in the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studios,
or there,
here live in our Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin
mobile studio.
Catch us at home or on the go, thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
In the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin podcast studio.
We are live wherever you are, on the air and on the go. The Pella Windows and Doors podcast studio is live on WTMJ.com.
You've seen us around town, volunteering, supporting events, and showing up where it matters. At Waterstone Bank, we're more than a bank. We're your neighbor. The money you deposit stays local, helping small businesses, creating jobs, and supporting home ownership. It's banking from the community for the community. Visit your local branch or WSBOnline.com to see how we're building a stronger southeastern Wisconsin, one neighbor at a time. Waterstone Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back to Point Taken. We are at the Bank 59 studio for the last day at the State Fair.
Hard to believe. Come and get your $7 beer.
And we're looking straight at the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile right now. I'm going to see if it's
we
still
gotta
there.
take a picture.
We're definitely going to take a picture at the end of the day. But yeah, there's Piggly Wigglies out there, a long line of stuff to get out there. We're having fun. Bill McCoshen, Joe Zepecki in studio with us. All right, moving on from the governor's race and all of our primary election results from this week.
Wait, other things are happening in the world?
Other things are happening. And this story, I listened to the coverage of this story as I was driving into the State Fair today, and it kind of made my stomach turn of trying to imagine being on the USS Abraham Lincoln for the last 9 months and what they're saying that the sanitary conditions are, that there's not enough mental health issues, mental health help.
There are mental health issues, yeah.
Yeah, and it's caught like the addressing mental health issues. I'm not someone who probably would ever been cut out to do military service, but this is something that is just like, how are we here?
How is this happening?
Doesn't make any sense to me. I listened to the story on the way in, too, to get prepped for the show. And, the fact that ship hasn't been in port for more than 200 days, and that's never
250.
happened. Never happened before. I mean, that's a mismanagement. I can't defend it. There is no way that something shouldn't have been done. Some of it can be resolved, right? They don't have soap and those kinds of things. That can be flown in. That isn't a significant problem in my opinion. But leaving that ship out there for as long as they have, and they've actually been at sea for 250 days or more than that.
That's not normal.
It's totally not normal.
So I'm going to throw it at Hegseth because we have equipment shortages apparently. The budget's blown up. We're in a war that there seems to be no answer to the end game in this war. And now we have this problem where our men and women who are serving, doing the jobs that none of us are doing, are being treated like ship rats, basically. They have no recourse, no soap, no toothpaste. What are we doing?
There is a carrier coming to replace them, so I think they'll be in port sooner than later, but that's probably still at least another week.
Is Hegseth in trouble?
If the Senate flips to the Democrats, I think he could be in significant trouble.
Do you think he knows he's in trouble?
Yes.
Really?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I think all of Trump's top aides know that if the Senate flips, which is part of the reason that Trump was going to be so active in the final 80 days here is, their final 2 years will be a slog on a good day.
I can't intuit what's in Pete Hegseth's head, so this is all speculation, but why would Hegseth be worried about his standing when he is the one who Trump tapped to hide in the catering cart and take the secret flight out when Air Force One was under threat, and Trump let Rubio, aware of the threat, stay on Air Force One? Right? I mean,
can we break down that story? Because this is one that I kind of saw headlines of, but never really dove deep into understanding.
Let's get to that, even if it takes to the next segment, because I want to talk about this as well, and just say it plainly because I think listeners deserve to know. What we are talking about when we say there's mental health issues is there are reports from multiple media outlets, including the Stars and Stripes, that multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard. That is how bad the conditions aboard this ship are. This has been a slow-moving catastrophe, and it is not a surprise. There might be more national media attention on it now, but this has been going on for months. Now, because of some of my clients, and I work with some folks who served in pretty high levels in the Navy and the Armed Forces when they were in service, I knew more about this months ago, but the pictures that were coming out of the rations on these sailors' plates, I mean, this Secretary of Defense...
And that's solvable.
It should be. This Secretary of Defense was over his head on day one. And there has never been a day since where he has suddenly magically become capable of running the world's largest bureaucracy. He has been an embarrassment. The men and women who serve in our armed forces have always and do always deserve better than this type of failed leadership atop the Pentagon, and everybody knew it. And shame on the Republican senators who voted to confirm him anyways because they knew it too.
I think we're in agreement on this one. I don't see why he continues to be in that position. I said it day one, he wasn't qualified to be in this role. And to have him make decisions that are working against the men and women who serve is absolutely nuts. I don't care what your party affiliation is.
I mean, Bill, do you have any defense for Pete Hegseth and the job he's done?
I think he's more qualified than Steve does, but we've had that discussion. I think in this particular case, he's not the admiral on the ship, but ultimately the buck stops with him, right? He's in charge of the department. So either he's grinding that admiral and figuring out what happened, or he's going to have to explain it himself.
Yeah, instead we get testosterone checks.
We can do Trump hiding in the catering cart after the break, right?
Yes, we can.
I want to get into this story because it's something that we have not touched.
She's Chris and I'm Steve. Joe and Bill, it's a Friday, so we're talking about it. That's what we do on Point Taken. Lots more to get to after this on 620 WTMJ.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Hey, it's WTMJ Steve. One of the things I enjoy most about living here in Wisconsin, besides the state fair, is that you never have to travel far to feel like you've truly gotten away. That's why I love Lake Lawn Resort in Delavan. Been there going there for decades. Personal trips, business trips, golf trips. It's the kind of place where you can slow down, leave the daily routine behind, enjoy everything our state has to offer, like the beautiful Majestic Oaks Golf Course. Golfed it probably 50 times in my life. It's a great, fun, challenging round. Beautiful views of Delavan Lake. After golf, nothing better than heading over to Caldor Spa to relax, get a massage, facial, whatever you need. Whether you're planning a couple's getaway or a golf trip with friends, great spot to go to. Just looking for a relaxing weekend away, not that far from Milwaukee, Lake Lawn Resort really has something for everybody. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com, lakelawnresort.com, and find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
There's not a bad time to better insulate your home, but there is a better time, and it's right now. Vince Vitrano here just talked with Jeff from USA Insulation. Jeff says they always get busy in the fall and early winter as everyone's concerned about keeping their houses warm. But doing a project with USA Insulation does just as well to keep your house cooler in the summer months and saving you money on your electric bills. Tell Jeff Vinny told you want the government rebates and discounts that can save you thousands on your project. Get started at usainsulation.com.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special?
The welcomeness. People are so friendly. If you have a problem, you can go to anybody.
The community and the sense of safety provided for my mom and dad, and it's just like the most wonderful place to be.
They're just delightful everywhere. I don't see staff, I see friends. Aww. And I really do feel that.
And you couldn't live in more beautiful grounds.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to Outdoor Living Unlimited's Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
All right, so much to talk about. Let me get my mic. There we go. So much to talk about from the Bank 5-9 studio, Wisconsin State Fair. Steve and Chris, of course, point taking our last day at the fair, and Bill and Joe are graciously here. You guys have had busy media schedules. So, and I always tell people, well, are you mad they go to other shows? No, they're smart guys. They know what they're talking about. They know what the hell they're talking about, and that's why they're going on these shows. That's why they want them on their show.
But I argue that the best versions of you come
here.
Yeah.
Because we have the most amount of time, right?
You do.
The TV time is short, and so how quickly
Well, it was a
and concise.
podcast. I appreciate you saying that because I did feel like we were cheating on them a little bit.
Did you?
Wait, whose podcast was it?
Well, didn't I
Fox
tell
6.
UKB we were stepping
They have
out
a
on you?
podcast?
Yes, they have a
Wow.
I don't know.
Shade.
I don't. That was a genuine. I did not know that they were doing podcasting.
Ryan Polson.
Who was the
he will
host?
attest to
Oh,
this.
Jason Calvig. You said that, right?
Oh, there
It's
we go.
well done. Yeah,
okay.
it's very
I'll have to start listening.
Joe, you wanted to bring up the escape from Turkey.
Yeah, so reporting in the last week to 10 days about Trump's departure from the recent NATO summit in Turkey. There is a threat that now we've learned was shared by Israeli intelligence that Iran was going to target Air Force One with Trump aboard to try to kill him, which they have been trying to do since he ordered the hit on Soleimani during his first term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Trump walks up the steps to Air Force One. He and a few choice aides, including Scavino, Hegseth, and the human printer, Katie Fang, on the blind side of the plane, out of view of the press, and unbeknownst to everyone else on Air Force One, step into a catering company's
Like
cart.
a van. It's like
Van.
very small.
It is lowered by hydraulic lift. He boards an Air Force C-32 and then flies on to the next stop with Rubio on Air Force One with other cabinet officials, including Bessent, and apparently the only person who knew was Rubio. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me when you start to peel back the layers a little bit. And we have now seen that the CIA always assessed this as a low risk threat.
Yeah.
I take the seriousness and the security of our commander-in-chief, whoever it is, Donald Trump included, as serious as anyone. You have to protect the commander-in-chief, National Command Authority, period. And the way Trump talks about it, not great.
How's he talking about it?
So he was asked about it and confirmed the story, and what he said was, well, actually, I thought I was under more threat in the other plane.
Well, he has been shot at.
But of course, but it's just elevate a little bit, man. Talk about the seriousness of this. Why couldn't that C-32 have flown on? Then once he was on the ground, he steps out, waves, and then Air Force One, when it takes off with everyone else aboard, isn't at risk.
Bill, what do you think?
So the president has no choice. The Secret Service decides all these.
It's not his call.
I got I wish I could remember the name last night, but it was a former Clinton aide who said the same thing happened to Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
And they moved him to a different plane. So I think trying to do the right thing and taking care of the president's safety is the Secret Service's job. What bothers me about this story is the fact that it leaked. Only so many people know about what the details of the line by line are for the president's travel. So somebody in that chain leaked this story, and that's a bigger national security threat, in my opinion.
All right, we got one more segment this hour. Hey, the president is getting a new press secretary. Is it Bill McCoshen? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But we'll find out.
Little old.
But maybe he has an idea who it might be. We'll have that conversation with the gang on Friday from the Bank 5-9 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Chris and Steve Point taking 620 WTMJ.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geiss has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geiss at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geiss. Visit them online at geissdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
Politics, work, daily stressors. Let's take a break from all that and get centered, Christ-centered. I'm Pastor Tim Butker. Join me each week for Christian Crusaders, a broadcast that highlights the gospel, the good news of Jesus, and our belief in the authoritative Word of God. Christ-centered, gospel-oriented, Bible-based, Christian Crusaders. Please join us Sundays at 6 a.m. on WTMJ. We'd love to have you worship with us.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront, breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals, it owns them. With more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views, incredible food and breweries, live sports, and nightlife that doesn't quit make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today at visitmilwaukee.org.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood, connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
From the post-game to the morning show, there's no rest for baseball for Dominic Catronio, our Brewers 360 guest every Monday at 8:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I don't care about a team record. I don't care about 100 wins. I don't care about any of that. Make sure that you are in tip-top shape the moment the playoffs start.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Cannon and Dunphy, and Ridgetop Exteriors. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Little time before the top of the hour news for you kids. That would be 11 o'clock, even the kids at the State Fair, and there's a lot of them. It's a jam-packed day. The sun's shining in and out, some light clouds. Kristen and Steve, point taken, of course. We're always here, and Joe and Bill are usually here on Fridays and sometimes on other days when we have big election news. All right, Caroline Leavitt, Bill, is the press secretary for the White House, and she's leaving. She just was on maternity leave. Apparently she's going back to that role, in which I totally respect. So someone has to fill that spot. One of the rumored people is Scott Jennings, who currently is a host on CNN.
Is that a real rumor, or is that
I don't know. That's what I'm asking Bill.
I doubt it. I think it's a Washington insider thing, but we'll see. I mean, my pick would be Anna Kelly. She's the deputy press secretary in the White House. She's got strong Wisconsin ties.
That's the Wisconsin connection.
That's what she was one of the first. When I came back in 2020 and I was trying to get up to speed on Wisconsin politics, she was one of the first Republicans I followed.
She was Miss Wisconsin. She was communications director for the Republican Party of Wisconsin. She was communications director for Tim Michael's campaign. She was communications director for DVO, Congressman Derek Van Orden. She has done the fill-in job when Caroline's been on maternity leave, and I think done an admirable job. And I know her, so it'd be cool if I actually knew, and I can text her and she replies.
That's a nice connection.
I'm looking at what's in it for me.
How would she be different than Caroline Leavitt?
Maybe not quite as aggressive. You and I may disagree on this, Steve, but I was really impressed with Caroline Leavitt. For someone 28 years old to be able to do that job,
is impressive.
And to handle that responsibility
in the White House.
Mark from the 414, don't text in about this, but I was a chief of staff when I was 27 and a cabinet secretary when I was 29, and it's not easy.
Steve was mayor.
I was mayor once, too.
Yeah, it's not easy. So for her to have, I think the second hardest job in the White House behind the chief of staff and do it as well and professionally as she did, my hat tips to her, and I hope she motivated millions of young women across the country.
Is there anything more beyond her wanting to spend more time with her two young children?
She could quadruple her salary in a week.
Probably,
in a week, and have more time with her two young children.
Not an easy job.
No,
That's a
not at
meat
all.
Grinder. And I just want to. I've sort of been unplugged for a little bit. So here's some things that the next White House press secretary might have to deal with, including Glenn Grothman made a remarkable argument on Thursday. quote, "Don't let anybody tell you that people running Congress right now are looking out for the rich. Actually, I think we should do a little more for them." We had 2 more ships attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. So the 14 ships that made it through on, I think it was Thursday, means there will be none today. A deputy assistant to President Donald Trump was caught on camera drunkenly playing around with a sex toy hours after attending a children's hospital benefit gala at Mar-a-Lago.
Are you getting in your grab bag now?
But this is
the
this
woman
is the
behind
insanity.
you. It's just what are you talking about?
This is the insanity that a White House press secretary needs to deal with. So I hope your buddy's ready.
Wait, what did Glenn Grothman say?
That Congress works for the rich, and we should do even more for them.
Oh, God bless that Glenn Grothman. He should protect. But he should also protect the middle class. All right, so you've been in the White House. You worked in the White House.
I worked at an agency. I've been in and around the White House.
But you've been in the White House.
Yeah.
The job of press secretary, and you said not an easy job.
No.
So your guy is not in the White House. It's the other party. So what would you like to see from a Democrat, like the traditional kind of press secretary, or because we're not going to get
somebody who's worse at lying? I don't know. I mean, right? I kid, and this is serious, that the access the press has inside the White House is not what it used to be. It used to be a daily briefing. Now it's maybe once or twice a week. And whether it's Sean Spicer in Trump 1.0 or Caroline Levitt in 2.0.
Access to the president than they did in the previous administration.
That's not even debatable.
Way more.
Not debatable.
Not debating that. The press access and the briefings from the press secretary matter. There are ways and things that staff level and agencies.
If you can ask the guy himself, what difference does it make?
Because
in that role?
Donald Trump doesn't know how many days the USS Abraham Lincoln has been at sea. But the press secretary can take detailed questions about that. The book that they walk out there is thick for a reason, because everything happening in the federal government is fair game.
Yeah.
So I would like to see a reversion to an actual daily briefing and somebody who can tell the truth. I'm not holding my breath under this White House.
All right, he's Joseph Pecky, Bill McCoshen on the right, and you are on the right, so that's perfect. Left and right, in your case, right and left, opposite. Anyway, Chris and Steve got a whole another hour. And lots to talk about as well. Grab bags, say something nice. I don't think mine will surprise anybody, but we'll see. A lot of celebrities in the crowd today. Did you miss Ted Perry?
Oh, I missed Ted Perry. Devin Drago was here.
TP was just here, so shout out to Ted Perry, wherever you just ran off to, probably the bacon thing. All right, news is next on 620 WTMJ.
Welcome to The Knowledge Brokers, a weekly feature covering the dynamics of the insurance market, how it affects Wisconsin businesses and residents. It's sponsored by the original Knowledge Broker, R&R Insurance. Joining me today is Jeff Salazinski, Executive Vice President of Insurance Operations. Jeff, let's talk today about the insurance environment. What should business owners and individuals understand right now about opportunities in today's insurance marketplace?
Thanks, Vince. Always great to be here. A unique confluence of events have shifted this market to favor the buyer.
Sounds like good news. What factors are coming together as we set up this favorable market?
Industry financial results remain solid in 2026, despite some of the weather we've seen here locally. More capital in the market means rates continue to decline for many lines of business. And lastly, the insurance distribution system is changing rapidly.
So how can our listeners capitalize on what you've just described?
You need an insurance professional that understands these unique market dynamics. You need an insurance professional that focuses on you, not one that's preoccupied in selling their business or prepping it for a sale.
So what I'm hearing today, Jeff, is that it is important when you're working with the right insurance partner.
It is, Vince. R&R Insurance has a 50-year record of excellence in this market. We're client-focused when many others are really distracted.
What else can R&R Insurance provide that really sets you apart?
R&R Insurance will provide a better insurance purchasing experience. We'll use data, strategy, and our expert resources to help you control costs and maximize the value of both your commercial and personal insurance program. We blend our elite resources with technology to create innovative and cost-effective insurance solutions. As a top 100 firm nationally, you get local expertise and local ownership working for you.
That's Jeff from R&R Insurance. Thanks for the great info, Jeff.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
When you're at the State Fair, be sure to check out the Big 5-9 main stage, featuring amazing acts like Nelly, For King and Country, Winona Judd, Melissa Etheridge, and more. Tickets are on sale now. Bank 5-9 is a proud sponsor of the fair and a proud supporter of the local Wisconsin communities they have served since 1859. So grab your bucket of lemonade or beer, something on a stick, and join Bank 5-9 at the Wisconsin State Fair between August 6th and August 16th. Member FDIC.
Enjoy the Fox and Hounds restaurant's fabulous all-you-can-eat fish fry. It's one of the best. The magnificent Sunday brunch is also all-you-can-eat. Kids and grandkids under 3 eat free. Call and reserve foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone!
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
11 o'clock, 76 degrees, warm, humid, but likely dry today, high 77. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, I'm Connie Weber. Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty today to 2 federal stalking charges in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk in 2024. More from ABC's Matt Rivers.
The state case, he's accused of second-degree murder. In the federal case, there were other charges that prosecutors tried to bring in the beginning of all of this, but then through this process, the judge allowed these 2 counts. So it does appear that he is pleading guilty to the indictment as it stands, just those 2 stalking counts.
Luigi Mangione's state trial to start next month. President Trump has filed his Supreme Court appeal in the ballroom case after an appeals court panel blocked non-security related construction, saying Congress needed to authorize it first.
In asking the Supreme Court for an immediate stay, allowing construction to continue, the administration says the ballroom is vitally required to ensure a secure gathering space for the president and senior officials. The petition points to what it calls a growing number of recent assassination attempts targeting the president, including what it calls the threat of a missile attack against Air Force One on July 8th, which we now know led to the use of a catering truck to sneak Trump off the plane in Turkey. Those sources say U.S. intelligence officials deemed that threat to not be credible. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Decision, Wisconsin. Middle of the night results of the new normal for Wisconsin elections. That's because election workers cannot process absentee ballots until Election Day. UW lacrosse professor Anthony Chergosky tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News state legislators could change
that. I know that the Republican legislature has been going back and forth about that, with the Assembly clearing a bill to allow for pre-processing of absentee ballots, but then it got hung up in the state Senate. I think that's a conversation worth reviving, because until that issue gets resolved, we're going to be back here every single election waiting for that report of the vote totals from Milwaukee.
Human error further delayed about 28,000 absentee ballot results in Milwaukee on Tuesday. A lack of helmets and seatbelts being blamed for most fatal ATV and UTV crashes in Wisconsin this year.
There have been 29 fatal and 49 non-fatal ATV and UTV incidents so far in 2026. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources says another major factor is riders not completing a safety education course. 15 of the fatal crashes were rollovers, 6 involved collisions with motor vehicles, and 4 involved riders being ejected. The DNR says riders should always wear helmets and seatbelts, stay sober, and take a safety course. In 2025, there was a historical increase of fatalities, 42 to be exact, marking a 45% increase compared to 10 years ago. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Lost at the fair? The experts at the information booths are ready to help.
From Sporky's winners to animals to rides, the workers at the Wisconsin State Fair information booths have it all.
Crazy things happen every day. Every day is different. Guest services is definitely a position where you have to be flexible. You have to be have thick skin.
There are 8 total info booths, which employees say can answer almost everything. Guest services specialist Alyssa Aleke.
Volunteers are actually like teachers, so we just have kind of the patience and the virtue to be able to handle situations.
The State Fair runs through Sunday. At the Wisconsin State Fair, Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. In the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update, the Dow is down 140 points, NASDAQ off 103, S&P 500 down 13. Financial planning at every level, Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Sports, traffic, and weather up next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:04.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $1 million for stolen funds, fees, and experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 30% off your first year with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. 1-800-LifeLock, promo code BECK. LifeLock.com. Terms to apply.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. From the moment you walk into Shopko Optical, you'll feel welcomed, valued, and genuinely cared for. The team at Shopko Optical takes time to understand your concerns, explain your options, and answer questions so you feel confident in your care. Whether you're due for a comprehensive eye exam or looking for the right eyewear, they're here to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create your personalized eye care plan. Visit shopko.com today.
Summer's biggest tradition is back. The Wisconsin State Fair returns August 6th through the 16th with 11 days of family fun. Enjoy legendary cream puffs, can't miss fair foods, live music, thrilling rides in Spin City, amazing animal exhibits, shopping, and entertainment around every corner. Whether you're craving a classic corn dog or this year's newest food creations, there's something for everyone. Get your tickets today and start planning your visit at wistatefair.com. We'll see you at the Wisconsin State Fair.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Packers dropped their preseason opener to the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-9. Green Bay will visit the Denver Broncos August 21st. Brewers rallied for a 5-4 win over the Dodgers to open their series in Los Angeles. Milwaukee snapped its 3-game skid and will continue its 4-game set tonight. Our coverage begins at 8:35. And the NBA's released the full schedule for the upcoming regular season. The Bucks begin October 21st when they visit the Washington Wizards. Milwaukee closes out the year on April 11th in a visit to the Boston Celtics. Taking a look at the roads now with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We have a new crash. It is off on the right shoulder, I-41 north, about a quarter of a mile beyond the ramp from Capitol Drive.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Warm and humid today with a high 77. Increasing chance of showers. Overnight low 70. Scattered showers tomorrow morning, then a high of 78. Sunday, humid. Chance of early showers, high 81. Monday, a little less humid. Sunny, high 77. Tuesday, increasing cloudiness with a high of 82. Still 74 in Madison and Green Bay, 76 in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:08.
Broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's time for Point Taken. Here are your hosts, Steve Scafidi and Kristen Bride.
I got you.
You got the mic. All right. Yes, indeed. We are one more hour. We have. Well, I have the whole afternoon because Mike and Frankie and our family's coming out. So it is Frankie Day to enjoy the fair after being here for the last week. We are very excited, but we still got a whole hour with Bill McCoshen and Joe Zepecki.
You sound disappointed.
No, I'm happy. This is my favorite day of the week, especially when it is a special time because it's especially in the summer.
I saw that too. Yeah.
Especially in the summer, it's every Friday is kind of a gamble if all four of us are going to be here.
That is true.
I was gone last week.
That is true.
You're gone next week.
Bill's going golfing next
going
week.
to Scotland.
So it's always fun. But both of you are leaving. I wanted to just go out and have a beer with you after the show today. But you both have to get out of here.
I will have a beer with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You gonna take some pictures with me?
I will, and I'll even buy the beer.
Ooh.
Wow.
Nice. Thanks, Dad.
I probably shouldn't show up to practice smelling of a beer.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Probably not.
All those good coach comments wasted.
All right. So I know last week when I was listening to you guys, the jobs numbers had come out, which were not great. But I guess it's good news that inflation has now slowed down for 2 months. I'm not sure any of us are necessarily feeling it. but in the numbers themselves, it's reflecting it. And so I think that's where I keep coming back to, whether it's talking about affordability on the federal level, whether it's talking about affordability in this governor's race. Like, what actually has to happen for people to start feeling better versus us just looking at jobs number, like looking at data?
Your party's in charge.
I would
Bill.
say this, and I think Joe and I have been doing this show on and off for 3 years, so this is our third cycle, and I've been remarkably consistent. There again, Bill patting himself on the back. Perception is reality. Until voters perceive that the economy's in a better spot, it won't matter what economic numbers are. Joe Biden used to give positive economic numbers. I used to tease Joe about it because it made no difference. Now, when
both Joes, me and Biden.
Yeah, when the Trump administration says the inflation's down for 2 straight months, that's probably true. But until voters feel it, it really doesn't matter. And until you see on polling that they feel like their economic condition is getting better, it's going to be problematic for incumbents.
Yes. And there is a disconnect in the economy that is getting more pronounced every year. So much of what counts as economic growth in the statistics, particularly for the last 18 months to 2 years, has been this AI growth. And when you look inside the numbers, what you're seeing is all of these major tech companies are buying tokens from one another. NVIDIA is selling chips to 5 of them. All of the money that is moving is between these mega corporations who are trying to figure out how to make AI happen and make that play happen. So when you look at things like GDP, we've talked about this in the past, that like without data center and like tech stuff, GDP growth last year was 0.1%.
Yeah, so basically flat.
Yeah, so basically flat. And so the concern is politically that all of the things that consumers are feeling and seeing have nothing to do with that, have nothing to do with the stock market, nothing to do with tech companies trying to win the future. What they are seeing and feeling is really high gas prices, and there's a pretty easy thing to go, like, that's because of Iran. They see input costs, for farmers and manufacturers going up, and it's a pretty easy thing for them to go, well, that's because of these tariffs, right? And so grocery prices are up. That is the stuff that consumers are feeling, and consumers are the ones who will determine the outcome of this fall's elections. And so maybe John Edwards from long ago was really onto something. His Two Americas riff has never been as true as it is today, because there's an economy for those at the top, and then there's an economy for everybody else.
Bill, on the economic issues, if you were advising Scott Bessent or the President of the United States before the midterms, what is the piece of policy or advice you would give them and say, people are worried about this stuff. Affordability, as much as the president doesn't like to hear that word, is on people's minds. It's measured in Wisconsin. Clearly, it was one of the top 2 issues. What would you say to the administration to fix this before November?
I'm going to make one point, and then I'm going to come to Scott Bessent. The one thing that has worked really, really well, if you have a 401k, it is done gangbusters. Booming. My personal 401k is up over 10% year over year. That's the highest it's ever.
I actually beat you, 11.9.
That's the highest it's ever been. And we're at, because I'm getting older, we dialed down our risk factors.
I know you did.
Quiet down, young people. The grandpas are talking.
People who actually have money in the bank.
But on Bessent, and not everyone has 401ks. That's why not everyone is benefiting from that. But I would say this on Bessent, when he says, and he did it again last night, that we'll get through this Iran thing and then energy prices will come down. Well, how? When? I mean, it's like Groundhog Day, and I talked about that last week. I don't think that's a great statement to make by the administration, and there is no doubt that is having a significant impact on our overall economy.
But it's also just interesting to me. Obviously, I think one of the things we're going to continue to talk about is this standoff between the 2 candidates for governor on data centers. I just opened Twitter at the top of the hour break, and that was...
They're still going.
They're still going. But it is this, like, Sophie's choice, right? You're like, you either squash AI and we have no GDP growth and whatever national security issues because of China, or you do have AI growth and you're going to lose your job. And so it's like, I don't blame the, average median wage earner consumer who's like, there's a no win for me in this. Like, when you look at the outcome of what the investments are in America right now.
We got to take a break, but let's stay on this because there's actually a lot more nuance to AI in data centers than people would like. It's not one thing or the other. There's a lot of jobs available to build these centers. There's a lot of stuff into this equation, and what I hate about social media is it tries to simplify it. That's why it's garbage, and most people aren't anywhere close to having a full knowledge of what they're talking about. That's why I'm going to say, as an old grandpa, shut the hell up.
Black and white platforms in a very gray world.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Good summarization.
It's like he works in comms or something.
Yeah, right? Old comms guy flexing a little bit. He's got the guns out today. Joseph Pecky, Bill McCoshen, Chris and Steve, point taken, 620 WTMJ.
Do you suffer from moderate to severe slumpiness?
Slumpiness?
I've never heard that expression.
I know. I made it up.
What does that mean?
You know, when someone's hungry and angry?
Yeah, we say they're hangry.
Well, I've coined the term slumpy for someone who's grumpy from a bad night of sleep.
Clever.
But Penny Mustard has discovered the cure for severe slumpiness.
Let me guess. A nightly dose of a double-sided hybrid mattress.
It's just what the doctor ordered.
Penny Mustard's exclusive line of hybrid mattresses is made in Wisconsin and combines a steel coil spring center and specialty foam.
Our mattresses have been proven to last 45% longer than the average unflippable model.
Ask your doctor about Penny Mustard. They probably bought their mattress here too. Or at least I hope they did, because who wants a slumpy doctor?
Come see our selection of sophisticated, double-sided hybrid mattresses at Penny Mustard.
Find a showroom near you at pennymustard.com.
Flippable versions of what slumpy people want.
Not all roofing contractors are created equal, and homeowners know the difference. Ridgetop Exteriors has been the local, trusted choice since 2002. Upfront pricing, expert crews, manufacturer-backed warranties, and over 40,000 completed projects backed by thousands of 5-star reviews from your neighbors. No surprises, no runarounds, just honest work from people who live and work right here in our community. Call Ridgetop Exteriors for a free estimate. Ridgetop Exteriors, the easy choice for your home.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
To the show. All right, so one of the cool things about what we do here at the fair is we get fueled by Leff's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. And if you need to cool off, and right today's the perfect day for it, sun's shining, head over to Leff's Lucky Town Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. Check out the brand new Sipconsin. I saw the sign. Amazing cocktail menu, full display. You can have all kinds of cool stuff. Handcrafted drinks, patriotic punch. That's our drink, Bill, isn't it? Yes, of course it is.
Punch, yeah.
And for Joe,
I think he's the only other patriot in the room.
Joe is like a dessert
That's
guy.
two low blows.
You get the
I think you owe somebody an apology,
I don't
sir.
think so. When she picks a fight, she's got to fight the fight.
That
All
doesn't excuse low blows.
So while you're here, grab some great Wisconsin-inspired food. Relax right in the heart of the State Fair auction. Leff's is amazing. That's what I'm going to tell you. All right, what were we talking about? AI data centers. I think we have to be careful with this because we're making it like this. It all sucks or it's all great. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
It always has been.
Yeah, and that's when I talk about Fran Hong and David Crowley's positions not being that different, what I understand their positions to be is that there have to be guardrails. Well, what do you mean by guardrails? It means that you protect taxpayers. You don't need $2 billion in incentives to the wealthiest corporations in human history. It means that you have these data centers and the companies that build them pay full freight on their electricity usage, and it doesn't get passed on to consumers. In fact, you can require them to add new, cleaner sources of energy to the grid to make sure that wind and solar are part of our energy mix going forward, along with battery. You ensure that they hire Wisconsin workers, and they report that transparently. Those are all things that I can't for the life of me understand why Tom Tiffany and David Crowley wouldn't agree on.
Well, that's the thing.
That is
It's like,
the common sense way to approach this and do it right.
what else is in Tom Tiffany's plan beyond just rolling back the tax incentives? Because the other thing that we've talked about is the fact that the DNR is not staffed or funded the way that they need to be able to actually do studies on the environmental impact of any of these.
I'm with Steve on this. I think there are benefits to AI. I think there are benefits to these data centers. Honestly, where David Crowley's going to struggle and Tom Tiffany's trying to capitalize on it, part of what drove Fran Hong's coalition was her willingness to say we need a 1-year moratorium on these statewide. So it doesn't.
Her folks are still saying
doesn't
that.
mean.
But it's still, I just call BS on that because the fact of the matter is a year is not that long. The fact of the matter is that there was bills that were introduced in the legislature and they died, and then they're not even going to be able to be picked back up for almost a year later because they're all campaigning right now. And so the thing that somehow a year was going to be a magic pill and so much was going to get done in a year is a lack of understanding of how government actually works.
If David Crowley gave that same answer to Fran Hong's supporters, he'd lose the room instantly.
Yeah, exactly right. But why do you think none of the other candidates would say that then?
Because they understand it's more nuanced than that, and that's not a fail-safe.
So that's a failure on Hong's side.
It's a lack of understanding. It was an easy.
Well, Charlie Barron's has a lot to do with that.
To me, I think it was an easy thing for voters to understand as far as we're putting a pause, right? It was a good comms. Because this is so nuanced, because it touches so many things, it was an easy thing to hold on to from a voter's perspective of she's the only one who wants to press the brakes. Everyone else is in the weeds.
And shockingly, it is a top 2 issue in this cycle.
It's not shocking.
And yet it's not because David Crowley won every county that has a proposed or current data center.
Why is it shocking to you? Because the reason it's not shocking to me is that for at least the last 10 years and probably longer, these tech titan wannabe oligarchs have gotten wealthier than anybody could ever imagine, and the world has found out what the cost of that was in the mental health of our kids. They're scaring us about, how many jobs there are going to be. And these knuckleheads, and I'm talking specifically about Musk and Zuckerberg and Bezos and all of these titans, they are basically cartoon villains at this point. So, of course, people are pissed off. The one that gets me, Zuckerberg's yacht was closer to a vessel in distress this month than the cruise ship that redirected and followed the law of the sea and had to go rescue those people. But Zuckerberg and his mega yacht couldn't be bothered.
I agree with you 100% on that depiction of the gentlemen, men who are and boys really in their mental aptitude are leading this cause this way. But here's the thing: we're on our way to this, whatever this is going to be.
It's going to happen.
We have to measure it, and that's where nuance matters in this conversation.
And it's more likely to happen in the upper Midwest where we have winter because it revolves around cooling.
And fresh water.
And water.
Yes.
So there is an opportunity here. You got to get it right.
All right. Joseph Pecky, Bill McCoshen, Chris and Steve, point taken, 620 WTMJ.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. Yet at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Hey, WTMJ, Steve's Committee. For 70 years, 70, Geist has been the trusted garage authority in Wisconsin. Don't let a broken garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geist today with brands like CHI, LiftMaster. They have doors for every budget. We'll even build custom designs to meet your exact needs. If you've never seen their showroom in Brookfield, hundreds of examples from the super fancy to the budget-friendly design doors. And check out the opener room. It's amazing. I'm in the market for an opener because mine broke. And they have camera technology, app technology. It'll blow you away. So ask to see the opener room. That's why they say always don't think twice. Call Geist, Geist, Doors.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS
NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accunet Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So Accunet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with Accunet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell postgame concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Height poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at brewers.com.
All right, we don't have a ton of time, but I definitely wanted to get this into the conversation. Vaccines, the war on vaccines. The president signed an executive order bill now, I guess, slowing the pace of childhood vaccinations. And at the same time that's happening in Wisconsin, southwestern Wisconsin, measles cases on the rise. None of this in my world is a good thing. I know we have different of opinion on vaccines schedules and strategies.
I don't think we do.
What do you make of this, what I call a war on vaccines?
I would say this, Joe and I have had separate texts about this. This is an area where this administration needs to be super cautious, especially with folks like me who are super pissed still about what Anthony Fauci did, what he said, what he actually believed, which were two different things, and what it did to public health. I think it's you have to be very careful about making broad sweeping changes. And as it relates to vaccines, I mean, things like the measles vaccine have been, and the polio vaccine have been around my entire lifetime. I mean, and they've proven to be effective. So I think vaccine hesitancy is related to the BS that the federal government told the American people under the Biden administration during COVID. I don't think you can unlink those two things. So we have to find a way to reassure people that what we're saying from a health standpoint is accurate. Right? And that means it gets challenged by somebody, right? Somebody says, well, I'm not so sure about that. That's actually okay in science. I'd prefer that model to the absolute. This is it, this is it, this is it. But as it relates to measles or polio, there's no reason not to do those shots. I mean, they've been proven effective for generations in the United States.
The direct impact of this decision by the president to slow these childhood vaccines, I don't see any possible positive result of that other than satisfying the Ron Johnsons of the world.
It accelerates vaccine hesitancy. It will lead
which is already in a questionable area.
It will lead to fewer people getting vaccines that are safe and proven and trusted. That means you will see more of what we are seeing right now, which is the largest measles outbreak in the United States in 100 years?
Yeah.
And that's bad. And none of it surprises me. Because once again, this administration went to the lowest common denominator. And Donald Trump cut a backroom deal to get RFK Jr. out of the race for president and promised him a position that he has no business in. And I'm sorry, but if you're on the one hand going to joke about how you used to do blow off of toilet seats, you shouldn't be the person in charge of saying, we're going to break up the MMR vaccine into 3 shots instead of 1 because I know best. No, you don't, sir. Sit down and shut up.
So how do go ahead?
Well, I was just going to say, as far as, because now this is a couple of weeks that we've been talking about this. It's since the diary of Anthony Fauci. And I know that we've talked about the difference between having personal conversation about the development of a novel disease versus what a comms strategy is.
Yeah.
And I do think that that's worth a conversation, right? It's like you have to have a united front as far as trying to deliver a message when it comes to public health, because even with this, because RFK himself has now gone back, is like, get the MMR, get the vaccine, as we have this massive outbreak after he has spent his entire, uprise in public health talking about how vaccines are bad. And so there is something, as far as science is always evolving, but a comm strategy for public health has to be somewhat clear and definitive as far as telling people this is what we need to do to all be healthy.
Yeah, 30 seconds isn't enough time to get into the tension between science and public health and communication strategy. So I'm just going to end by saying this. Listen to your doctor, folks.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can afford one and you have a primary care physician.
Yeah.
Follow their advice for you and your family. Have a conversation with them. Don't listen to politicians.
That's good advice. Less politicians, more doctors. I think that's safe, right?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
We all appreciate science, I think, on this program. All right, we got grab bag coming up. Say something nice. Might be hard today. We'll see.
I want you to say something nice about Kristen, and I want Kristen to say something nice about Steve.
I love Kristen, and I love working with her. That's my nice thing about Kristen. But she's not getting my say something nice. That's for somebody else. A gentleman who had a big race on Tuesday.
Mine's going to surprise everyone, I think.
Ooh,
really?
There's a tease. That's a radio tease. So we got the local news update coming up from the great Connie Weber on this Friday from the Fair Bank 59 Studios. Before we get to any of that, here's now the latest 1, 2, 3 from ABC.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Brian Clark. Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty to 2 federal charges admitting to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2014. ABC's Eric Katursky was in federal court in New York.
He said that he stalked Brian Thompson after learning there would be an investor conference for United Healthcare. He didn't know the exact location. He said he emailed United Healthcare posing as an investor with $50 million in capital so that he could learn it would be at a hotel in Midtown Manhattan. And from there, it's Mangione seen on video shooting Brian Thompson in the back.
He'll be sentenced in December, but still faces state murder charges. That trial's due to begin next month, but defense lawyer Karen Freeman-Anifalo says those charges should be dismissed.
It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct.
This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:31. I'm Connie Weber. A man from Pleasant Prairie accused of stabbing his father has been arrested in Nebraska. Police say 18-year-old Joseph Nymick stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st in Kentucky Wednesday. His father should recover. Nebraska State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along Interstate 80 in Hall County and arrested Nymick. It's unclear when he'll be extradited back to Wisconsin. A woman gets 12 months probation and has to pay $6,000 in restitution for starting a massive fire that destroyed an abandoned warehouse on Milwaukee's north side. Ellen Stevens pled guilty to negligent handling of burning material, a misdemeanor, admitting to accidentally starting the fire by discarding a cigarette while trespassing in the former tannery near 32nd and Hampton. The Lincoln Avenue school communities received enough donated supplies to start the new school year following the school's devastating 5-alarm fire. Milwaukee Public Schools says it's no longer accepting donated supplies after an outpouring of support from the community. Lincoln Avenue students and staff will begin the school year September 1st in dedicated space at Pulaski High School, where they'll have their own entrance, classrooms, and cafeteria. The MPS Foundation will continue accepting monetary donations to help meet future needs. Time now for news about your money with the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Still down arrows on Wall Street. The Dow off 117 points, 53,722. NASDAQ off 104, 26,698. S&P 500 down 13, 7,785. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Taking a look at the roads now with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. Still working that crash. It is off on the right shoulder, I-41, US 45 North, about a quarter of a mile beyond the ramp from Capitol Drive. Here's your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Warm and humid today, high 77, and an increasing chance of showers tonight. Overnight low of 70. Scattered showers tomorrow morning, high 78. Sunday, humid, chance of showers, high of 81. Less humid, sunny on Monday, high again 77. Tuesday, increasing cloudiness, muggy again with a high of 82. 75 in Madison and in Green Bay, 76 in Milwaukee. I'm Connie Weber. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 11:33.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Meet Jim and Rita.
We went on a motorcycle trip.
But somewhere in Wyoming, Jim and Rita were in a serious accident.
They blocked off the interstate and everything and took us to the hospital.
Sometime later, Rita made a discovery.
She had noticed that the bracelet was gone. And I asked the trooper, is there a chance we can go out there and see if it's still there?
And amazingly,
he found a couple of pieces.
It was only 2 tiny links of the bracelet.
Jim was determined to buy Rita another bracelet from Kessler's.
And I had my checkbook in my hand.
But when he arrived there,
and I said, okay, how much? And she says, that's part of our warranty.
Jim and Rita discovered the Kessler's miraculous, no small print warranty.
It's just amazing that you guys do this.
And it's true.
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple.
It surely is miraculous.
Read the Kessler's miraculous, no small print warranty yourself at Kessler'sDiamonds.com.
It's 11:30 something. I don't have my clock up. But we're at the fair, Bang 5-9 Studio. Joseph Pecky, Bill McCoshen, Kristen, and Steve. And I was saying hi to some folks. Tom from Arizona was saying hi, and everybody's had a good mood today. The sun's shining.
We've had a lot of people stop by the window.
Yeah, so before we get to grab bag and say something nice, actually it's inverted, say something nice and grab bag. What do you most love about the fair, Joseph Pecky?
The animal barns are a classic. I love them. I try to do them every time. Unfortunately, I got to race out the door today. I was also a big fan of the milk stand when Herb Cole and the Milwaukee Bucks were running that. Is that still big. Around?
I think they give milk away, but obviously Herb's not.
My favorite cows are brown cows. I love me some chocolate milk.
Because that's where they come from.
It's almost a Max joke there. Way to channel that.
Do we have a Max joke today?
I'm going to have Jazz. We're talking to you, Jazz, producer of the show. If you could find Max's joke from Wednesday or what was he on Tuesday?
Tuesday.
We'd love to cue it up for the guys. And
I like the food.
We'll do it on a break.
There's nothing like the food.
What food though?
All of it, because it's stuff you're not going to make at home. Right? So you get to sample different things. It's all terrible. It's all high calorie, and it all tastes phenomenal. So I like the food. I mean, look at me.
Do you draw a line?
A lot of meals.
Do you draw a line at like the bugs?
I would never eat bugs.
But if it's fried, Bakashin will eat it.
Would you eat bugs?
I mean, if it was a dare, yeah. I'm not waiting every year for my chance to go eat a bug at the fair.
So you're spending the day with your family here.
Yeah.
So what are you guys going to do?
Frankie's coming?
Frankie's coming.
Take her to the animal barns.
I'm going to.
It's adorable.
We will definitely go to the animal barns. We will definitely go down the big slide. I think she's still too small for anything in Spin City except like making Dad try to win a stuffed animal somewhere. But we'll get some food. Maybe I don't even know if she's allowed to go on the. Do you have to be a certain height to go on the Ferris wheel?
She's a pretty tall kid.
She is a tall kid. She is like 40 inches for being 2.
That is a really, really high Ferris wheel. It's on the
They give a special exemption if you have bangs.
Southwest side of the fairgrounds. And if you're asking me, and no one did, I would always go for the grilled cheese. The lines are long because they're really good. They're $4.
Is it just the cheese, or do you throw some protein in there?
No, just grilled cheese. And they have every day have a special one. They had what was the one they had?
It was like a habanero cheddar.
Yeah.
They have a special cheese, grilled cheese every day with a special kind of cheese.
Yeah, and don't sleep on this. So right next to them, if you're looking at the grilled cheese, right around the corner from it is a milkshake stand.
Ooh, I
$5, vanilla or chocolate. It is the best vanilla shake. No surprise, I love vanilla. I've ever had in my life.
Those milkshakes bring Steve Scafidi to the yard.
And for somebody who talks about Milwaukee weight loss so much, it's a challenge.
Aren't you the diet guy?
I am the diet guy. All right, lovely day at the fair. Join us, Bank 59 Studio. Thanks to Lefts for fueling us. They do a great job right inside the Raceway entrance. We'll take a break. After the break, say something nice.
Now I want to get a chocolate milkshake to go.
There you go. It's easy to get to. All right, quick break, 6:20.
Picture this, a perfect summer evening, great friends, and dinner on the patio overlooking a beautiful course. That's Racine Country Club. More than golf, it's a place to relax, gather, and belong. A new energy is here, and you're invited to experience it. From great food to unforgettable events, it's a lifestyle built around community. Whether it's a quick night after work, dinner with friends, or a weekend with family, Racine Country Club offers something for everyone, year-round. Discover what's new at Racine Country Club. Visit racinecountryclub.com.
Hey, it's Kristen Bry from Point Taken on 620 WTMJ. You know, in radio, you usually just hear my voice first, but when you meet me in person, out in the community, maybe at the state fair, you likely will notice how big my smile is and how good I take care of it. And yes, that's because Dr. James Michaels and the team at Economowalk Dental Care take care of me. And yes, I drive all the way from Milwaukee to Economowalk to see Dr. Michaels and his incredible staff. Because when you find a dental team that makes you feel comfortable, listened to, and cared for, that drive is worth it. Dr. Michaels has been practicing in Economowalk for more than 25 years, and his approach is simple. Treat people the way you want to be treated. So whether you're due for a cleaning, thinking about cosmetic options, or just need a dental home where you feel at ease, call Economowalk Dental Care at 262-567-7224. Economowalk Dental Care with Dr. James Michaels, the team I trust with my smile.
Looking for unconditional love? It's waiting for you at Haws, the Humane Animal Welfare Society of Waukesha County. Every day, animals arrive hoping for something simple, a safe place, a gentle touch, a family to call their own. A wagging tail, a soft purr, a quiet moment on the couch. It could all start with you. When you adopt from Haws, you're not just bringing home a pet. You're giving love, hope, and a second chance. Visit hawspets.org to meet your new best friend. Haws, your shelter, our community, for the animals we love.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spirit wear is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spirit wear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spirit wear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
Classic feeling. Your home is failing. Windows are old, roof looks horrible, siding is distressed. Even your front door fights you on everything. Hi, I'm Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, and I will be on the Fix It Show this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. 1 hour where you get to call in and ask about your failing home and how the professionals at Siding Unlimited can help you. Can't wait until Saturday? Bring your pictures to our Siding Unlimited showroom and let's chat. Start your home updating journey with Siding Unlimited at sidingunlimited.com.
Yeah. You keep saying your side is better. It's time to say something nice about the other side of the political aisle on Point Taken.
Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody.
All right, Bill McCutcheon, say something nice, please.
I'm going to say something nice about Governor Tony Evers.
There you
he
go.
put his entire legacy on the line to try and get David Crowley across the finish line. As Joe eloquently said earlier today, it is unprecedented. We'll never see anything like that again, and people will be talking about it in Wisconsin for 100 years. But that doesn't happen without Tony Evers personally getting involved and traveling around with him. And frankly, at a point in time, maybe even on this show, he said he didn't think Fran Hong could beat Tom Tiffany. That was significant in the race. So hats off to Tony Evers. He pulled off the unthinkable, and he deserves credit for it.
Joe Zepecki.
Every single Republican on the ballot in America on Tuesday night, except for Mike Lindell.
I actually agree with you on that.
Because 99.9999999% of them accepted the will of the voters.
Yeah.
Didn't cause a fuss. didn't refuse to concede.
As did Fran Hong.
Right. Everyone acted honorably and in accordance with the best of American traditions, and I really appreciate that.
Kristen.
Caroline Leavitt.
There you go. Wow.
Woman to woman.
Yeah, I'm
mom,
surprised.
Mom to mom, as far as
I
doing.
can hear Helen Reddy in the background.
Yeah, doing the job that she did with that kind of stress, with a small one at home, doing it while she was pregnant. You have to imagine how I feel about her in a lot of ways. But as far as I can't even imagine what it is to do that job and be a mom at the same time. And so credit to her for the job that she's done, at least when it came to balancing her life. But,
that's a good
we'll see what she does next.
That's in the spirit of say something nice. I'm going to say the comeback kid, David Crowley, County Executive Milwaukee. Again, 100 years. I mean, this is a story that is incredible. And I've actually worked with him. I think I understand him. I've interviewed him probably 20 times. He's a serious person. And as much as I get crap for talking about compromise and bipartisanship, he understands it. A lot of other candidates don't, and I think he should get credit for that. And I think a lot of people in the state of Wisconsin will get to know him. That's why he's got just as good a shot as anybody to beat Tom Tiffany in the fall.
I think as people familiarize themselves with David Crowley's story, they are going to be moved, beyond what they typically think of politicians.
I didn't ask it before when we started talking about the election results. What do you think the next couple months are going to be like? Because a lot of people were anticipating a different race, a different candidate. We have Crowley now and obviously Tiffany. What's the tenor and tone of that race going to be like?
I think it's going to be pretty nasty.
You think so?
I do. I think that's too bad. But I'd also like to make a motion for can we just take the last 10 days of August off?
That'd be nice.
I think the candidates would benefit from it. I think we would benefit from it. I think the people of
Fair
Wisconsin,
point. Yeah.
as they're focused on getting the kids back to school and enjoying the last days of summer, would probably enjoy. Let's just take a little halftime
Can we
break.
just move the primary up? What is the work that has to be done?
What has been moved?
We
I
already
know it has been moved up, but don't we think it's a little bit
I would
further
prefer
in the cycle?
April or May, truthfully.
Right?
I think that's a good idea, actually. August is August. It's come on, what are we doing here?
I'd go May or June. I wouldn't go as early as April or May.
All right.
You'd leave this.
But you understand when you separate it out of the regular election cycles, as more money costs, more work for clerks and all that stuff. So we make it harder, it costs more.
Yeah, Bill, I think you and I agree. The last thing we need to do is introduce more partisanship into the April elections.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know I was going to ask you. The counting concerns in Milwaukee, I understand why they happen. It's part of the law of the land. We have to count them at a certain time. But those sort of things make us look bad.
They're terrible. And Joe and I know George Christensen, the clerk, and we think highly of him. He's a good guy. Milwaukee County is the one county that cannot make mistakes. They have to get it right every time. Part of the answer to this is we have to start counting absentee ballots before 8 o'clock on Monday night or Tuesday night, and that has passed the state assembly. It's stalled out in the state senate. I'm for that. I think the people on my side who talk about the Milwaukee dump, because of the way the system's set up, that will exist until it is changed. It's not like it's rigged. That's the system. But, there were human errors on Tuesday night, and, fortunately we got through it. But George and his team have to do better.
Who was the deciding vote for where I died in the Senate?
On that bill, I don't remember.
I don't even know that Devin brought it up for a vote.
I'm not sure it did.
Oh, really?
I think that's more likely. Which is, you had overwhelming support for the idea, right?
Yeah.
U.S. Senator Ron Johnson.
But then what would they complain about, Steve?
Right.
That's actually a good point as well.
There are some
be a
people.
wink and nod that you'd be able to tell people ahead of time that the ABs have all been counted and your candidate's up by 20 points.
Yeah. At some point we've got to trust clerks. They do a really hard job very well. Whether it's city, county, village, whatever it is, they do a really tough job very well. Let's trust those clerks. Yeah. Those are they're like us. They're regular folks. They're not politicians. They're just doing their damn jobs. Quick break. Grab bag. You're going to jump out of here real quick, so I want to let you go first. Kristen, Steve, Bill, Joe, point taken, 620 WTMJ.
How did the hamburger introduce his girlfriend?
How?
Meet Patty.
Nice.
Stay informed with what's happening in the Badger State and beyond with Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Today, after 60 years of being in business, Ridgeland Farm now closed, and I was here as the first bus pulled up with the final dog.
Join us each weekday from noon until 3 p.m. or catch up anytime on our YouTube page or the Wisconsin's Midday News podcast.
Hey, with summer starting to wind down, the kids heading back to school, new routines. Yeah, that's part of it, right? Perfect time for you to focus on your health routine and your weight loss journey. I'm WTMJ Steve Scafidi, and I can honestly say that I've never felt better. Well, never is a big word, but I've never felt better in the last 20 years than I have since I started my journey with Milwaukee Weight Loss. I wasn't looking for a quick fix. That's the biggest difference. I want something that worked, so I started last January in 2025. Got back to fit, lost 60 pounds plus now, eating foods I like, still had a vanilla shake yesterday, still eating pizza. I had that a couple days ago. I'm not constantly dying. I'm not depriving myself. I'm just resetting my metabolism, which is why it works so well. Clothes fit better, sleeping better, all that stuff. More confident. Doctor-developed, easy-to-follow, doctor-supervised program. Great coaching as well. You can help some people lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two and up to a pound of fat per day. Sound like something you want to get involved in? No drugs, no surgery, no injections. Here's the promo opportunity for you. If you decide to do it by August 31st, and starts with the conversation that's free, you'll receive $200 off the complete program when you enroll before that deadline, which is August 31st. You still got some time. Don't wait until the holidays to lose that weight or to restart your life. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-235-3980. That's 262-235-3980 or visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Tell us Scafidi sent you.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller $10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at ACCUNET.com.
It happens without warning. And when it's a truck crash, everything changes. Trucking and insurance companies know how to protect themselves after a crash. Call Gruber Law Offices and let us protect your rights. Never take on the insurance company alone. We've got the knowledge, skills, and resources to fight and win. And you pay nothing up front to get the help you need. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
I'm Parker, and I'm working at the Wisconsin State Fair Portesi Pizza booth inside the Wisconsin building.
What's so good about this pizza?
It's just really handcrafted and made with love.
Well, you read all the notes. That's a good job. Are people being nice to you at the Wisconsin State Fair?
Yes, they're being very nice.
Everybody?
Yeah, most people.
When you're not working at the Portesi pizza place, what do you like at the fair?
Spin City's really fun.
I'm going there tomorrow with my grandson. Thanks for coming on the show. At the fair with young Parker. How about that? All right, so grab bag. I know Jazz is going to play the thing. We don't have time. Joe, you got to go.
Parker's my nominee for the next White House press secretary.
Hey.
Crisp, clear answers.
Yeah.
Tight.
And follow the talking points.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
At 12?
All right.
Awesome.
My grab bag before I race out of here. Poly Market had Fran Hong at 97% likelihood to win going into Tuesday. Whether it's Kalshi, Poly Market, or any of these other ridiculous gambling sites, I don't ever want to see them included in political news coverage.
I agree.
I don't want to hear the takes. If you talk about them as if they matter at all, immediate unfollow, block. I will never listen to your program again. Oof. We can talk about polling another time, but the betting market nonsense
trash
has to stop.
Agreed.
You cool with that?
Mic drop.
Yeah.
What, that I never get to talk about it again?
Yeah,
Good luck, Coach.
I don't think so.
Can I talk about how terrible it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. See you, Joe. All right, Bill McCoshen.
My grab bag this week is it appears the Packers may actually have a kicker.
Trey Smack.
Trey Smack last night kicked. We got all of our points, 3 field goals. One was a 58-yarder. He actually made 2 58-yarders. One didn't count. He was the only kicker drafted in the draft, and he's the only kicker in the Packers camp. If you are a hardcore Packer fan like Steve and I are, and I know my buddy Pete Erickson, I see him at a lot of games, he's listening. The one thing the Packers have lacked the last couple of seasons is a consistent kicker. So I'm bullish on Trey Smack, and I hope he can continue to deliver like he did last night.
Since mine's Packers related, let Kristen separate those two things.
I was struggling for one, but I feel like since we've talked a fair amount about data centers today, we might as well end on this note. So just a reminder that Tom Tiffany did in fact vote for the 10-year ban of states being able to regulate AI. So as far as just remembering that, and that was Trump has been pushing that states should not be able to regulate AI, and Tom Tiffany did vote for that. So as far as, paddling backwards from that and figuring out what his data center stance actually is.
Put that on our list of questions when he joins us in studio in the next month.
I'm a states' right guy, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah?
States should be able to do that.
They should be able to do, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, mine is also Packers related. I am so thankful that real football's back. I miss NFL football deeply. That's my Sundays, and now the other days as well, and I get to talk about it on occasion. I look forward to football season because as you know, I'm a season ticket holder, as are you.
Yeah.
A lot of people give us crap for that, but it shows that we're dedicated to the team.
Who gives you crap for being season ticket holders?
They say I talk about it too much.
Oh.
Yeah. Knuckleheads. People on social media.
You can't talk about it enough.
No, and this is the start of what's going to be a nice long run all the way through February. Hopefully the Packers have a great season. But if they don't, I'm still going to be there because I've been there since 1983 as a season ticket holder when I got them first at County Stadium. The Green Bay Packers are the it team for me, and I love the Brewers and I love the Bucks and all that stuff, but they are the it team. I would say most Wisconsinites feel that same way.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
So the Brewers did beat the Dodgers last night in the ninth inning,
which is awesome.
And if you didn't, I heard it on the radio. If you didn't, I didn't see it
3
coming.
runs in the top of the ninth.
What a wake-up call, because they were just having fits over their San Diego series, and what a wake-up call for this team and a demonstration of why they are such a talented team.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen in the playoffs? I believe the same thing that Dom Contronio believes. This team's going to the playoffs.
Oh, no.
And
no
I can't
question.
wait to listen and watch to that story because this has been a great run. And Pat Murphy, I've said it, he should be my grab bag.
Yeah.
The guy just gets it done.
What's his arm tattoo?
Oh, I didn't know he had one.
I only saw he was wearing short sleeves the other day, and I saw a little bit of the shadow of a tattoo, and I was like, I wonder what that is.
I have no idea what his arm tattoo is, and I'll be able to join him in the world of tattooed men.
I know. You know that he's getting a tattoo?
What?
Yes.
When he goes to Hawaii.
My granddaughter asked me about one. I said, don't you dare. I'm old school.
If you were to get a tattoo, Bill, what would you get? Bucky Badger?
I don't even know. I've never given it any thought.
Really?
Yeah.
Never?
I've never given it any thought. No.
So you're anti-tattoo?
I'm not a tattoo guy.
It's funny you said your granddaughter doesn't. My little granddaughter Charlie, she
one.
goes. She says you don't want to get a tattoo. She was so afraid, but I'm going to get it anyway. I've earned it.
I got a feeling Carlin's going to not listen to me on that too.
All right, Kristen, we'll see you in studio on Monday. We're going to hang out after the fair. Bill McCoshen, have fun in Scotland.
I will.
Yeah,
I'll be with you guys by phone next week, but heading to Chicago in the afternoon and then flying to Scotland Friday night
for golf.
All
right, from the fair. Last sign off. News is next. 620 WTMJ.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory's arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy, and helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $1 million for stolen funds, fees, and experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 30% off your first year with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. 1-800-LifeLock, promo code BECK. LifeLock.com. Terms to apply.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps. They made the catch. Banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Fly ball right center. It's back and gone.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's noon. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, a manhunt happening now after a shooting in Milwaukee.
I'm Adam Roberts. A Wisconsin suspect caught more than 700 miles away in another state.
Muggy today. Do you feel it out there, everyone? A little bit muggy. They're shaking their heads, yes. And look at this. Look who we have outside of us. Lovely fans, but also the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck.
Yeah, when did that show up?
I don't know, but I'm loving it. We've got the Piggly Wiggly Pig. We've got awesome fans. Hello. And we also have the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. That is great. Tonight, I want to let you know we could see some rain. We're going to dip down to 70 degrees for the low. It is currently 74 degrees in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, happening now, Milwaukee police are searching for the person who shot and killed a 16-year-old on the city's north side yesterday. Police say someone in a vehicle shot the child near 41st and Clark. The boy died right there at the scene. His family has identified him as Armani Thomas Cotton. They say he was well-loved and enjoyed playing basketball. Thomas Cotton is the 7th kid under the age of 18 killed in Milwaukee this year.
A man from Pleasant Prairie accused of stabbing his father is arrested in Nebraska. 18-year-old Joseph Nymek had a warrant out with an attempted first-degree intentional homicide charge. Racine police say he stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st in Kentucky on Wednesday. State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along I-80 in Hall County, arresting the driver. It is unclear when Nymek will be extradited back to Wisconsin. The victim is expected to be okay.
Concerns about the mental health of sailors and Marines on board the USS Abraham Lincoln have the Navy sending a new aircraft carrier to the Middle East with a fresh crew.
The USS George Washington headed to the region reportedly to relieve the Lincoln, though the Navy won't confirm that due to operational security. Meanwhile, lawmakers are demanding answers here. Some have even floated paying a visit to the ship. Senator Richard Blumenthal sent this letter to the Defense Department saying, in part, the Lincoln's extended deployment raises broader questions about the Navy's ability to sustainably generate carrier forces while preserving service member well-being, maintenance schedules, fleet readiness, and the capacity to respond to future contingencies.
That's News Nation's Corey Smith. U.S. Central Command called the reports of issues false. They say the sailors and Marines on board remain resilient and resolved.
President Trump asking the U.S. Supreme Court to save his White House ballroom project. ABC's Devin Dwyer.
The Trump administration is asking the U.S. Supreme Court for an emergency stay of a lower court injunction that would halt substantial portions of the above-ground construction on the White House East Wing and ballroom while litigation over its legality continues. Lower courts have concluded Trump likely lacks authority to overhaul the White House without congressional approval. The injunction is set to take effect August 21st unless the justices intervene. Devin Dwyer, ABC News, the Supreme Court.
Another traffic change is coming to the I-94 West leg as crews prepare to move into the next stage of all that construction.
Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the work leading into that move is where it needs to be.
We're wrapping up work on that pushed-in retaining wall in the cemetery section that we've talked about before. That wall's wrapping up on schedule, and that's setting us up great for the next traffic shift.
The change will reduce eastbound I-94 to 2 lanes between 70th Street and Mitchell Boulevard through later this fall.
And this will give us a work zone to place permanent concrete pavement for the future eastbound lanes.
The big traffic shift is scheduled to start on Monday night, so heads up Tuesday morning. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Some weekly gains this week for all three of the big majors, but those gains in jeopardy right now. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 all in the red to begin afternoon trading. The NASDAQ, the biggest loser percentage-wise. They're off about 0.5%, down 126 points. The Dow's off 144, and the S&P 500 down 19 to begin the afternoon. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. More details at annexwealth.com.
Did you go to bed before the Brewers game was over last night?
I certainly did.
A lot of people did, and oh wow, what a comeback. We're talking about that ahead. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 12:05.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds, Cuddles, the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The Summer Drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. It was a loss until it wasn't last night for your Milwaukee Brewers, down 4-2 in the 9th inning. But the Brewers, with those 3 runs in the top of the frame, and they complete the comeback 5-4. Brewers in LA for the rest of the weekend. First pitch tonight at 9:10, so set your alarm clocks. Our coverage begins at 8:35 here on your home of the Brewers, WTMJ. A reminder for Packers fans, we are still talking about preseason, a 28-9 loss for the green and gold to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bright spot, though, was kicker Trey Smack with 3 big kicks in the game, including one from 58 yards out. The Packers travel to Denver to play in their second preseason game next Friday. And we're watching for potential history in Little League Baseball this afternoon. Whitefish Bay 1 win away from making Wisconsin Little League history. The state champs beating Missouri yesterday. They have to get through Iowa. That game just getting underway a few minutes ago out in Indiana. The winner heads to Williamsport.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We do have a couple of crashes I want to let you know about. This one right here, it's in a busy spot, and it is starting to cause a slowdown. I-43 South at Highland Avenue. Right shoulder is blocked right now because of that crash. The backups are not too bad, but we could see that get worse. We also have down by the airport, 4394 North, just a little bit beyond 4143 East. 3 right lanes are blocked due to a crash. I'm going to pull up the camera for you on that one just to take a peek. It looks like emergency responders are out there already. Also, some good news. There's a tow truck out there as well. So hopefully, I do see a car on that tow truck already. So hopefully this one clears. But in the meantime, it is slow going right there on the 4394 Plainfield curve.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Brave Americans who served shouldn't be denied benefits or have a disability claim incorrectly evaluated by the VA. If you're one of those vets, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Well, if you're out at Wisconsin State Fair today, you're likely feeling the sticky. It is in the air, and that mugginess will continue all day today. Our friends at Storm Team Ford, the high at 77. I'm checking right now, and we're over that at the Wisconsin State Fair. 78 currently. We'll see how high things get today. 70 overnight tonight with shower chances increasing as well, so the cold won't be here overnight. The scattered rain Saturday, 78, slight chance rain Sunday, 81. Then the less humid air arrives on Monday with a 77-degree high. Again, it's 78 at the Wisconsin State Fair here at 1210.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back. And Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Jessica Ty. And in for Greg Matzik, it's Adam Roberts.
This might be the best day at the fair.
Why's that, Jessica?
Because it's Friday, it's the final weekend, I can feel the energy, and like we said at the top of the newscast here, we've got the Wienermobile right outside.
Yeah, there's a massive crowd here on the green berm just between us and the dairy building across the way. I think there's some sort of Piggly Wiggly giveaway going on, too. Lots of brown paper grocery bags, people going from vendor to vendor, picking stuff up. And, as you mentioned, the aforementioned Wienermobile always drawing a crowd. Someone's taking a little shot right now with the big vehicle.
Everybody wants their picture with their Wienermobile, and you can get so many great selfies today. We've got a lot for you coming up today. Coming up this hour, flock cameras are supposed to help solve crimes, but after a string of abuse cases, the company is rolling out some major changes. Will the new safeguards work? Plus, Jordan Love played, Aaron Rodgers didn't, but maybe the biggest Packers story coming out of the first preseason game, Trey Smack can kick.
How about that?
We were a little concerned, but first.
It's now at noon on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Breaking news today, Luigi Mangione pleads guilty to 2 federal stalking charges. Prosecutors say he tracked down and fatally shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk in 2024. ABC's chief investigative correspondent Aaron Kaczorski is outside of the federal courthouse in Manhattan.
He said that he stalked Brian Thompson after learning there would be an investor conference for United Healthcare. He didn't know the exact location. He said he emailed United Healthcare posing as an investor with $50 million in capital so that he could learn it would be at a hotel in Midtown Manhattan. And from there, it's Mangione seen on video shooting Brian Thompson in the back.
So the breaking news this afternoon, Luigi Mangione pleading guilty. This was a big surprise to a lot of people. After today's federal hearing, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jamie McDonald, said prosecutors do plan to seek a life sentence for Mangione.
A young woman receiving probation. This for starting a massive fire. You may recall this from earlier this year at an abandoned warehouse on Milwaukee's north side. The young woman's name, Ellen Stevens. She pled guilty on Thursday to negligent handling of burning material. That is a misdemeanor, admitting to accidentally, in her words, starting this fire. She was in the abandoned building with a group of friends. They were smoking cigarettes at the time. She discarded the cigarette on the ground, and the former tannery near 32nd and Hampton went up in flames. Stevens, in court on Thursday, did issue an apology.
I'm so indescribably thankful that no one was hurt, including police, firefighters, anybody else that was near it. I could have never imagined the scale of devastation that came from the wake of my thoughtless actions.
So Stevens received a sentence of 12 months probation, 200 hours of community service, but notably no prison time. Now, Judge Marisabel Cabrera did explain it was not requested by the prosecution, so she wasn't going to issue jail time. However,
I have to say that if they had recommended jail time, I would have also followed their recommendation because of the level of destruction.
Stevens also ordered to pay $6,000 in restitution. The building's owner, by the way, did try to request $12 million with an M in restitution. That was denied, though, because of the building's lack of insurance.
It's the final weekend of the Wisconsin State Fair, and the main stage is busy before a quiet finale. Violinist Lindsey Sterling brings her high-energy mix of classical, electronic, and pop to the Bank 5-9 main stage tonight. Paris is her opener. She's just fantastic. I've never seen her in person, but just going to look at her videos and whatnot to grab a little soundbite right there, I was in awe. She's so talented.
Absolutely. It's been a big couple of years for Lindsey.
Yeah.
She had the halftime show at the Packers game a few years ago, and it's been all up from there as well.
Then tomorrow night, it's AJR.
Way up we go. Been up and down that road. Way up, oh no. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me stand.
The indie pop trio AJR is the big show on the main stage tomorrow night. Then Sunday. Adam, this is a little bit different. There is no show on the main stage. The reason why? The Beach Boys, they were scheduled, but then they canceled last month. The statement at the time? Playing for you is the highlight of our summer every year, especially as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States, while saluting the 60th anniversary of Pet Sounds. They said they've been having a blast out there, and to keep the good vibrations going strong, they would be taking a short break. Burp, burp. State Fair did not schedule a replacement. There was hardly any time to do that. You can't do it just like that. But there is still plenty of music throughout the grounds on Sunday, including Milwaukee icon Pat McCurdy. He is playing the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater on Sunday. Pat heads, they're going to be packing the fair to hear the two things we hold dear. You know that one?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Pat McCurdy's show is a Milwaukee icon. He gets the crowd involved. It's so much fun. There's also his hit song, Come With Me to the Wisconsin State Fair. And that is an original, just in case you were wondering.
Can't not play that one.
Up next, is this a meaningful course correction or just damage control? Flock is making sweeping changes after a wave of criticism over its license plate reader technology.
Looking for a getaway with fantastic outdoor recreation? Sheboygan is a perfect destination. Hike or bike through Kohler Andre State Park and other local parks. There are all kinds of water sports, including surfing, paddleboarding, and kayaking. Sheboygan's walkability takes you to South Pier. Visit shops, play mini golf, and enjoy fine dining. Shop their farmers market and take in live music. It's the Malibu of the Midwest. Plan your getaway today at visitsheboygan.com.
Hi, this is Julie Coombs and Cindy Storm Fisher with Storm Fisher Investment Group. Are you a retiring professional worried about the direction of our economy, about making your money last? Come see what we can do for you. Let us show you how we take care of you to help you have a great retirement. We are at 262-796-8400 or stormfisher.com. See you soon.
Securities offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Osaic Advisory Services LLC. Osaic Advisory. Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory are separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth and Osaic Advisory.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
Are your employee-free Hasselus showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hasselus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
Flock says it's making major changes to its license plate reader system in part after a string of high-profile cases involving misuse by police. Just last month in our area, a second member of the Milwaukee Police Department was charged with misusing the system. Well, now Flock is adding some new safeguards. Supporters call it a step towards accountability. Critics argue it still does not address the larger question: how much surveillance is too much? ABC's Jim Ryan joins us with the details. Jim, let's start first by outlining the changes. What's going to be different here?
Well, yeah, more accountability for individual police officers, the kind who have been using this or misusing this technology for some time. For example, now Flock, as the background here, Flock Safety is the company that operates and distributes the majority of the automated license plate readers. There are other companies, but Flock Safety is the biggest, and so then they've received the most criticism too. So Flock Safety has put new rules into place. They've been in effect for less than 24 hours now, so there hasn't been a lot of reaction to it. But going forward, every vehicle search will require a reason. Whereas in the past, an officer could sit there in his or her squad car in the middle of the night, enter a license plate number of a former boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, whoever, then keep tabs on the person that way. That's where a lot of these violations have come from. Well, going forward now, law enforcement personnel will have to put in a specific case code that's tied to an investigation that they're working on, and not be using this system for personal gain. So audit assistance is another change that's gone into place. That was as an option before. It was offered up as an option on Flock. Now it will be mandatory. This tool flags abnormal search behavior. That officer sitting in a squad car in the middle of the night, entering the same license over and over again, checking the latest data on it, well, that's going to be verboten under these new rules from Flock.
One of the other changes, Jim, is that Flock will reduce its default retention period from 30 days, which is where it was, down to just 7. Do we know why that was the magic number chosen? And could a police department still choose to keep data longer than that?
Yes, it could, depending upon whether they need the data as evidence in a case that they're working on. But yeah, I think it was just arbitrary. They went from 30 down to 7, 1 month down to 1 week, I suppose. But yeah, that was one of the big complaints, Adam, that the data is held on to for so long. So people who are driving around, and the majority of us have not committed a crime, right? Most of us, we hope. But our car data has been locked in the Flock database for some time, 30 days. But now that's going to be shortened down to 7. Does that mean that your car won't be in the database if you haven't committed a crime? It does not mean that. It probably will be, Adam.
Jim, you mentioned some mandatory changes. Are there also voluntary recommendations? Because I reached out to the Milwaukee Police Department last night and just said, hey, Flock made this big announcement, new safeguards coming, changes, and I said, do you have any reaction to this? And they wrote me back and said the Milwaukee Police Department created a robust audit for our use of the Flock system, and we are in the process of reviewing these recommendations from Flock for our department to see if we can improve on the audits that we implemented.
Yeah, and I think a lot of departments will be undergoing the same kind of audit or an internal review of how these cameras are being used, maybe how they're being misused, and how these new rules can be implemented to ensure that the violations don't happen in the future. It's interesting to see that, people on the left, liberals, are upset with Flock. They say that it's an intrusion, a violation of privacy. Conservatives are upset at Flock or at the other license plate reader companies because they think it's a government overreach. But somewhere in the middle, Jessica, are all these police departments that say, you know what, the technology works, it has helped us to solve crimes, and it may help to prevent crimes in the future.
We mentioned at the top the case involving a couple of separate MPD officers, notably recently one of those, Josue Ayala, sentenced to 12 months of probation and a fine for allegedly stalking their romantic partners. Nationwide, though, with a broad brush, Jim, how widespread has the problem of allegations of officers using this to, whether it's stalk a romantic partner, someone else in their life, someone they have no professional connection to, just how widespread has the issue become that Flock felt the need to make these changes?
Well, I started looking at some of that data, some of those instances, and the cases just go on and on, page after page. It seemed a lot of them were centered in Georgia, in Georgia, around Atlanta. Flock is based in Atlanta, and that's kind of where they began the rollout, so it would stand to reason that you have more complaints or more wrongdoing there simply because you have more cameras and a longer history in that area. But yeah, it kind of runs the gamut from a low-level rookie police officer and in some cases police chiefs who have been misusing this technology.
There are some people who are so passionate about, they don't want this in their neighborhood. They do not want this in their city. I was looking through a recent meeting last night from the Milwaukee Fire and Police Commission when they talked about this audit that the Milwaukee Police Department was doing and the changes they were making. And as this one man was testifying, there were people behind him holding up signs. And they weren't standing there. They were sitting there. They were listening. But there were signs like, no flocking way. And then there was another one that said, go flock yourself. Mm-hmm. A lot of people do not want this in their area. And one of the bigger concerns, too, has been the possibility that this data could be used for immigration enforcement. Do these changes address that concern?
They do, yes. They allow departments to choose what types of cases can be searched for by other departments. So let's say immigration and naturalization comes into Madison, for example, and wants to see immigration data, or see specific vehicle data that is thought to be connected to someone in the country illegally. Well, Madison can opt out and say, no, you can't have that for that specific reason. There may be other reasons that they could have that automobile data, but not for that specific reason. That's just an example. But yeah, there are ways for departments to kind of pick and choose the sort of data that is released to other departments, including federal offices.
Separate from the stalking issues, Jim, there was another case that recently caught my eye on social media involving our state of Wisconsin here, where according to court records, police up north used Flock to track a man who had been allegedly crossing state lines to go to Michigan to purchase legal cannabis, and then used his travel history as a pretext to then stop and search his vehicle. So I think about the Fourth Amendment, unnecessary search and seizure. At what point does Flock and collecting millions of these individual snapshots become surveillance of someone's movements?
Well, and that's one of the arguments that Flock specifically and the CEO has made in the past, that, yeah, we can tell the make and model of a vehicle. Obviously, we can tell what the license plate is. We can see that primer-colored left front fender. We can see the bumper sticker. We can see some body damage, but we can't see who's driving the vehicle. We don't know, who's behind the wheel at any given time. Now, maybe it's kind of a little loophole that they're trying to use, but yeah, that's kind of in the argument. Yeah, we have data on vehicles. We don't have data on people.
The other thing I'm wondering, too, is the company trying to get ahead of a growing public backlash? I mean, is that part of it? More than 50 agencies have canceled, suspended, or rejected Flock contracts this year. And just one recent example in our state, the University of Wisconsin-Madison Police Department announced it's going to stop using the cameras on campus. We keep hearing Flock in the news. The backlash continues to grow. Is part of this just to get ahead of it?
Yeah, it may be too late. I mean, the horse is out of the barn
Yeah,
now,
maybe
right?
to stop it.
Yeah, is it too late to stop it? Probably not. To stop the controversy, and will these rule changes or technology changes back down the public outrage? Probably not, because I mean it still is cameras out there in public places taking pictures of your vehicle, my vehicle, and storing that data, and people have misgivings about it. What's more, I think it's also kind of a backlash against artificial intelligence. People are skeptical at best of AI and suspicious at worst, and some are downright terrified of it all. So I think because AI is generating or is powering these cameras, then you see a more basic mistrust of the entire Flock system.
ABC's Jim Ryan, thanks so much for the updates on Flock. We appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Do you hear that?
Is that circus music?
Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the eighth wonder of the world.
What are you doing?
Step right up and see the magnificent Beck sofa at Penny Mustard.
The Beck sofa is pretty awesome, but why are you acting like a carnival barker?
Ever seen a little car at the circus?
You mean a clown car?
With clowns that keep climbing out one after another?
I don't know how they do that.
Exactly. The Beck's sofa is Penny Mustard's clown car.
How so?
The Beck's appears to be a petite, apartment-sized sofa.
Yeah.
And yet, it comfortably seats several people, one after another.
That's why the Beck's is so popular. It fits in tiny spaces.
But it can hold contortionists, lion tamers, and the ringmaster, too.
Step right up and see the Beck sofa, starting at $19.77 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
John Mercure here for Connect Chiropractic. Life today can keep us stuck in stress mode. Headaches, poor sleep, constant tension, feeling worn down. At Connect Chiropractic, the focus isn't just masking symptoms, it's finding the root cause, helping your nervous system function the way it was designed so your body can heal, adapt, and perform at its best. If you deal with headaches, sleep struggles, or neck and back pain from long days at a desk, take a closer look. Start with a first visit at Connect Chiropractic. It includes advanced scans, digital x-rays, helping uncover what's really going on. Connect Chiropractic.
Ridgetop Exteriors. Trusted, local, affordable. Thinking about a new roof? New siding? New windows? Think Ridgetop Exteriors, your trusted local experts. We've been doing this for over 25 years, and we're good at it. Just ask our 40,000 satisfied customers. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, we handle it all. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com for your free estimate. No pressure, just honest answers. Ridgetop Exteriors. Trusted, local, affordable.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
And now, about your house. Eric Brown is the president of Siding Unlimited, your contractor for new windows, roofing, siding, decks, and a whole lot more. He knows about your house. So what do you know, Eric?
Recently, Siding Unlimited installed new windows in a home, and the homeowner loved the experience. Linda W. said, "I was extremely satisfied with the service that was provided by Siding Unlimited. I had a new roof and new windows installed in my house." Linda loved that she chose the right company for peace of mind. She also loved the colors. Larry, another Siding Unlimited customer, was thrilled with the experience. Larry's home looks brand new. Go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page and see our pinned message to listen to Larry's testimonial, but also see his house. Again, Siding Unlimited, knocking it out of the park. Looking for new windows, siding, roofing, and doors? Visit the 5-time Pella Platinum Premier National Window Contractor of the Year winner at sidingunlimited.com. Definitely listen to Larry on Instagram at Siding Unlimited LLC.
Eric and his crews at Siding Unlimited are your go-to contractor here for roofing and also replacement windows, decks, and of course siding. They've done it all at the Matzik households over the years. It started with windows, transforming our 1953 Milwaukee home into something beautiful. And then, on our new house, brand new LP Smart Side siding. Built 8 years ago, our house still looks brand new. Make sure to connect with Eric about patio projects as well. They've expanded our outdoor living space to an area fit with a beautiful cedar pergola, paver patio, gas fire pit, and more. The best in lighting? I can control it from my phone. All there at Siding Unlimited. Truly siding and a whole lot more. Take the next step and check them out at sidingunlimited.com. Siding Unlimited. Truly siding and a whole lot more.
It's just after 12:30. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, a man arrested for an attack outside a local pizza shop.
I'm Adam Roberts. What's public and private on the Lake Michigan beach could be closer to an answer.
It is muggy today. You can feel it. I just stepped outside. We're located right now in the Bank 59 studio at State Fair Park, but I just stepped outside where the Wienermobile is right now. And the Piggly
What a
Wiggly Pig. And all the people, all the fun fans out there. And you do. You feel the humidity in the air. We're going to have a high of 77 today. Tonight, we could see some rain. Heads up for that. We're going to dip down to 70 degrees for the low. It is currently 74 degrees in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a suspect arrested after beating up a man outside a pizza shop in Milwaukee. The victim was attacked outside Beddoes Pizza in Bayview Wednesday night. Video shows the suspect repeatedly punching and kicking the man to the ground. The 24-year-old was arrested today. The 43-year-old victim was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. I just talked to the guys over at Beddoes just minutes ago here, and they tell me the man who was hurt is a regular customer of theirs. He's always going in there, and they had not heard of the arrest yet, so they were elated when I gave them the news. That man arrested today.
A woman avoids jail time after pleading guilty to starting a 5-alarm fire that destroyed an abandoned warehouse in Milwaukee earlier this year. Ellen Stevens charged with negligent handling of burning material for discarding a cigarette after prosecutors say she and her friends trespassed in a former tannery building near 32nd and Hampton. Stevens apologizing to the judge in court.
I want to say how sorry I am to Holy Redeemer, the firefighters, the surrounding community, just anybody that might have been touched by this accident. I'm so indescribably thankful that no one was hurt.
The judge sentencing Stevens to 12 months probation, 200 hours of community service, in order to pay $6,000 in restitution.
The Lincoln Avenue school community has now received enough donated supplies to get students ready for the new school year.
Milwaukee Public Schools says the immediate need has been met following an outpouring of support after a 5-alarm fire destroyed the school June 30th. Lincoln Avenue students and staff will begin the school year September 1st at Pulaski High School with dedicated classrooms, a cafeteria, and their own entrance. The fire left the Lincoln Avenue building a total loss. MPS says it will distribute the donated supplies to teachers the week of August 24th. The MPS Foundation will continue accepting monetary donations to help with future needs. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
A Milwaukee County court case over public access to Lake Michigan's beaches is one step closer to an answer this week.
That answer could strip away public rights to walk along shoreline adjacent to private property. Judge J.D. Watts heard oral arguments on whether Paul Florsheim should have been cited for trespassing for walking along the lake near Atwater Beach in Shorewood last summer. Florsheim is arguing that the lake's ordinary high water mark is where private property ends and that Wisconsin's public trust doctrine grants access. Judge Watts said he will have a written decision on the appeal by September 4th. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
What a comeback win. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 12:34.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Family owned, family operated, family values. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Get your rock solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at accunet.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Talk about a sigh of relief for your Milwaukee Brewers out in L.A.
1-2 pitch.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Chorio around third, he will score. Mitchell's headed to third, he'll make it there. Jake Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
That's how it sounded on WTMJ late last night, and that Jake Bowers RBI single would be the deciding run. A 3-run rally. The Crew beat the Dodgers 5-4. Manager Pat Murphy impressed with how his team responded. This after that awful sweep in San Diego earlier in the week.
We're upset by how we've not been able to get across the finish line, successfully, and they're upset by it. We talked about it yesterday, and they responded today by playing all 9 innings and using all 27 outs.
Milwaukee and LA back at it tonight at Chavez Ravine. Robert Gasser facing Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Our coverage starts at 8:35 this evening on WTMJ. Packers will wipe that one from the memory banks. 28-9 preseason loss Thursday in Pittsburgh. We'll talk with ESPN Wisconsin's Jason Wilde about the game, and Trey Smack, the new Packers kicker, scoring all of the team's points, including a 58-yarder. That's coming up after your 5-day forecast. And we're keeping an eye on things in Indiana this afternoon. Whitefish Bay Little League, an opportunity to make history and become the first Wisconsin team to ever advance to the Little League World Series. But first, they have to get through Team Iowa. And right now from Whitestown, Indiana, bottom of the second, Iowa a 1-0 lead. And it's still early, so Wisconsin has a few innings to respond. They only play 6 innings in Little League, and Wisconsin, the road team, so they'll have about 4.5 innings to come back. 1-0 Iowa Little League over Wisconsin. That game's still in progress in Indiana.
Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. We do have a couple of issues. We've got 2 crashes I want to let you know about. One, I-94 East, very close to Barker Road. I am already seeing a backup because of this one. The right shoulder is blocked. This is I-94 East at Barker. There's a car that is off the road in the grass, and then there's another car behind it. Does not look like a law enforcement vehicle yet, so emergency responders not out at the scene of that one yet, but traffic is moving very slowly there. Also, another crash closer to the city. Watch out for this one. I-43 South at Highland Avenue. Right shoulder is blocked there. In this case, there is a tow truck already at the scene. There's a little bit of a backup. It's a tight spot. I-43 South at Highland Avenue. The right shoulder is blocked.
Can you feel the humidity tonight? You likely will. You're feeling it right now if you're out at the Wisconsin State Fair. High is expected to be in the upper 70s. We've already eclipsed what Storm Team 4 was projecting for today. It is, though, sunny, maybe a little bit hazy, and thankfully dry. Those showers will be on the way tonight. Low just getting down to 70 degrees. We'll have a chance for showers in the morning Saturday, 78. A slight chance for rain then Sunday, and 81. We'll finally get the humidity out of here on Monday, 77 and sunny, but then it's right back on Tuesday with a high of 82 degrees. Right now at Wisconsin State Fair, it is 78 at 12:40.
That music gets you revved up. Packers quarterback Jordan Love played, at least for one series. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers did not. Plus, let's talk some smack. The best in the biz. ESPN Wisconsin host Jason Wilde joins us live with highlights from last night's first preseason game and some insights into the Packers season ahead. Great to have you on a Friday, Jason.
I'm still trying to recover from that Lion King lyric that we got in about the humidity. Well played.
Yeah, I was wondering if you, I, and maybe anyone else would have gotten that reference to a 30-year-old Broadway musical turned into a Disney movie. But thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. We love that. Hey, Jason, Green Bay loses to Pittsburgh 28-9, but the final score really isn't what we're talking about today. The much-hyped Love versus Rodgers storyline never materialized out on the field, but it looks like the guys did get some one-on-one time before the game. What was the reunion like last night?
You know, they've got a great relationship. We talked to Aaron during the week in a Zoom call, and I thought it was interesting that he underscored the fact that things were a little more contentious with his departure from Green Bay than maybe we sometimes think of it, because it was not nearly as contentious as it was when Favre departed back in 2008, right? But he and Jordan have always been good. I think Aaron really did want to make sure throughout his time in Green Bay with Jordan Love that he didn't take out his frustration with the organization picking Jordan on Jordan, because Brett Favre certainly took his frustration out on Aaron when he was drafted. And I think that's why those two are still friends to this day, and they have a great relationship. So Mike McCarthy chose not to play Aaron Rodgers last night. I don't have any problem with that. I think it's the smart thing to do. Matt LaFleur decided to risk it a little bit and play Jordan Love. He got out unscathed, and that's the most important thing when it comes to the starters.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie, but they do in the preseason at least, Jason. 3 of 5 for 18 yards for Jordan. No one in their right mind is going to remember this at all. But we still can make some takeaways from first stringers who did play, even if it was just for a series or maybe even longer. As you were watching the game unfold, who were some top-tier guys who maybe gave it their all and it showed in this first game, despite the final score?
Yeah, I think one of the guys that you can't help but be intrigued by is their top pick. They didn't have a first-round pick this year because of the Micah Parsons trade, but I'll say this, Brandon Cisse, their second-round pick, he plays cornerback. He has impressed me from moment one, and I was talking to him earlier in the week, and I said to him, I've been doing this a long time, and there's only been a handful of rookies during my time who've really, from the moment they got here, seemed like they were older and more experienced than they actually were. And Cisse turned 21 on July 2nd. Like, he was 20 years old when they drafted him back in April. And I've just been so impressed with his maturity. And so, I think that's paid some dividends. I've seen guys like Greg Jennings and Randall Cobb. Those guys fit that profile, and so does Brandon Cisse. And he started, I think he's putting himself in position to be a starter at corner on day one against the Vikings in the opener on September 13th. I also thought their offensive line, I haven't gone back and watched the tape yet, but I thought Jordan Morgan, who's taking over at left tackle, had a solid night. But to me, the biggest, and I know you guys are dying to talk about the kicker, but the biggest non-kicker story of the night, even though his numbers weren't very good either, was a guy named Marshawn Lloyd, who has missed pretty much all of his first 2 seasons. He ran the ball 4 times for 13 yards. That's not an impressive number either. But he left the game healthy, which is something he has not done in the rare occasions that he's played in games in the NFL. So that was a big step for him last night.
Well, you guessed it. We do want to talk about the kicker because it might have been the biggest development of the night. Trey Smack can kick, thank goodness. Jordan Love actually called Smack the highlight of the night. So for those who said, okay, this is a preseason game, I don't really need to watch it and didn't watch but still want to know, and they're going to be solid fans throughout the regular season, how did Smack perform, and what are your thoughts, Jason, on this kicker as we get the season rolling?
Yeah, he was perfect. He was perfect. Not only did he make 3 field goals that counted, he also made one that didn't count, right? He made a 58-yarder. Matt LaFleur said afterward that the special teams coordinator, Cam Acord, did not want him to send Smack out there to try, and LaFleur overruled him, and Smack made it. Now, it didn't count because the Steelers committed a penalty. They took the points off the board, played a few more offensive snaps, and then stalled out again, and then Trey Smack made a 37-yarder. Then he made another 58-yarder that did count right before halftime, and then he made a 38-yarder in the third quarter. So in my book, he was 4 for 4.
Nice.
And for a guy that had obviously been inconsistent at the start of training camp, he needed this. Now, what I would caution people on, though, is that this is like, coming up to Green Bay and going to Bay Beach Amusement Park and riding the Zippin' Pippin, because there's going to be some times when the roller coaster goes down. And I think we need to remember that last night was a great night for him, but as Matt LaFleur said afterward, he's got a stack on top of that now. So Smack has got a stack on his good performance.
Look
good
at
alliteration.
that. Plus, the Zippin' Pippin, man, that's a ride, isn't it?
I'm afraid of roller coasters. I refuse to go on it.
Oh, really?
I'm more of
it's
a.
so tame.
I'm more of a carousel guy. And there's a great scene in the movie Parenthood where it talks about the roller coaster versus the carousel, and everyone wants the ups and downs of life. I'm good. I like the ups, but I don't enjoy the drops. That's for sure.
So roller coaster knowledge of Jason Wilde aside for a second, and you did mention something that I was curious about, and that is that Matt LaFleur wanted Trace Mack out there. Cam Achor, the special teams coordinator, says, I don't really know. But LaFleur, as you mentioned, made the overriding decision. As we're micro-analyzing maybe a little bit, Jason, but there's a lot of new coaches in Green Bay this year. As the last time you and I talked about this, much was made on the way things ended last year. So with this new group of guys working behind the scenes with the head coach, are we seeing maybe LaFleur trying to be a little bit more of an assertive, front-facing head coach type of person, given that there are a lot of new bodies in the building?
Yeah, I don't know yet about that. I can tell you this. I think he has been more assertive and definitive about guys' roles because, as I think we talked about the last time that we talked, one of the biggest issues, and he brought it up during the offseason, was acknowledging that there were guys that were dissatisfied with their roles. And the quote that keeps ringing in my ears is, and that took a toll on our football team. And I think he's gone out of his way to be more definitive about guys' roles and to tell them, hey, you don't like your role? It's up to you to do something about it. Make us change what your role is. Make us give you more opportunities. Instead of belly aching about it, do something about it. And I think if there's been a change with him, I think that would be the biggest one.
Okay, Jason, since we are broadcasting live from the Wisconsin State Fair today inside the Bank 5-9 studio right now, I got to set the scene for you. We've got the Oscar Wire Wienermobile outside. We've got, I don't know if the Piggly Wiggly Pig has a name, but we've got the pig out here. We see the Sky Glider and we see the America 250 wheel, the big wheel. Don't call it a Ferris wheel. It's not a Ferris wheel. It's an observation wheel. But you're not a roller coaster guy, so what would you rather do? Would you rather take a ride on the America 250 ride that is brand new this year, take a ride on the traditional, the classic Sky Glider, or take a ride in the Wienermobile?
I'm going to go off the board, Jessica, and I'm going to go, I go to the fair to go see the animals.
Oh! But you're skirting the question like a politician, Jason.
Yeah, I guess to some degree I am, but at least I'll say something of substance. I grew up in the city. I grew up in the city of Milwaukee, the south side of Milwaukee. I had never been to the farm. My life was, I was a city kid, or at least a south side of Milwaukee kid. And there's nothing I love more than being able to see the cows and the pigs, and that is my favorite part of the fair, and it doesn't matter what else I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, is going to see the animals.
Speaking of animals, is there a dog going off in the background, Jason? Is that your pup?
There's not one of them. There's two of them. I just got home, and the FedEx guy has dared to pull in my driveway. And
watch out, Mr. FedEx man. That's great. Well, hey, Jason, that was a very special answer, so I give you bonus points for that. It didn't answer the question, but it was a special answer, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday. Great to talk about the Packers' first preseason game last night. We appreciate it, Jason.
And listen to my dogs. All right, guys, take care. Be good.
Woof, woof. Well. ESPN Wisconsin host Jason Wilde. Stay close. Week in Review is up next.
Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee is setting the stage to rock your socks off. This August, jam out with real rock off. You could win raging prizes to the tune of $300,000. Get in on the jam session by playing with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries. Thursday nights will be a game show battleground for your share of cash and reward play. Real rock off. It's going to be epic. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burghardt Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service,
you can't beat Burghardt.
Hey, it's the weekend. Take your family and guests to the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Beautiful Supper Club near Holy Hill. John Mercure here. I love the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you can eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, the honey glazed salmon, the shrimp and scallop stir fry, surf and turf, your favorite steak or pasta, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Relax with a cocktail on that patio in the woods. The views are incredible. Then dinner in one of the 8 dining rooms. Serving Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. I highly recommend the award-winning Sunday all you care to eat brunch. The Fox and Hounds, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a must-see. Tables are open. Google, call, reserve. Enjoy a free world-class dinner this weekend at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early at the Fox and Hounds.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Tune in Saturdays at 6 a.m. for Legally Speaking with Kirsten Hildebrand. Hildebrand Law. Legal talk without the filler and straight to the point. Miss the show? Catch the Legally Speaking podcast on WTMJ.com.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale.
Milwaukee Weight Loss says back to school means back to you. Schedule now and enroll by August 31st to save $200 on the complete weight loss program. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com today. Schedule your free consultation. Hurry up. Offer ends August 31st. MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me.
Primary election day in Wisconsin, rare video games in Waukesha, the state fair, and more. It's a week in review, brought to you by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
What we do here is go back.
I suspect in some ways every vote Evers drives to Crowley, he may drive another vote to Hawk.
Why David Crowley?
He's done a good job. Having that executive experience is one that is really important for being the governor of the state of Wisconsin.
Voters are out in various polling places.
It's been pretty steady and pretty busy so far here in Waukesha City Hall. The turnout's been a little higher than a typical primary, so it's a pretty big day today.
Holy cow! Do you believe it?
He did it. A month after dropping out of the race, Crowley eked out a stunningly narrow surprise win over State Representative Francesca Hong, winning by less than 1 percentage point.
We were able to pick up voters all across the state, especially in rural communities. Our job is to make sure that we're tackling the affordability crisis, that we are lowering costs for families. We're focusing on, how we lower property taxes and invest in our public schools across the state.
What time did you go to bed last night?
I think it was 4 or 5.
That's crazy.
When's the last time you were up until 4 or 5 in the morning?
I would say about 50 years ago.
What do you say to supporters of Fran Hong?
They have to be part of it. We want them to be part of it. She'll be a good person to have around and bringing her people to the table.
He's Tommy Thompson, Governor, Secretary. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, first off, John, thank you for having me. And why don't we start building Wisconsin, building America? Instead of tearing down and tearing each other down, let's build each other up.
Officials from Milwaukee Public Schools and, more importantly, Milwaukee Fire Department detailing what they have now learned is the cause behind that school that burned down.
These dirty rags that were in a garbage can that then went up in flames in the overnight hours.
All of the dogs are now out at Ridgeland Farms. The doors have closed. The final dog to be released was an old mama, probably had 10 litters throughout her time, had lived her whole life inside the controversial breeding and research facility in Dane County.
I don't know if you can use the boat horn on a preseason game, can you? Packers couldn't get in the end zone in the 28-9 loss to the Steelers. Execution perfect in the kicking game.
We'll see if Smack can turn it into points, and it's good.
Padres win it here today at Petco Park, and they sweep Milwaukee to start up this road trip.
Sometimes you just gotta chill out and take a step back.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Jake Bauers Evers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
I think when I said we needed to chill the out yesterday, that's more along the lines of what it looks like.
A collection of ultra-rare Nintendo game cartridges found in Waukesha, and the games could fetch millions.
We were reached out to by a company called CGC Games and PSA Games, and they both said right away, like, hey, there's something different about these carts. We think they're a brand new variant of this game.
I discovered just how much you know about the Wisconsin State Fair, not just because of your research, but because of the research that your dad did.
He had a moment where he said, he saw how much more it was than just a few days every year. He only missed 2 in his lifetime.
Pan Yankee! Did I scare you again? I was scared you when you came in.
Well, you were right there. This is my element, kids. We just got done recognizing 38 sesquicentennial
150
farms
years.
and 72 century farms.
Heading out to look for some T-shirts.
What does your T-shirt say?
You, people. I think that dude legitimately did not like people. Definitely T-shirts that were, what's a nice way to say it, edgier.
What a week, eh?
What a week.
Limp Pickle's a bad pickle.
And now on to November.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Academic Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything in recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
No matter what we were doing, the Brewer game was always on. Kind of the background of my childhood. I wore number 17.
Oh, you did? I didn't know that was my number.
Yep. This is my friend Jim Gantner. Jim was always my favorite player. We did Jim's roof up in Eden.
Right. The great job he does on homes. Most important is honesty, integrity, and doing a great job.
See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
Where you live matters. Searching for assisted living can bring a lot of questions and a lot of emotion. At the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, we believe you need a clear, complete picture without pressure. That's why we partnered with the American Seniors Housing Association on whereyouLiveMatters.org, a one-stop destination with unbiased information to help you understand your options and connect directly with providers in your area. No confusion, just tools that help you take the next step with confidence. Start your research today at whereyouLiveMatters.org.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps. He made the catch. Banging Up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Churio around third. He will score. Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, accused assassin Luigi Mangione pleads guilty.
I'm Adam Roberts. Charges filed in a Milwaukee murder spree.
We have a high of 77 degrees today. You can feel the air. It is muggy outside. Lots of tank tops right now out at the Wisconsin State Fair. Hello, we are seeing the waves. Love seeing everybody. So many people out there today. This is a blast. You can just tell it's Friday. Tonight we could see some rain. We're going to dip down to 70 degrees for our low temp. It's currently 74 degrees in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing a healthcare CEO, just pleaded guilty to 2 federal charges. News Nation's Jessica Cartalia.
Mangione was asked by a judge if he is prepared to plead guilty to the federal charges against him. Indictments count 1 and 2, and they are stalking, resulting in death, and stalking through the use of interstate facilities. Mangione said yes to those charges. That means he still faces the possibility of life in prison on the remaining charges, and it is ultimately up to the federal judge to determine what happens next. This is called an open plea.
An open plea means the defense made a plea without a plea agreement. Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in 2024.
3 people killed in a violent murder spree in the city of Milwaukee last weekend. Now a man is charged with making those deaths.
36-year-old Thomas Zollicoffer shot his ex-girlfriend Vanessa Derrera and her friend Scott Buchholz at a party last weekend during a domestic dispute where he told police he, quote, lost it. He then drove to the north side of Milwaukee to buy drugs and shot Shamar Lahair in their home 25 minutes later. According to the criminal complaint, Zollicoffer admitted to killing all 3 victims. He's charged with 3 counts of homicide and made his initial appearance in court Friday morning. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
A man from Pleasant Prairie accused of stabbing his father was arrested this week in Nebraska.
18-year-old Joseph Nymick had a warrant out with an attempted first-degree intentional homicide charge. Racine police say he stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st and Kentucky on Wednesday. Nebraska State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along Interstate 80 in Hall County and arrested Nymick. It's unclear when he will be extradited back to Wisconsin. The victim is expected to be okay. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Preparations ongoing this afternoon in Hawaii for what could be a hurricane when it arrives on the Big Island this weekend. ABC's Alex Stone.
Hurricane warnings are now up for Hawaii County as Tropical Storm Lala continues churning closer to the Hawaiian Islands. It's now forecast to become a hurricane as it approaches the Big Island on Saturday. The exact timing and intensity are still uncertain, and much of it will depend on how close it tracks to the Hawaiian Islands. But still, heavy rain, strong wind, and rough surf are expected in Hawaii through the weekend.
It could be an unprecedented situation as no hurricane has made landfall on the Big Island of Hawaii in recorded history.
Drivers on I-94's west leg get one more weekend under the current setup before an eastbound traffic shift.
Another traffic shift is getting closer on the I-94 west leg, with crews finishing up work needed before the next stage begins.
We're wrapping up work on that pushed-in retaining wall in the cemetery section that we've talked about before. That wall's wrapping up on schedule, and that's setting us up great for the next traffic shift.
Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the coming change affects the eastbound side, where lanes will eventually narrow down from 3 lanes to 2. And as the traffic shift gets set up on Monday night, Tuesday morning commuters will need to keep an eye out for the new pattern. Debbie Laziga, WTMJ News.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Down day on Wall Street so far. Not major losses for any of the big 3, but still losses at that. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P all down about 0.3% this afternoon. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Smack and kick. Sports, traffic, and weather are next. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, East 106.
Catch a battle between two of the National League's best when the Brewers take on the Braves Friday, August 21st and Saturday the 22nd. It's a weekend of great matchups and great events as the Brewers celebrate Black Culture Fest at the opener Friday the 21st, featuring live art, live music performances, and a maker's market. Then it's Hank Aaron replica jersey giveaway day on the 22nd, courtesy of UW Credit Union. Don't miss it. Get your tickets today at brewers.com.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Are you sick and tired of overpriced fish fries? I am. I recommend the fish fry at the Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure. The haddock fish fry is all you can eat, $8.99. You'll pay twice that at other restaurants. I love the Mine Shaft fish fry. After a long week, escape from your kitchen with a cold beverage and a delicious all-you-can-eat fish fry. Desserts are buy one, get one free, and a kids menu starts at $3.99. And those kids can safely play in the world-class game room, quietly set away from the dining area while you finish up your meal. Take your family to the Mine Shaft today for the all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry at just $8.99. It's an incredible value. That's a crazy low price. The Saturday breakfast buffet is all you can eat for under $10. The Mine Shaft in downtown Hartford, lots of seating, lots of close parking. Also in Oshkosh near the EAA. Dig into that all-you-can-eat haddock fish fry today. Serving from 10:30. Arrive early. Beat the rush. Google the Mine Shaft restaurant and enjoy that fish fry.
Create the deck of your dreams with Menards. Build your outdoor project from the largest in-stock selection of AC2 lumber and thick decking. All pressure treated for enhanced durability. And it's easy to load in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates with our easy-to-use deck design program. Available in-store or on Menards.com. Save big on AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking. Plus, check out our weekly flyer online for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix-It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Reminder, Packers fans.
We're talking about practice.
Practice and preseason for at least the next few weeks. 28-9 the final last night in Pittsburgh. Packers falling. Star of the night kicker Trey Smack scoring all of Green Bay's points, including a 58-yard field goal. How does the head coach Matt LaFleur feel about his new kicker?
I thought Trey Smack going in there hitting a 58-yarder, and his Cam was telling me no. I told him yes. But to put him in that situation and to hit really two in one game is pretty incredible. So I thought he was definitely a bright spot for us.
Green Bay heads next to Denver. Preseason game number 2 is next Friday in Denver against the Broncos. Brewers back at it tonight in L.A., taking on the Dodgers after a comeback 3-run rally in the 9th last night for the 5-4 win. Robert Gasser gets the starting nod tonight for the Crew against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Our coverage starts at 8:35 right here on WTMJ. And we continue to follow things in Indiana right now. Little League Baseball, Team Whitefish Bay, an opportunity to become the first ever Wisconsin Little League team to advance to the Little League World Series. Got some work to do, though, right now. Bottom of the 3rd, playing Team Iowa. Win or go home. Iowa 3-1 the advantage in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Let's get you an update on the roads right now with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. It is a bit of a mess. on our interstates right now. I-94 West at Hawley. That is a busy spot, especially right now. It's in our construction zone. You've got a lot of people who are on I-94 West right now trying to make their way to State Fair. If you're coming down from the city, most of you are taking I-94 West to the Wisconsin State Fair. And we have a crash. I-94 West at the ramp from Hawley. The left lane is blocked. I've been taking a peek at the cameras for you here, and it's a disaster. You've got emergency responders out there. It looks like there is a tow truck out there. I see one of the cars. It is sideways, and it is smashed up against the embankment, basically. You've got the median right there, the cement, and the hood is popped. I mean,
oh boy,
this is a bad one, and you've got traffic just slowly trying to inch on by. The good news is there is some movement, but if you're in it, I'm sorry, it is not going to be cleared up very quickly here. Hopefully soon, though, because the truck is out there. The tow truck is out there. That's a new crash that popped up just before 1 o'clock. I-94 West at the ramp from Hawley Road, and that is not it. If I drive out further to the west, out to the Brookfield area, we also have a crash out there. I-94 East, very close to Barker Road. Right shoulder is blocked because of a crash. I do see, it looks like there has been some movement with this crash. One of the cars is now gone, and you've just got one lonely car that went off the side and is sitting there in the grassy median. Looks kind of lonely, but traffic will be moving through just a little bit better here in a couple minutes.
Well, one of those days to stay hydrated, even if it's not going to be super hot, because it's going to be muggy. You're likely feeling it if you're one of thousands walking through the Wisconsin State Fair right now. The forecasted high was 77, but I think we're going to get past that today. Shower chances tonight, a low of 70. We'll continue the rain possibility into the morning tomorrow. Slight chance also on Sunday as well. Then the humidity exits briefly Monday with a high of 77, then turns a 180 and comes right back down to us on Tuesday with a high of 82. 79 degrees right now at the Wisconsin State Fair at 112.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back. And Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Jessica Ty. And in for Greg Matzik, it's Adam Roberts.
What a blast of a Friday. Hello, we've got some young ladies who just rolled up. Thank you for coming. We have so many fans out here, Adam. It's so much fun. And I have to say, happening right now, you've got numerous people taking selfies with the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. What do you think? We're going on. We've been on with Wisconsin's Midday News about an hour and 15 minutes now. I think I have to have at least seen 75 selfies being taken with the
And that's the low end of the estimate, too. And they're still happening right now. I don't know if you're coming out to State Fair. I don't know how long the Wienermobile will be here today, but you can't miss it. If you know where to find WTMJ, right by the guest services area, right if you come down Gate 1, walk past the elephant ears and the funnel cakes, and then boom, Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. You can do a little double dip. Visit us here at the Bank 59 studio, then take your selfie with the Wienermobile right across the way.
There's one man who just took a picture, and he was in a yellow shirt. It was like a mustard shirt. He was matching it. I mean, that is one of those shots that is going to be plastered on Instagram. Hey, look what I did today, everybody.
And now it's time for 3 Big Things on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number 1, the Milwaukee Police Department is now reviewing the big changes Flock just announced. The company behind more than 120,000 license plate tracking cameras across the country is putting in new guardrails after a report found police officers have been using those cameras to stalk women.
In response to the growing backlash and privacy concerns, Flock now says it will delete its data after 7 days instead of 30, require a criminal case number for every database search, and automatically lock out officers whose activity looks abnormal. Privacy advocates claim it doesn't go far enough. The Center for Democracy and Technology calling it, quote, the same just trust us policy with a fresh coat of paint.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. I reached out to the Milwaukee Police Department last night to see if basically what they think about Flock's new changes. And they sent me a statement. It ultimately says MPD created a robust audit for their use of the Flock system, and the department is now in the process of reviewing these new recommendations to see if they can improve on the audits already implemented. Coming up in about 5 minutes here, we're going to dive into the changes the Milwaukee Police Department has already made.
Number 2, a feel-good story on a Friday concerning Milwaukee Public Schools. We're just a few weeks from the start of the new school year, and you may recall that awful story about the Lincoln Avenue School fire, 18th and Lincoln, earlier this summer. The building deemed a total loss, and now you have hundreds of students having to get ready for a new year in a totally new building. But some good news, and really showcasing just what what we do in the Midwest. When someone's down, we pick each other up. MPS sending out an announcement today. They have received an outpouring of donating supplies, backpacks, pencils, notebooks, etc., and that they have received so many, they are no longer able to accept any more donations.
Wow.
They are continuing, the school's foundation is to accept monetary donations on behalf of the school. Also, if you want to drop off a new backpack, Milwaukee Police are still accepting backpacks for their drive at any substation in the city. They'll all go to Lincoln Avenue students. That continues through August 24th. By the way, the school students still set to go into Pulaski High School to begin the new year. It's unclear where and how long those students will be at Pulaski. But some good news and an outshowing of good community support ahead of the new school year.
That's fantastic news. Number 3, the final beagles from Ridgeland Farms are now in Florida. That's more than 1,000 miles away from Dane County, Wisconsin, and the cages they lived their entire lives in. WTMJ was there as the beagles got ready for their big ride and their new life. The bus full of pups rolled into Palm Beach County yesterday, a little more than 24 hours after Ridgeland Farms released them. Big Dog Ranch Rescue will let these dogs settle in a little bit first. They're not rushing to have them adopted. In the meantime, workers and volunteers will monitor each beagle and take note of their personality, their temperament, and their behavior. Each dog is a little bit different. They actually make kennel cards for these dogs, noting their differences. Then in about 2 weeks, the final Ridgeland dogs will get spayed and neutered. Then Big Dog Ranch Rescue will reveal all of the adoption applications, and we know from the previous batches that went down to the nonprofit, there is a huge demand for these beagles. People from across the country have adopted them, and people from around the world have applied to. It's 1:17.
You should be listening to Wisconsin's Midday News with Greg Matzik and Jessica Ty each weekday.
This is a deep cut. I like this song. I'm gonna buy this song, so tell me what it is.
Nobody does it like McFarlane. It's AI generated 90s R&B featuring our favorite Chief Washington correspondent. It's you, buddy.
But if you missed us, catch up anytime with our Wisconsin's Midday News podcast, powered by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more.
Okay, they just rolled in with our food from Lef's Lucky Town. Thank you,
goodness.
Lef's. I said it yesterday. This food is so good. I've been saying it for years. There's something about their menu. It is so tasty, and they always switch up their menus at State Fair. I've gotten this every day. That's very rare for me. Usually I like to try something new. Mm-hmm. It's the cilantro rice bowl.
That's where I started day one. I got the rice bowl myself, too. I'm usually the chicken tender dinner guy. That's what I'm having today, but usually I'll mix it up.
One of the days, there was some of that sriracha chicken just a little bit on top of my cilantro rice bowl. That was fantastic. I don't know if like one of our coworkers actually got accidentally got some chicken, didn't finish it, and put it on mine or what, because I don't think it's supposed to have it, or if somebody just added that thinking I would love it. I loved it. That was fantastic. Hey, every afternoon at 3 p.m., Les Lucky Town's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill is giving you the chance to win Brewers tickets with their Taste Great, Less Filling coin flip game. Just pick your side, watch the giant coin flip, and see if you're still standing. While you're there, enjoy great food, cold drinks, and don't forget to ask about the euchre tournament happening on the final day of the fair. That's Sunday. But yes, a big thank you to Lef's Lucky Town. It's a great spot to go out and check any day, their physical location, but also right here at Wisconsin State Fair.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
Attention travelers, the Fox World Travel Vacation Showcase is coming to Oshkosh on Saturday, September 12th. Meet over 20 top vendors, including major cruise lines, tour companies, hotels, and WTMJ's own Steve Scafidi. Attend expert travel presentations, unlock exclusive booking offers, and enter to win amazing prizes. Registration is required to attend this premium event, and space is limited. Secure your spot today. Visit foxworldtravel.com to register right now.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Well, at the top of the hour, we talked about the big changes Flock is making after public backlash to its license plate reader system and abuse by law enforcement. Now let's dive into what the Milwaukee Police Department has already done to stop officers from exploiting the system. Milwaukee police are actually using lessons from previous misuse of the department's Flock cameras to help catch questionable searches. Last night, I watched a Milwaukee Fire and Police Commission meeting, and Adam, you would know this. Sometimes it's just a lot of stuff, right? And they can be long, and sometimes they're not as meaty or, as interesting as we might like.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes a coin toss. You were talking about coin tosses with lefts earlier, and I think some of these meetings can be the same way.
This one was actually interesting.
Okay.
So you had a rep there discussing the changes that the Milwaukee Police Department has made, and its new audit looks for unusual activity. That includes comparing an officer's searches against that officer's own typical use of the Flock system.
And so if you're an officer who, when you get assigned a case or if you see something, you search that card 2 or 3 times. And then one day, you search something 40 times. That makes your own use a really high Z-score against your own regular patterns. So we establish these patterns over time of how do these officers usually do cases and then measure high Z-scores against that individual metric. And there are officers who, by the nature of their assignment, have high volumes, and there are officers who don't. And so when those things ping, we want to know about that because it's outside of the typical expectation that we have for that officer. And that tool over time gets better because patterns and trends change over time, and that tool will allow you to see how that pattern changes.
And police acknowledge the audit is not set in stone. They expect to adjust what gets flagged as they learn more about how officers are actually using Flock.
The outliers of today might not be the outliers of tomorrow, and we want to have this thing be fluid to be able to catch those. I don't know the data-based solution to build towards that, but it's certainly something that we can work on. Okay. I will say that's not to say that those things are never going to get caught. They will. We'll see it later, but it will be a few weeks removed from the actual instance. And again, that being an outlier doesn't suggest that there's 70 officers who are going to get referred for misconduct in public office. That's not what that is. All that's saying is you're searching this in a way that goes beyond the average of averages. We might want to look at that.
And get this, the system is already producing consequences. MPD says 2 users had their Flock access removed following an audit in April.
You mentioned, obviously, there's sort of this new user agreement and the increased threat that someone might get removed from the system. Has anyone been removed yet?
I did remove 2 users based off of the April audit. Again, though, these are cases where the case number that was entered doesn't match the expectation, and so they have to figure out what that is, but we're still going to have them do that. But we're also saying on the front end, the officer didn't meet the expectation of the agreement. So even if there is a good reason for it, we're not going to have you a part of this anymore.
The changes came after increased scrutiny over how Milwaukee police officers use the license plate tracking technology. And the department actually used a previous misuse case when building this audit.
We certainly looked at the officer's use that triggered this misconduct. Like, we were aware of this pattern and how this happened. That certainly helps inform what is it that you want to look for when you find volitive use. Unfortunately, our department has a use case for that. And so unpacking it and finding that, okay, well, when an officer searches a plate over a period of time and they're the only officer looking at it and it hits a high Z-score, there's something there. Usually what we're expecting to see is some report that says why that is, an explanation of it. But again, so we lower the threshold for 5 or more queries by an officer to be like, after that point, that's something I want a supplemental or an initial report. I want it very clear about what this is. And again, that 25-day or more pattern. And so if you're keep looking for this car, we need to see what case number it's associated with so we can figure out why.
This summer, a second MPD officer was charged with misusing that license plate reader system. But once again, the new development today that's local is MPD tells me they are reviewing these recommendations from Flock just to see if they can improve the audits that they have already implemented. We'll keep you posted on whether MPD makes any more changes in the wake of Flock's updates. Local news and top national headlines up next.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Griffin's Hub. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. Griffin's Hub is making August a huge month to save. Right now, you can lease a brand new Jeep Cherokee 4x4 Laredo for just $381 a month for 42 months with $39.99 down plus tax and fees with approved credit. That's an outstanding way to get behind the wheel of a legendary Jeep. Or if you've had your eye on a new truck, check this out. Griffin's Hub has a 2026 Ram Rebel for just $59,340. That's an incredible $18,000 off MSRP. One of the biggest savings you'll see all year on a Ram Light Duty. Whether you're looking for SUV capability or truck toughness, Griffin's Hub has the deals to get you moving. Visit Griffin's Hub today or shop online at griffinshubchryslerjeepdodge.com. But don't wait. August offers end August 31st. See Griffin's Hub for complete details. Offers available with approved credit, lease, and purchase offer. Expires August 31st, 2026.
No frozen discs here.
Nope, our crust is all made from scratch.
I wonder how many miles of fresh pizza dough we've rolled out here at Marty's.
I don't know, James. Is it crazy to say it's got to be 1,000,000 miles or more?
It's been a long time since Marty started rolling the dough.
And our original sauce recipe is still intact since 1957.
Well, Dad, when it's good, it lasts.
Marty's Pizza in Delafield. At this point, it's an institution.
And Marty'sPizzaDelafield.com for easy online ordering.
Marty's Pizza. Do you remember when times were good? Well, they're good again. It's as good today as it was in the past. It doesn't get any better than that. Remember Marty's Pizza.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field, it's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Accident Mortgages and Equalizing Lender, NMLS ID 255368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at accunet.com.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. If you're looking for expert care without that cold clinical vibe, Sweet Talks is where beauty, wellness, and self-confidence comes together in such a fun, welcoming space. Sweet Talks offers injectables, advanced skin treatments, even wellness services like weight loss or hormone optimization. Sweet Talks provides a comprehensive consultation designed just for you. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
It's 1:30. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, a manhunt after a shooting on Milwaukee's north side.
I'm Adam Roberts. A woman avoids jail time after accidentally burning down a Milwaukee warehouse.
Do you feel the mugginess out there? We certainly did. Not inside, though. We've got the air conditioning here at the Bank 5-9 studio at Wisconsin State Fair. High of 77 degrees today.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Some family members of crew aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln say they're worried about their health and safety. The aircraft carrier has spent a record 9 months deployed amid the war in Iran. President Trump today downplayed those concerns.
That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long?
No. Not nearly long enough.
Today, the president asked the Supreme Court to allow construction on his White House ballroom to continue while it appeals the lower court's order halting construction. Luigi Mangione admitted to killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City almost 2 years ago as he pleaded guilty to 2 federal charges. He faces life in prison when he's sentenced in December. His attorneys are seeking the dismissal of state murder charges, saying it would be unconstitutional to try Mangione again. That trial is due to begin next month. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 1:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center and happening now, Milwaukee police are searching for the person who shot and killed a 16-year-old on the city's north side yesterday. Police say someone in a vehicle shot the boy near 41st and Clark. He died right there at the scene. His family has identified the teen as Armani Thomas Cotton. They say he was well loved and enjoyed playing basketball. Thomas Cotton is the 7th kid under the age of 18 killed in Milwaukee this year.
No jail time for a young woman who pled guilty to starting a 5-alarm fire that destroyed an abandoned Milwaukee warehouse earlier this year. Ellen Stevens, charged with negligent handling of burning material. She discarded a cigarette inside the former tannery near 32nd and Hampton while inside the building with her friends. Stevens apologizing in court Thursday.
I want to say how sorry I am to Holy Redeemer, the firefighters, the surrounding community, just anybody that might have been touched by this accident. I'm so indescribably thankful that no one was hurt.
Judge sentencing Stevens to 12 months probation, 200 hours of community service, and ordering her to a $6,000 payment in restitution.
A lack of helmets and seatbelts is being blamed for most of the deadly ATV and UTV crashes in Wisconsin this year.
There have been 29 fatal and 49 non-fatal ATV and UTV incidents so far in 2026. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources says another major factor is riders not completing a safety education course. 15 of the fatal crashes were rollovers, 6 involved collisions with motor vehicles, and 4 involved riders being ejected. The DNR says riders should always wear helmets and seatbelts, stay sober, and take a safety course. In 2025, there was a historical increase of fatalities, 42 to be exact, marking a 45% increase compared to 10 years ago. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
A Milwaukee County court case over public access to Lake Michigan beaches, one step closer to an answer this week.
That answer could strip away public rights to walk along shoreline adjacent to private property. Judge J.D. Watts heard oral arguments on whether Paul Florsheim should have been cited for trespassing for walking along the lake near Atwater Beach in Shorewood last summer. Florsheim is arguing that the lake's ordinary high water mark is where private property ends and that Wisconsin's public trust doctrine grants access. Judge Watts said he will have a written decision on the appeal by September 4th. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Lost at the fair? Well, we hope not, but if you do get lost at the fair, the experts at the information booths are ready to help.
From Sporky's winners to animals to rides, the workers at the Wisconsin State Fair information booths have it all.
Crazy things happen every day. Every day is different. Guest services is definitely a position where you have to be flexible. You have to be kind of have thick skin.
There are 8 total info booths, which employees say can answer almost everything. Guest services specialist Alyssa Aleke.
Volunteers are actually like teachers, so we just have kind of the patience and the virtue to be able to handle situations.
The State Fair runs through Sunday. At the Wisconsin State Fair, Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Well, I've certainly seen a lot of Brewers gear out at Wisconsin State Fair today, and how about that crew last night? Sports traffic and weather is coming up next. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 1:34.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scafidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary.
We opened our store in July 31st of 93. A year later, in August of 94, we sold a lot of furniture that month. I'm like, wow, we make money at that level.
Ben and Arvid from Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Of course, we didn't have any employees yet, and so it was easy for us to make money at that level.
You said it was easy to make things work, but it was just us two. Only from a profit and loss standpoint.
Yes.
But from a work standpoint, it was 7 days a week. We were doing deliveries on Sunday mornings sometimes.
We didn't have any expenses.
Yeah, but we didn't have a life either.
PennyMustard.com.
Vince Vitrano here with your HVAC guy, Urban Heating and Cooling. How much longer does that furnace have? Question to ask my man Ryan. His family-owned business with his wife Ellie, based in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Now, what Ryan most wants to do is help you get as much life out of that furnace that you've already got. But when you have him in for a tune-up, now he can give you an honest assessment on how much longer that older unit will hold out. Free estimate is always part of the deal, so you know it will fit your budget. Tell him Vinny sent you when you call urbanheatingandcooling.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Time for a WTMJ Sports update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports desk. I wouldn't begrudge you if you fell asleep early last night. Brewers baseball on the West Coast can run late, but if you fell asleep early, you missed the comeback. Down 4-2 in the ninth, the Brewers' bats came to play. 3 clutch runs, and then it was up to Trevor McGill in the bottom half of the frame.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball to right. Back Lara, warning track, makes the catch, and this ball game is over. The Brewers scored 3 times in the top of the 9th inning, and they take game 1 of this 4-game series against Los Angeles.
That's how it sounded on WTMJ. 5-4 the final. Brewers and Dodgers back at it late tonight at Chavez Ravine. Robert Gasser, the starting nod for your Milwaukee Brewers. Our coverage starts at 8:35 right here on your home of the Brewers, WTMJ. Packers will head into preseason game number 2 next week, Friday. 0-1 for the 3 pre-regular season tilts after falling 28-9 to Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, though Rodgers did not play in last night's preseason game in Pittsburgh. Jordan Love on the field for just 1 series, 3 of 5 for passing, just 18 yards. No one will remember that because the star of the night kicker, Trey Smack, scoring all of Green Bay's points, including a 58-yard field goal. How about that? Packers again back at it next week Friday. They'll be in preseason game number 2 in Denver. And we continue to follow things in Indiana, where Team Whitefish Bay is 1 win away from advancing to the Little League World Series. They'd be the first Wisconsin team ever to do that. But a little bit of a jam right now late in this one. Wisconsin batting in the top of the 5th, down 4-1 to Iowa, which was one of the favorites to come out of the Midwest region. Winner today advances to Williamsport. Still some time, but only 6 innings in Little League. So they've got the top of the 5th and the top of the 6th to make some magic happen for Team Whitefish Bay. 4-1 in the top of the 5th.
Let's make some magic happen,
Let's
right?
go.
Maybe
Rally
they can
caps.
be like the Brewers last night. The
Everyone
comeback
outside
kings.
at State Fair, put your rally caps on for Team Whitefish Bay. They need our support.
Oh, I love it. Come on, guys. Okay, let's check out the roads. Get you an update here with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. I do have a good development for you. That crash that we had at I-94 at Hawley, which is a busy spot any time of the day right now because of the construction. That has now cleared. However, there are still delays because we still have the construction cones and we don't have as many lanes as we used to have, right? So we do still have delays on 94, especially 94 westbound. As you are coming out of the city, as you get close to the Menominee Valley, it really starts to get slow, extremely slow right around the ballpark there at American Family Field as you're making your way out to State Fair Park. Also seeing some delays eastbound on 94 as well as you're making your way around American Family Field into the city. We do have one crash still out there. It's out in the Brookfield area. I-94 East, just a little bit beyond the ramp from Barker Road. The right shoulder is blocked. You've got a white car that went off the road and is just sitting there in the grass. Looks like they left it because the emergency responders are no longer there. I'm guessing they're waiting for a tow truck to come out and get that one. People would say it's hot in the city. I think it's more the mugginess that is impacting people at the Wisconsin State Fair today.
Yeah, but I don't think Muggy in the City is a top 40 classic rock song, Jessica.
Yeah, I guess that one didn't go. Let's check in right now on the weather with TMJ4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Naznansky. Brian, I was hoping you might be driving the storm chaser that we saw making its way throughout the fairgrounds the other day. It looked like a beast as it was rolling through.
No, I wouldn't have been driving it, but it could have been inside it. Yeah, we've had a couple of days that we've been out at the State Fair. We're hitting up a number of other community events. Hopefully, we can get out there again this weekend. But yeah, you're right. I heard your intro. Muggy has definitely been the theme this week. It hasn't been the temperatures. It has been the humidity, which, of course, is the saying here in Wisconsin for late summer.
Well, the nice thing is we have a little bit of cloud cover as I look outside here. We're inside the Bank 59 studio right now, and I can see outside. You've got some kind of milky clouds out there that are helping a little bit. And I know there's a little bit of a breeze, too, because I see the American flag blowing in the wind. You've got one of those America 250 flags out there. You've got the corn dog flags. It's such a mix. So that's helping a little bit, too. But I am wondering about the chances for rain tonight. You've got a lot of people who are coming out to the State Fair tonight. There's also Irish Fest down by the Summerfest grounds today. So a lot of things going on as people continue on with their summer plans before the kids go back to school. What are you looking at for tonight, Brian, with the rain?
Yeah, so honestly, I think this evening, for the most part, we're looking dry. Just another day where we have a small chance of rain. Now, this has been, you can look at this forecast from a meteorologist standpoint in two different ways. One way, it could be frustrating and difficult, where you're like, okay, there's enough of a chance each day to put that rain icon on the map and everything. But then you have to look at it, and then if it doesn't pan out, some people are thinking, okay, where did the rain go, this and that. But you can look at it another way. For me, it gives us an opportunity as a human, as a person who gets 3 minutes on television or 5 minutes here on the radio to kind of dive a little bit deeper into those chances. And it's the message that we can convey that maybe your app can't, that could hopefully help people out. And I think in the last few days, we've been trying to convey the message that most of this time frame will be dry. But what we have is a setup that there's a stationary front to the south of us, and they've been getting just pounded with round after round of rain and storms across Illinois. And we've just found ourselves on the fringe of this. And I think that trend continues as we head into the weekend. Now, tomorrow in the morning comes, I think, our next decent chance that we at least get clipped with this next round of rain. But again, I think the heaviest of this will be down closer to the state line, guys.
Yeah, I was thinking about, you mentioned all the rain Northern Illinois has gotten. It was, I think, Tuesday where they just got bombarded with those triple-digit wind gusts down there. There were some tornado warnings, and I just found myself thinking, boy, with Wisconsin State Fair, you also had election night on Tuesday, which is already stressful, but I mean, not to suggest that it's good that bad weather happens anywhere, because that's not what I'm doing. But for our area, boy, very happy that we, for the most part, have avoided just the bombardment that they've been getting in Northern Illinois.
It's been a tough week to our neighbors down across Illinois. Now, I hate the Bears, but I don't want bad weather for Chicago. It's a different story. But you're right. Yeah, Tuesday was a big-time event down there. Confirmed tornado, along with those straight-line winds that were, in some cases, around 100 miles per hour. Now, we'll have to watch tomorrow. I don't think we really have to be too concerned with severe weather. Anytime this year, it's always a possibility. But I really think tomorrow for us in southern Wisconsin will be just some rain, maybe a little bit of lightning and thunder. and the best chance of it will be early in the day. Now in Illinois, again, there's a little bit better chance where there's enough heating that they do see some bigger thunderstorms. But again, I really don't think the severe threat overall is that threatening. Going to have to watch again on Sunday as a weaker cold front drops down, could spark another round of showers and storms. That could actually be Saturday night into Sunday. So again, this weekend, you're going to see rain chances in the forecast, but it's going to be one of those cases where the exact timing and location of the rain will be TBD up until maybe the day of. So I wish we could be better at it, but it's just kind of the scenario that we're dealt with the stationary front part to the south of us.
All right, and I don't want to fast forward to the weekend, but I know, or through the weekend, excuse me, but as we look ahead to next week, will the humidity go down a bit as we approach Monday?
I think Monday's a little bit better. I don't think it completely goes away. I am not seeing, like a kick of cool, dry Canadian air or air that comes out of the plains. I still think we're probably dew points in the 60s, which technically is still humid, but that's better than the lower 70s that we've had for much of this week. So a little relief Monday, but we could see it spike back up again Tuesday and Wednesday. If the pattern is just right, August tends to give us some of our most humid weather. Now, we've already passed our peak as far as average high temperatures. That's more like late July and the first week of August. But what we get is we still get these air masses that have built up a ton of moisture from the Gulf. And then you throw in, yes, corn sweat. It is a real thing where corn won't by itself create a humid day. But what it can do is as the corn is very mature this time of year, it could release enough moisture that maybe it takes a day of dew points in the middle and upper 60s and pushes it into the 70s. So just a little additive to the humidity these next few weeks.
All right, that's Chief Meteorologist from TMJ4, Brian Naznansky. Have a fabulous weekend. Hope to see you at the fair.
All right, guys. Yep, we'll see you. Have fun.
All right, we're reeling Jessica Jerky in right now. What kind of exotic food does she have at the fair this year? Here she comes. She's coming into the studio. We're live with her next. It's 1:46.
For 70 years, Geis has been the trusted garage authority in Wisconsin. WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. Don't let a busted garage door get you down. Call my friends at Geis today. With brands like CHI and LiftMaster, they have doors for every budget and will even build custom designs to meet your exact needs. For swift and reliable garage repair solutions, go to GeisDoors.com. You can also visit their amazing showroom in Brookfield and their custom design room.
Don't think twice. Call Geis. You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists. You can't beat Burkhart.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first softwave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape, and they're great for building dry-laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds, too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods. Cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
If you've been listening to us from the Wisconsin State Fair the last few years, you know one of our favorite traditions here in Wisconsin's Midday News is finding out what Jessica Jerky has on her menu, items that you would never imagine eating. Jessica is the owner of Appleton-based All Things Jerky. She's got the All Things Jerky booth here, also the Exotic Meat Grill right next to each other. And this year, she didn't just bring the weird and the wild. She brought 2 finalists in the State Fair's biggest food and drink competitions, the Sporkies and the Drinkies. We have them here. I'm going to show you, for those of you who are watching live right now, you're streaming with us, whether it's on YouTube or social media, in a moment. But first, it would be a miss, because I thought of you when this happened, if I didn't ask you about the Fox Valley and the tornado, because I thought of you. I thought, oh, Jessica Jerky is up there in that area. You have your business there. I know that you're okay and your store is okay, but that's your community. How are things going weeks after that terrible EF3 tornado?
Well, I'm sad that we had to leave right away. It hit Monday. We were already hauling trailers Wednesday and Thursday to the State Fair, so we didn't get to help out a lot before we left. But we are anxious to get back and help our community, our friends, our neighbors. We know a lot of people that lost their houses, their cars, their garages. I mean, just a lot of damage. I'm sure that the community has come together at this point and cleaned up a lot, but we definitely want to help any way we can when we get back.
Where were you? Can you walk us through what happened when that tornado hit for you?
I was locked in a Quick Trip.
Oh, that's so Wisconsin.
Spot to be.
So Wisconsin.
I was on the road at the time, and when the sirens went off, I was actually in New Holstein. The sirens went off. I had my 2 little grandbabies in the car with me, and I had nowhere to go. And I kind of panicked, like, do you knock on someone's door? What do you do? You know, I've never experienced this before. And I happened to turn the corner, and there was a Quick Trip, and it's like the lights, and I'm like, oh, thank heavens. So I ran up to the door with the kids as soon as they were locking it, and they said, we're sorry, we're closed. I'm like, I have nowhere to go. Can I please come in? They said, yep, but then you have to stay. I said, I don't care, I'll stay.
Yeah.
So we hung out for over an hour in the Quick Trip, locked in, and rode out the storm. And luckily, it didn't hit that area as hard as Appleton and Menasha. But it was still frightening because we already knew about the damage that had occurred in Menasha, and we were just trying to get back home, and that was, scary in and of itself. So, but yeah, we just hung out there for an hour, and very thankful for those employees who let us in. And, it's just a blessing that no one was killed during that storm. I mean, it was a major tornado, so we're very happy.
Jessica, you're a small business owner. A lot of the stories we're hearing from this storm are small businesses saying, we're trying here, we hear you, we want to be able to serve you, but we're working through it. I know Manderfield's Bakery in Menasha was completely wiped out. So these are places critical to our heart. I think we often talk about, the Midwest, when you're down, I pick you back up. It doesn't matter if I've never met you before in my life. Yep. Specifically with small business, when it is such a hyper-competitive nature, the margins are so thin, everyone's trying to compete for a buck every day. How important is it, though, to set that aside in moments like this and just, I know we're normally competing, but right now we're all on the same team?
Exactly. And as a small business owner, I think that we do that all the time, year-round anyway. Even at the fair, like we've had our neighbors run out of propane. We give them a propane tank. We're always helping. So especially in our home community, we're going to be helping. We're supporting other business who are able to help with things. We're all supporting each other. The Manderfield family, we've worked with them closely over the past years. Our heart goes out to them, and thank heavens those 11 employees were able to take shelter in the basement, and we're not harmed. around. And I don't know what their plans are to rebuild or not, but I think at a time like that, you just come together as a community, small business, not everyone just trying to help everyone.
Well, thank goodness you are okay and your area is okay. And yes, I mean, we really lucked out. Fox Valley lucked out because the timing of that tornado, and nobody was killed. That was pretty amazing. Well, we are happy that you are down here at the Wisconsin State Fair, back again for another year. And you always bring us some goodies, some creepy goodies.
Sometimes something weird, but this year a little more mainstream.
Okay, I love this one. For those of you who are streaming right now, this is the Bayou Crunch Cup. Jessica, tell us what's in this, because this was a finalist for the Sporky.
It was. So we're from Wisconsin, like we just talked about, but we are very involved with Cajun cooking and Louisiana gator and crawfish. So we wanted to put together a really cool crunch cup this year. So it's got layers of our Sidewinder fries, which are not snake, they're potato. Then we've got some gator bites, Cajun slaw, fried crawfish tails, which are I've never had before, but they are delicious. They're my new favorite thing.
I'm trying it.
And then we got some pickled okra on top and some comeback sauce. And then, of course, the whole crawfish.
And then on the drinky side of things, because not one, but two
each
finalists.
Trailer, yeah.
So we have here, again, if you're watching us, you can see the beverage side of things. So quick little side story. I spent many years in La Crosse. There's a bar called The Helm where you have swamp water. It's one of the drinks that they make. It's like a couple of bucks, and you can put them back.
Sounds like something we drink in college.
If you were there, you knew. So we've got something similar going on here, because it sparked a core memory in me when I saw the color-changing swamp juice. Tell us more.
So you inject the blue raspberry potion into the juice and give it a stir. For the full effect, you'll want to drink from the rim. That's what we call swamp slime and algae. Ooh. It's all edible. And we made it very refreshing. In the bottom, you'll have a little bit of a critter down there that's edible. Maybe a gummy
critter.
shark. Yeah, a gummy shark or a gummy frog.
Gummy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy.
A swamp animal.
Because you have all kinds of critters.
Oh, yeah.
Up by your spot.
This drink does not come with any bugs.
Oh, boy.
So...
Now, the Pop Rock Rim, I'm doing my best to do a little radio ASMR here.
That is so fun.
Oh, yeah.
Do it again. We can hear it.
Oh, yeah. I always put on a show for All Things Jerky. Because I remember a few years ago, I don't know if you were at the booth, but I had the bug chow mein that you guys were serving, I think, in 2023. The video went semi-viral, as much as a radio host can go viral in anything. But
that was a fun one. That was a fun year.
You set me up for success, so I always am appreciative of All Things Jerky.
So what we do, too, with these, it's one and done. You have 11 days a year to get our new item, and we don't generally bring it back. So
when do you start thinking about these? Because they are creative. I have to say, I think these are some of your best ones yet, because this is good. I mean, I went in for, you probably saw me. It's nice and warm, too, right now. I went in for numerous bites. I could finish this one. And I think that is just a blast. I mean, that's one of those things that, especially the teenagers, they want to get one of those. They want to take some selfies with them. The kids probably love them with the Pop Rocks. When do you start thinking about this and then getting those creative juices flowing?
Yesterday.
Oh, you're kidding?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you're already
before
a finalist.
I literally keep logs over the years of ideas, and I have a book called Sporkies and Drinkies.
You do.
Oh, yeah.
You've got
I mean, because when an idea hits, you have to be prepared. I already have some ideas for next year, so
any hints?
We're always
No, not one.
Absolutely
no
not.
hints.
Cannot hint.
Okay. Well, that means we'll have to bring it back.
we're always excited about it. I mean, the last time I was actually a Sporkies finalist was in 2015 with the Bloody Mary Bison Burger.
Oh, sounds amazing.
Yeah, so it's been a while, and we're just happy to be part of it again. It's such a fun experience here at the fair, and you know what's better than eating your way through the fair when you're here? So
that's what the Wisconsin State Fair is all about. Jessica Jerky from All Things Jerky up in Appleton, back here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Come and check out her area. She's got All Things Jerky as well as Exotic Meat Grill. Check it out. She's got two finalists this year for the Wisconsin State Fair Sporkies and Drinkies Awards. Thanks so much for coming in and bringing us some exotic things to try. We love it. Time right now is 1:58. Coming up next, it's local news and your top national headlines.
Summer always starts with good intentions.
Kids home from school, weekend trips, more time outside.
But somehow the house is in complete chaos by June.
That's why summer is the perfect time to get organized with Inspired Closets.
We create custom solutions for garages, pantries, laundry rooms, and more so your home works better for real life.
And when everything has a place, summer feels a whole lot less stressful.
Visit us today at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Inspired Closets.
A wife and husband team.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 59 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 59? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, save $5 on estate lawn fertilizer, weed and feed, or winterizer. Rewards members save an extra $5. Plus, new and only at Blaine's, Ever Elm women's tees are on sale for just $9.99. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guests, Capital Heating and Cooling and Siding Unlimited. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for QC Kinetics. You've gotten really good at living with that joint pain, haven't you? When the knees or the hips are screaming, you shift your weight. When the shoulders are stiff, you skip those workouts. When the back acts up, you try a new sleeping position. And when it comes to kneeling, well, forget about it. You may be told you need surgery, but before you make that decision, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. There's no undo button from surgery, especially a replacement. Call QC Kinetics to learn about its regenerative treatments. No scalpel and long recovery, just your body's natural healing process that may help some patients totally avoid surgery. The time is now. You can set up a free consultation and you can explore your options. Call 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. Call QC Kinetics and find out what they can do for you. Find out how to live joint pain free. Call QC Kinetics today.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station. Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Chourio around third. He will score. Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ Milwaukee.
It's just after 2. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, a man arrested for an attack outside a local pizza shop.
I'm Adam Roberts. An outbreak of lettuce-related parasites continues.
It is muggy outside today. A little milky sunshine as we are broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio here at Wisconsin State Fair. We have a high of 77 today. We'll see if we get up there. We've got some time yet. It's currently 74 degrees. Tonight, there's a small chance that some of you see a little bit of rain. We're going to dip down to 70 degrees for the low. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a suspect arrested after beating up a man outside a pizza shop in Milwaukee. The victim was attacked outside Beddoes Pizza in Bayview Wednesday night. Video shows a suspect repeatedly punching and kicking the man right to the ground. That 24-year-old rather, was arrested today. The 43-year-old victim was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. I talked to the guys over at Beddoes just about an hour or so ago. They tell me the man who was hurt, who was beaten outside of their pizza shop, is a regular at the pizza shop. They had not heard of the arrest yet, so they were elated when I gave them the news.
Wisconsin reporting 251 cases of cyclosporiasis as the outbreak continues nationwide.
42 more cases, including 2 hospitalizations, were reported in Wisconsin last week. 136 of the cases are people that did not travel internationally prior to having symptoms. A typical season for the parasite usually starts in early May and ends in later August, with no more than 30 domestically acquired cases. Experts say the affected product has been removed from the market, but cases continue to be reported because it takes weeks to show symptoms. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
As Indiana continues to recover from the worst flooding the state has ever seen, the waters have unleashed a new health hazard. News Nation's Keely Beeson.
A state of emergency remains in effect as Indiana grapples with a 1 in a 1,000-year event. Water levels overtaking entire neighborhoods, cutting power to hundreds of thousands of homes and triggering mass evacuations. Now another major crisis is emerging, a stew of hazardous substances in the floodwaters, releasing toxic gas into the air.
The toxic gas can cause nauseousness, dizziness, severe headaches, and difficulty breathing.
President Trump asking the U.S. Supreme Court to save his White House ballroom project.
The Trump administration is asking the U.S. Supreme Court for an emergency stay of a lower court injunction that would halt substantial portions of the above-ground construction on the White House East Wing and ballroom while litigation over its legality continues. Lower courts have concluded Trump likely lacks authority to overhaul the White House without congressional approval. The injunction is set to take effect August 21st unless the justices intervene. Devin Dwyer, ABC News, the Supreme Court.
Another traffic change is coming to the I-94 West leg as crews prepare to move into the next stage of construction.
Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the work leading into that move is where it needs to be.
We're wrapping up work on that pushed-in retaining wall in the cemetery section that we've talked about before. That wall's wrapping up on schedule, and that's setting us up great for the next traffic shift.
The change will reduce eastbound I-94 to 2 lanes between 70th Street and Mitchell Boulevard through later this fall.
And this will give us a work zone to place permanent concrete pavement for the future eastbound lanes.
The big traffic shift is scheduled to start on Monday night, so heads up Tuesday morning. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
News about your money now. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update at this hour. Afternoon trading continues. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P are all down this hour. There were weekly gains that seem to be now in doubt. The losses aren't major, just around 0.25% for each. The NASDAQ a little bit more. They're off about 0.4%, down 114 points. The Dow off 74, and the S&P 500 down 17 points this afternoon. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. More details at annexwealth.com.
Happy Friday to all of you. We are having a fabulous day on the final Friday of the Wisconsin State Fair. A big hello to all of our fans out there. I see you. I know many of you too. And a big shout out to my old friend. She's not old, but we've been friends for a very, very long time as she points and laughs at me. Jessie Zarek, now Jessie Miller, and her sister as well, and all the kiddos. They are huge Brewers fans. Did you guys stay up for the game last night? They're shaking their heads no. You know why? Because everybody thought they were going to lose, and it was getting late. But guess what, everybody? Brewers fans, the Brewers won. What a comeback. We're talking about it next. Sports, traffic, and weather right after this. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 2:07.
As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Experience 90 years of history this week at the Fox and Hounds, the Up North Timbered Supper Club near Holy Hill. WTMJ's John Mercure here. It is my favorite place. Make some great memories at the Fox and Hounds. The Friday haddock fish fry is all you care to eat and one of the best. All other dinners are buy one, get one free. The pan-fried walleye, that's so good. The pecan-crusted salmon, my wife loves that. The spinach and cheese tortellini, the surf and turf, any entree, all buy one, get one free. Try the ribs. Desserts are buy one, get one free. Relax with an old-fashioned. Choose from 20 bourbons, more than 120 wines from around the world. Rustic bar, 8 unique dining rooms. The Fox and Hounds cuddles the Kettle Moraine Forest near Holy Hill. The summer drive is a Wisconsin must-see. Escape from your kitchen with a free dinner at the Fox and Hounds, serving from 4 p.m. Dine early. Saturday, buy one prime rib dinner, get one free. Enjoy Saturday lunch from 11 till 2. Visit foxandhoundsrestaurant.com. Call and reserve your free dinner.
Every child deserves someone who won't give up on them. That's what LaCausa's Treatment Foster Care program provides.
She just made me feel like I could breathe. At the end of the phone call, she said, "I love you." And I'm like, you don't even know me, but I felt like she did love me. It just let me know everything's gonna be okay. Like everything is gonna be okay.
One caring adult can change a child's life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with LaCausa at lacausa.org.
Hi, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Most contractors cut corners and disappear when there's a problem. Not us. Since 1997, we've completed over 60,000 projects, earned thousands of 5-star reviews, and were named 2025 Roofing Magazine Contractor of the Year. We set the standard for exterior remodeling. Trusted by homeowners, proven every single day. We're excited to show you why choosing Infinity means peace of mind. Visit infinityexteriors.com to see why your neighbors trust Infinity.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. They say patience is a virtue, and sometimes Brewers fans, we know you got to be patient with this team, especially of late. The offense in that San Diego series struggled mightily, and that was looking to be the case again last night in LA against those pesky Dodgers. Down 4-2 in the ninth, though. Pat Murphy's Brewers, they just started woodpecking. It was tied at 4 eventually, and then Jake Bauers at the plate.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball right side, base hit. Chourio around third, he will score. Mitchell's headed to third, he'll make it there. Jake Bauers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
That's how it sounded on WTMJ late last night. Trevor McGill on for the save in the bottom of the frame, and he got the job done. 5-4 the final score, so the Brewers back at it tonight in L.A. Robert Gasser on the mound for your Milwaukee Brewers. We'll have coverage starting at 8:35 this evening on WTMJ. Packers fall in the preseason opener 28-9 to Pittsburgh. They're back at it for practice this coming week, and they'll be in Denver for preseason game number 2 against the Broncos. That's coming up 1 week from today. And checking in on action in Indiana right now, Whitefish Bay Little League, an opportunity to make history and become the first Wisconsin team ever to make it to Williamsport for the Little League World Series. So the last update we had for you about a half hour ago wasn't looking good. 4-1 Team Iowa was in the lead. I think it was top of the 5th inning. Well, fans, if you put the rally caps on, I've got some good news.
How close
it is now
are they?
tied at 4 in the top of the 6th inning. So right now, top of the 6th, Wisconsin, the visiting team. So they're at bat right now. We'll see if they can get the lead back. They will still have to then pitch to Iowa. Little League, you play 6 innings. If it's tied, they'll obviously go to extras. Winner today advances to Williamsport. If you have a hat on, flip it inside out. The rally continues in Indiana.
Awesome. I just got the goosebumps.
Let's go.
Let's go to the roads right now. Check it out, the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic. We do have one crash yet. It's out in the Brookfield area. It's still out there, but it's really not causing many problems. I'll let you know about it, though, because some people are tamping the brakes as they go by. It's I-94 East, right around Barker Road. The right shoulder is blocked due to a crash. You've got a car that is off the road. It is off in the grass. It went off the interstate right there off I-94 eastbound. There was another car out there earlier, some emergency responders too, but they're gone at this point, so it looks like you're probably just waiting for that car to be towed. So heads up there, that's the only crash we have, which is great news. We are seeing congestion, however, on I-94 eastbound and westbound around American Family Field, especially if you are coming from downtown to come out here to the Wisconsin State Fair. It is very slow going on 94 westbound, right there around the ballpark. 94 eastbound, a little bit slower than usual as well. It is Friday. Everybody wants to get on with their plans, right? Come here to the Wisconsin State Fair. Irish Fest 2 is happening. Sláinte to all of you who enjoy that.
Well, if your plans do include either Irish Fest, Wisconsin State Fair, or anything else this afternoon, you will encounter the muggy as you walk out the door. We're already well past our high for today at the Wisconsin State Fair, and the low tonight will not be much cooler. 70 degrees overnight. We will see a chance for rain. Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky earlier said it won't be a washout, but there could be some opportunities for showers. 78 Saturday, 81 Sunday. Humidity leaves briefly Monday and 77, then it's right back in on Tuesday with a high of 82 degrees. It's 2:13 at the Wisconsin State Fair, and we're sitting right now at a muggy 79 degrees.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock-solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Cream puffs, concerts, and carnival rides. Wisconsin State Fair is back. And Wisconsin's Midday News is live from the Bank 59 studios on the State Fairgrounds. Now, here are your hosts, Jessica Ty. And in for Greg Matzik, it's Adam Roberts.
Happy Friday, everybody. What a treat to be broadcasting Wisconsin's Midday News live for the Wisconsin State Fair on this Friday. We are located in the Bank 59 studio at State Fair Park. We're right across from the Dairy Building, and today, this has been the best of the best. We've got the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile out there.
This might be the biggest attraction of the entire week, and we're just benefiting from the fact that it's right across from our studios here.
Let's get into it.
Here's your top 2 at 2 on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Number 1. Funeral services in Madison today for the man who was shot and killed by Madison police last month. Corey Ruiz ran off from officers who were investigating a report of an alleged burglary. Police say Ruiz pulled out a knife during an altercation with police. An officer then shot the man at close range. At his services today, family and civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump called for Madison police to adopt the use of body cameras and demanded justice for the Ruiz family.
God be the glory. We're going to get justice for Corey. To God be the glory. We're going to get justice for Corey. To God be the glory. We're going to get justice for Corey.
Right after that, then there were chants. You had a lot of people chanting, justice for Corey, justice for Corey. That investigation remains active.
Big national news today in our number 2, Luigi Mangione pleading guilty to 2 federal stalking charges, admitting that in court earlier today. Prosecutors say he tracked down Mangione and fatally shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk back in 2024. After today's federal hearing, U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jamie McDonald, said prosecutors do plan to seek a life sentence for Mangione. He also faces state murder charges in New York. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer says the defense is teeing up a double jeopardy defense against the more serious state charges.
Stalking leading to the death of someone and murder in the second degree are different types of evils, different types of harms that would be very difficult, I think, to argue in state court.
And again, Mangione facing life in federal prison, pleading guilty earlier today to those 2 federal stalking charges.
Up next, the Milwaukee County Zoo has cows. The cows make milk, about 50 gallons a day. The problem? Nobody wants it. At least not yet.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. I hope you'll join me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin right here on WTMJ. We check in with cities, communities, groups, events across our great state. We're going to spin you around and give you information on some really cool things to do and introduce you to some really fun people. This week we are joined by Road America's John Everett and Hayward Lake's Mindy Simons. It's going to be a fun show. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
Happening now, it's a Steinhoffel's Labor Day sale. It's one of the best times of the year to save. Get up to 30% off furniture and home decor, plus incredible deals on top mattress brands like Beautyrest, Tempur-Pedic, Helix, and more. And for a limited time, when you test rest a Beautyrest Black mattress, you'll get a free $25 gas card just for trying it out. How great is that? Hurry into your nearest Steinhoffel's location, tell them Jessica Ty sent you, or shop online at steinhoffels.com.
For more than a century, Curative Care has been helping children, adults, and families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. Curative helps families every step of the way, from early childhood through adulthood. connecting parents with resources, providing guidance during challenging times, and creating a community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support for a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit curative.org today.
Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee is setting the stage to rock your socks off. This August, jam out with real rock off. You could win raging prizes to the tune of $300,000. Get in on the jam session by playing with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries. Thursday nights will be a game show battleground for your share of cash and reward play. Real rock off. It's gonna be epic. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Well, here's something I did not know about the Milwaukee County Zoo. The zoo has a working dairy farm. Of course, it has cows, but I did not realize the zoo has sold its cow milk in the past. Milwaukee County Zoo workers milk the cows every day, and we're not talking about a couple of gallons for demonstration purposes. We all remember when you were a kid and you watched people milk the cows, right? It's not for a demo. We're talking about 50 gallons of grade A milk every day. But right now, all that milk is going down the drain. Bridget Carpenter is the assistant curator at the family farm at the Milwaukee County Zoo, and she joins us live on the line. Great to have you, Bridget.
Hello, thanks for having me.
So you probably heard me. I have to admit, I did not know that the zoo was producing this much milk. And I bet there's some other people saying, I didn't know that either. 50 gallons a day. Can you walk me through what happens every day?
So, first of all, in the grand scheme of things, there are probably some farmers listening and think, oh, that's just a piddly amount of milk. But it is something we're proud of here at the
Sure.
zoo. We have a staff member who shows up early in the morning before the sun never rises, and our cows are milked twice a day. So our cows have someone tending to them from before the sun rises to about the time the sun sets here at the zoo. They're milked twice a day in our milking parlor here at the zoo. And then also, obviously, they're here for the guests to see. And their afternoon milking is put on at a time that the guests get to watch and learn from what we're doing as well.
So do you cycle through who is the daily milker for the cows? Does everyone who is going to be in proximity have to get some kind of training? Because anyone who's ever tried to milk a cow for the first time knows it is not as easy as just, oh, I've got this. I've seen this done millions of times before. There's a process.
Oh, yes. So it is my full-time zookeepers and myself that are trained in to milk the cows. And luckily, we have a machine. We work with a milking equipment that does most of the milking, but there is the whole cleaning process and everything that we do to start the cows to keep them healthy and keep the milk healthy as well. And so it is a select few of us, and we all take turns rotating through who is doing early shifts, who's doing afternoon shifts, and things like that.
So the zoo, the Milwaukee County Zoo, used to sell this milk. What happened?
So the cows have been being milked here at the zoo since about 1987, and they've gone through several different companies that have purchased their milk. Most recently, our milk was being made into cheese. It was purchased by Cedar Grove Cheese, which is actually not that's in a different area of the state, and they were sending milk from their plant in Plain, Wisconsin, picking us up on the way, and it was made into cheese down at Clock Shadow Creamery. A few years ago, on a business decision that made complete sense for their business, they could no longer pick us up. But when you have cows that are milking, just like any nursing mother knows, you can't just turn it off. And so we were left with nowhere for our milk to go but cows that were still milking.
So then a follow-up on that is, because I know some people may be wondering, well, the zoo has a pretty robust gift shop, and you can buy just about anything under the sun at the Milwaukee County Zoo gift shop. So explain why selling milk maybe through that sort of avenue isn't an option.
So there are different laws and things that regulate the sale of unpasteurized milk, and so that's what our cows create. They create raw milk that is unpasteurized, and so we cannot just sell it as raw milk. There are different I know people do buy raw milk. They belong to cooperatives on other farms and things that can allow that, but that's not something that as the zoo we can do.
There's another reason these cows matter that has nothing to do with selling milk. What is that? Because they've essentially become some lifesavers at the zoo, haven't they?
That is true. Besides our general education factor of the milking and where your food comes from, something that's very unique to our zoo in particular is that we bank colostrum. So colostrum is the first milk that any mammal produces. Why that is so important here at the zoo is that any ruminant or cud-chewing animal, so that ranges everything from giraffes to antelope to our goats to our cows, anything that chews cud, they don't get any active antibody transfer when they are in the womb, like we as humans do. It's very important that they drink enough of that antibody and nutrient-rich milk in the first 24 hours. For our dairy cows, they produce much more of that than the calves can drink. So we milk mom on the machine, get all of her colostrum out. We collect what we need for the calf that was just born, and the rest of that gets sent on a very small scale up to our animal hospital here, where they have a small pasteurizer that can do these small amounts, and that colostrum is then frozen and banked here at the zoo. It came in handy just this past spring when one of our oryx calves, so a type of antelope, she was having trouble nursing from her mother in the first 24 hours and had to medically be separated temporarily. And part of what got her back and healthy for today is that our vets were able to use the colostrum bank from our dairy cows that we had right here on site. They didn't have to search for a replacer or things like that, what other zoos can do when they don't have cows. It's something neat that our cows can do for the zoo animals.
Oh, wow.
So then as we move forward and you talk about maybe finding an eligible buyer, what kind of market are you looking for? What's the perfect candidate for someone who can take on this cheese? Could it be maybe a local brewery, a cheese maker, an ice cream company, someone like that?
So there's many moving pieces that have to come together for it. Because this is raw milk, it's going to have to go to a plant that can pasteurize it before it is made into whatever product it would be. That could be just buying it by the gallon off the shelf or made into cheese or ice cream or something else. The other factors that go into it, which make this a little bit tricky, is to get milk from one place to another. There's someone called a milk hauler who drives the truck that carries the milk, and then they take it from point A to point B. Also, whatever plant may or may not be accepting the milk from us, they are often part of a cooperative, and there's another organization that gets to do a little bit more of the business end of it, decide who they are buying and selling from, and all of those pieces have to come together at once. So then additionally, because we are the zoo, and like I said, some people might think it is a small amount of milk. It's a very high quality of milk. Our milk is tested monthly for each individual cow to keep up to know what they are producing and what their health is. What we hope is that we can work with someone who understands the importance of the education factor that we are doing. And then additionally, we have to find a hauler that is willing to come in with our slightly restricted hours. That hauler is going to have to drive his truck all the way into our park. And so then when we are open to the public, that obviously is a much trickier situation. So there are a few things at play, but we're hoping we can find someone that's willing to work with us and continue this education, maybe have other relationships for events or anything in the past. The zoo gets 1 million visitors a year, so we're hoping that helps.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Bridget, we have fans listening all across the state, and so maybe, just maybe, we'll keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we found a buyer for you today. Thanks so much for the update. That's Bridget Carpenter over at the Milwaukee County Zoo. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
It's 2:27. Up next, local news and top national headlines.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're spending the day at the Wisconsin State Fair, make sure you stop by Left's Lucky Town's Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill. It's at the corner of Grandstand Avenue and 2nd Street. It is the perfect place to take a break with great food, cold drinks, and free live entertainment. That's one of my favorite spots to go and to listen just to some good music. You got good food, have a drink, listen to some music.
You know what's so fun is there's a gate right by one of those tunnel gates under the Milwaukee Mile grandstands, and this left side is right out when you walk out from that gate, so you're just greeted with the music and the sounds of entertainment.
Yeah, try some of this year's new favorites. They've got the Chimney Brat Chunga and candied bacon cheese curds. Yum! We'll see you at Lefts.
Jason, meet Gerald. He predicts winter.
Tracy, that's a garden gnome.
Gerald says the freeze is coming early. My furnace needs to be ready now.
You don't need a psychic lawn ornament. This is Milwaukee. Winter's always coming. That's why Capital's doing $29 heating or cooling beyondification tune-ups all August.
$29? Gerald did not see that coming.
Book in August and beat the freeze. The price only goes up after that.
Sorry, Gerald. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Every homeowner has a list. That roof, those windows, that bathroom you've been meaning to update. If you've been putting off home improvements, you're not alone. At Exterior Pros and Baths, they help homeowners upgrade their homes with beautiful roofing, siding, windows, doors, gutters, and bathrooms built to last. Right now, save up to $3,000 on your next project. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Call 262-800-4274 or visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right, built to last.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. From the moment you walk into Shopko Optical, you'll feel welcomed, valued, and genuinely cared for. The team at Shopko Optical takes time to understand your concerns, explain your options, and answer questions so you feel confident in your care. Whether you're due for a comprehensive eye exam or looking for the right eyewear, they're here to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create your personalized eye care plan. Visit shopko.com today.
It's Mike with Infinity Exteriors. I've seen it all, Wisconsin. Sketchy sales gimmicks for low-quality windows, siding that costs more than a new home, fly-by-night roofers. 60,000 happy customers made a better choice. Infinity Exteriors roofing, siding, and windows all come with our lifetime workmanship warranty, no overcharges, and transparent pricing. At Infinity Exteriors, we're on a mission to save our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Back to school season always seems to get everyone back on a schedule. So here's my question. When are you going to make yourself part of that routine? I'm Steve Scafidi, and that's exactly what I did with Milwaukee Weight Loss. Honestly, I wish I would have started sooner. I'm feeling better. I've got more energy because it really, really works. Right now, if you enroll by August 31st, you'll save $200 on the complete Milwaukee Weight Loss program. Don't keep putting it off. Visit MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Schedule your free consultation today. Results may vary.
It's just after 2:30. This is Wisconsin's Midday News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Jessica Ty. Your top story, Luigi Mangione admits to the shooting.
I'm Adam Roberts. A man is charged after a Milwaukee murder spree.
We have a high of 77 degrees today. We're getting there. We just went up to 75. Feels muggy. Doesn't it feel muggy out there, sir, at the Wisconsin State Fair? Yes, and she's shaking her head, too. He just took off his hat. Yes. At least there's a little bit of a breeze. Hopefully that's helping out there. Tonight, there is a very slight chance that just some people see rain, but most likely not. We're going to dip down to 70 degrees for the low. It's currently 75 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty today to 2 federal stalking charges. Prosecutors say he tracked down and shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on a Manhattan sidewalk in 2024. Mangione now faces up to life in federal prison. He also faces state murder charges in New York. ABC legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer says the defense is teeing up a double jeopardy defense against the more serious state charges.
Stalking leading to the death of someone and murder in the second degree are different types of evils, different types of harms that would be very difficult, I think, to argue in state court.
And Mangione, still, shocking to some, has a lot of supporters out there.
Police in Milwaukee continue searching for the person who shot and killed a 16-year-old. This happened on the city's north side yesterday morning. Shot from a vehicle, the teen was, just after 9:30 near 41st and Clark, then dying at the scene. His family, identifying the teen as Armani Thomas Cotton, says he was well-loved and enjoyed playing basketball. Thomas Cotton is the 7th person under 18 killed in Milwaukee this year, that according to data from police. And the investigation continues this afternoon.
A man from Pleasant Prairie accused of stabbing his own father was just arrested in Nebraska.
18-year-old Joseph Nymick had a warrant out with an attempted first-degree intentional homicide charge. Racine police say he stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st and Kentucky on Wednesday. Nebraska State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along Interstate 80 in Hall County and arrested Nymick. It's unclear when he will be extradited back to Wisconsin. The victim is expected to be okay. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
A man now charged after a weekend murder spree in Milwaukee that left 3 dead.
36-year-old Thomas Zollicoffer shot his ex-girlfriend, Vanessa Derrera, and her friend Scott Buchholz at a party last weekend during a domestic dispute where he told police he, quote, lost it. He then drove to the north side of Milwaukee to buy drugs and shot Shamarla Hare in their home 25 minutes later. According to the criminal complaint, Zollicoffer admitted to killing all 3 victims. He's charged with 3 counts of homicide and made his initial appearance in court Friday morning. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
A lack of helmets and seatbelts is being blamed for most of the deadly ATV and UTV crashes in Wisconsin this year.
There have been 29 fatal and 49 non-fatal ATV and UTV incidents so far in 2026. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources says another major factor is riders not completing a safety education course. 15 of the fatal crashes were rollovers, 6 involved collisions with motor vehicles, and 4 involved riders being ejected. The DNR says riders should always wear helmets and seatbelts, stay sober, and take a safety course. In 2025, there was a historical increase of fatalities, 42 to be exact, marking a 45% increase compared to 10 years ago. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Politicians, both in Milwaukee and across Wisconsin, want answers after a late-night delay on election night in the city of Milwaukee this past Tuesday. Middle-of-the-night results seem to be the new normal for Wisconsin elections, since election workers cannot process absentee ballots until Election Day. UW La Crosse political science professor Anthony Chergosky telling Wisconsin's Afternoon News state legislators could change that.
I know that the Republican legislature has been going back and forth about that, with the Assembly clearing a bill to allow for pre-processing of absentee ballots, but then it got hung up in the state Senate. I think that's a conversation worth reviving, because until that issue gets resolved, we're going to be back here every single election waiting for that report of the vote totals from Milwaukee.
Human error further delaying around 28,000 absentee ballot results in Milwaukee. The election officially was called, that being the Democratic primary for Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, just before 3 a.m. Wednesday morning.
Message from the Brewers today. Back to what we do best. That is Brewers baseball right there. What a comeback win last night. Sports, traffic, and weather right after this. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 2:36.
$998 buys you a magnificent diamond solitaire engagement ring at Kessler's.
A solid gold mounting shows off a big, beautiful diamond, 3/4 of a carat.
Glitter, twinkle, sparkle. This is the definitive diamond solitaire engagement ring.
You can choose a round diamond, radiant, marquise, or oval.
3/4 of a carat. Any shape you want.
Any color of gold you want.
A 1-carat solitaire is just $1,498. Ask to see the Evermore engagement rings at Kessler's. You're going to be ecstatic about the color, clarity, and cut of your diamond. Evermore.
Each of these diamonds was lovingly created in the heart of a miniature star.
Your diamond will remain. Evermore.
Your diamond was born about the time you fell in love.
You will be in love. Evermore.
Your diamond has been waiting patiently for you to see it, love it, and choose it.
Don't keep it waiting. Come to Kessler's. To find the Kessler's nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Hey, reminder, it is summer storm season, and weather damage can be a real issue at the house. So if you think you've got a problem, remember, Tri-County Contracting gives free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. And here's the best part, they can always work directly with your insurance. It's Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. Love your home again, even during the storm season, with Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Those who stay up late to watch Brewers baseball on the West Coast, they got their reward last night, and it wasn't looking great in the top of the ninth. 4-2, the Dodgers held the lead at Dodger Stadium, but never count out Murphy's Woodpeckers. 3 comeback runs in the ninth. Trevor McGill locks it in for the save in the bottom of the frame, the 5-4 win, and now it's on to tonight. Brewers back at it against the Dodgers, still holding on to a few games lead for that top record in baseball. Robert Gasser will be on the mound for the Crew. Our coverage starts at 8:35 this evening on WTMJ. And I did want to provide an update from Indiana, where this afternoon Whitefish Bay Little League Baseball has an opportunity to do something no Wisconsin Little League team has ever done before, and that's advance to the Little League World Series in Williamsport.
Tell us. I can't wait anymore.
So earlier it was 4-1 Wisconsin playing Iowa. They were down heading into the 5th inning. Then they scored 1 run. Then they scored 2 runs in the 6th. Now it's in extras, top of the 7th.
Love it.
And Whitefish Bay has the lead 5-4. They were down 4-1, now up 5-4. So typically in Little League you play 6 innings, so we are in extras now, still in the top of the frame, so maybe some insurance runs can cross the plate, but then Iowa will have another chance to respond. And again, the winner advances to Williamsport, which would be significant this year also, because as you know, the Brewers
are involved.
They're playing in the Little League Classic August 23rd against the Braves, so if there's a potential match to be made in Pennsylvania, this is the year to do it. 5-4 Wisconsin, top of the 7th. 1-run lead. Let's see if they can finish the job.
Love it. I got the goosebumps when you gave that update. That's fantastic.
Let's go.
They could be like the comeback kings from the Brewers last night. Let's have a game like that, right? Come on, Whitefish Bay. Let's do it. Fingers crossed here. Checking out the roads with your WTMJ Time Saver traffic, much of the same. We have heavy congestion on 94 eastbound and westbound around American Family Field, right there around the ballpark in our construction area. A lot of you are on 94 westbound right now, coming from downtown Milwaukee out here to the Wisconsin State Fair, State Fair Park. It is a blast of a day out here today on this final Friday for the fair. But it's also, if you're going into the city right now on 94 eastbound, as soon as you hit Hawley, you're going to hit the brakes without a doubt. There's definitely congestion headed into the city as well. A lot of people going to Irish Fest tonight, too. It's one of those August summers in the Milwaukee area that you just love and you want to take it all in before summer slips away. Other than that, the drive times, they just got a little bit longer, too. That congestion. It's getting later. We're getting close to 3 o'clock now on this Friday afternoon. We do still have a crash. I-94 East out by Barker Road. Right shoulder is blocked right now, but I'll tell you what, for the most part, you're really not going to have a problem with that one because it's just one car that is off the road at this point in the grassy median. Doesn't look like the person involved in it is there anymore, though. There was at one point some emergency responders out there, but they're gone. So I think at this point we're just waiting. Oh, there it is. A tow truck just pulled up. Okay. It looks like they're going to get this car out of the grass and onto the tow truck. Give it about 10 minutes or so, and I think that'll be out of here.
Well, the buggy is here, and it's here to stay for at least a few days yet. If you are headed out for any evening activities this Friday night, you'll encounter it. High going to be right around 80 for most of us today. We're right around there right now. Overnight low just down to 70, so it is going to stay muggy all night long. We will watch for the chance for some morning rain showers possible tomorrow, a high around 81. Slight rain chances also on Sunday, then a nice day in store for Friday. Sunny, less humidity, highs in the mid to upper 70s, but then that humidity returns the following day with a high of 82. Right now we're sitting at 79 degrees at Wisconsin State Fair Park here at 242. Well, the runs just keep on coming for Whitefish Bay Little League. I did want to get this extra update in here, Jessica.
Please
so in our
do.
sports update we just did a few minutes ago, Whitefish Bay Little League with a chance to go to Williamsport was up 5-4 in the top of the 7th. They were down 4-1 to Team Iowa, who is the higher seed here, so they're acting as the home team for this game in Indiana. Well, now Whitefish Bay, I said, let's get some insurance runs. They've tacked another one on.
They did.
It's 6-4, so Iowa will still get another chance to bat. So the Wisconsin boys are going to have to go out, get 3 more outs in the bottom of the 7th. But when you consider they were down 3 runs heading into the 5th inning, and they've mounted a comeback. I saw there's a watch party happening right now at the Argo, the recently reopened former Fox Bay Theater, now the Argo in Whitefish Bay, and it's packed to the brim with
so much
supporters.
fun.
And they went really loud when they tied the game in the 6th inning, and now those 2 extra insurance runs. So 6-4, top of the 7th for Whitefish Bay.
Okay, you break in if we have any more runs. I don't mind. I want to keep up on this because I am hoping they can pull off the win here. Go Whitefish Bay. All right, well, if you are at the Wisconsin State Fair, look at all these people out here right now as we are broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio here at State Fair Park. It is packed today. People are having fun. It feels like fair weather with the mugginess. It's warm. It's not too hot out there. So many people took a half day of work. Some people took the day off of work. People are having their cream puffs. And what else are we seeing out here today? We're seeing a lot of beer because it's Friday as well. And guess what else we're seeing?
What's that?
Yes, we are seeing the Wiener Mobile. I think since Wisconsin's Midday News started, we have now seen at least 200 people take pictures. That is the picture that everybody wants today. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be out here all day or what, but look at that. Look, if you could just see the smiles on these people's faces as they realize not only are they enjoying their Friday at the Wisconsin State Fair, but yeah, they get to take a selfie in front of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. How Wisconsin is that? Well, it is the final weekend of the Wisconsin State Fair, and the main stage is busy before a quiet finale. Violinist Lindsey Sterling brings her high-energy mix of classical, electronic, and pop to the Bank 5-9 main stage tonight. She is so talented. I think if you hear violinist, some people might be like, I don't know if that's up my alley. But then she comes on stage, and this is just such a unique performance. She rocks.
Yeah, absolutely. You think also just like, singular violinist, you better have some stage presence. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking all over the place while I'm watching. But if you've ever seen her perform, you know there's something, it's just it. When you have the ability to capture an audience, have everyone watching your every movement, wondering what's going to come next, and Lindsay absolutely has that it factor.
Paris is her opener, by the way. Show starts at 7:30. Then tomorrow night, it is AJR. The indie pop trio AJR is the big show on the main stage tomorrow night. That's a catchy one, isn't it?
Absolutely. It kind of has that millennial pop feel. I know more and more millennials are trying to maybe steer away from that sound, but it's hard to not bop the head, weave the hands, throw a little hey-oh every now and then.
I like the horns in that one, too. Then Sunday, this is a little different, everybody. There is no show on the main stage, and that's because, remember the Beach Boys? They were scheduled. A lot of people were looking forward to that. They had tickets already. But then last month, the Beach Boys canceled. I remember getting that email, and you're like, oh, no. And at that point, that's just too late to book somebody on the main stage. I mean, you can try, but that is just too late. You almost have to have something go wrong somewhere else with somebody else in order to pull them in. By the way, the Beach Boys, they put out a statement at the time. This is what it says. It says, playing for you is the highlight of our summer every year, especially as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States while saluting the 60th anniversary of Pet Sounds. We've been having a blast out there, and to keep the good vibrations going strong, we'll be taking a short break. So such a bummer for a lot of people, but they needed to do this in order to keep kicking and keep rocking out there.
Yeah, especially once you reach, I mean, these guys have been doing this for 60 plus years. It takes a certain kind of strength to keep on going out there and do, because everyone wants to see the hits. They want to see the songs they're familiar with. And to do that at this age, you got to also recognize when you got to maybe just pull back. And I know Sherry Black can work miracles, but that would have been a really hard one to pull off, finding someone to fill in.
Yeah, that was a tough situation. But don't worry, there was still plenty of music throughout the grounds on Sunday, including Milwaukee's own icon icon, Pat McCurdy. He is playing the Bank 5-9 Amphitheater on Sunday. Patheads, as they call them. Would you consider yourself a pathead?
I probably would not.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I don't know that I consider myself a pathead necessarily, because it's not like some of these people follow him around. They've gone to hundreds of Pat McCurdy concerts. I have not gone to that many, but since I was a kid, he has been a summer staple. And yet you stand up and you're singing, and he brings the crowd into it. There's so much interaction with the crowd, and you're always doing little things. And some of you know, if you know the songs, you know there are two things we hold dear. I don't know if I can say it on the radio. Can you say that on the radio? If you're listening and you're a Pat McCurdy fan, you know the two things that he holds dear. So he's going to be here on Sunday. Adam, he also has his hit song, Come With Me to the Wisconsin State Fair.
Got to play that one for sure.
Yeah, that's an original, in case you were wondering. It's 2:48. Up next, it's Friday, so it's Stories of the Strange.
Energy efficient, easier to clean, amazing installation, and just fantastic windows. Siding Unlimited has proven to be the choice for windows and doors. This is Eric Brown with Aaron Brown. We're brothers and owners of our family business, Siding Unlimited.
We figured out long ago that the right product installed the right way delivers the best experience for our customers. For 32 years, our experience shows on every job.
32 years, and Siding Unlimited continues to lead the industry. The secret, and Aaron just said it, our experience. From start to finish, the Siding Unlimited team knows how to deliver for our customers a quality window and door install.
Trust the local, family-operated Siding Unlimited to be the company of choice for your next window project. Proven to be the best by earning Pella's prestigious Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year award 5 times.
Siding Unlimited. Experience, integrity, craftsmanship. Call Siding Unlimited at 262-567-4513 or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritwear is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritwear from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritwear and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Yeah, I know. Harvest has already started, and we've got a lot more of that action still to come. And there you stand, rubbing your shoulder. That back is not interested in the harvest. And let's think about those knees getting in and out of the truck, on and off the tractor. Why haven't you called QC Kinetics? They make it simple. No cost evaluation. They'll make sure that they work their schedule around yours so you can do it when you're in town, getting parts, going to the farm store. 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. And for you family members or employees that have to work with them, you know how miserable they are when they hurt. Why don't you prompt them to make the call? Or if you're a family member, go ahead and call for them. 414-667-5559. Imagine a harvest without that pain. Call them today. QC Kinetics.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this. And Summit Credit Union's got you.
It's Friday, which means it's time for Stories of the Strange on Wisconsin's Midday News.
Well, I'm going down a different road this week, Adam. This story is strange.
Yes.
But also pretty cool. It's one for beer lovers and history lovers. I know we have a lot of beer lovers out here at the Wisconsin State Fair. I'm sure we have a lot of history lovers out there, too. Researchers in Belgium are studying a 162-year-old bottle of Guinness. But what's even cooler, it was recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of England.
can you still drink it, is my first question.
Well, so the bottle of extra stout was aboard the Mindoro when it sank back in 1864 during the reign of Queen Victoria. And somehow it remains sealed all of this time.
Wow.
So scientists are hoping they can recover yeast DNA from that beer and use it to recreate the Victorian era Guinness. And here's the really cool part. If tests show that the cork kept the seawater out, researchers say they may actually taste the original beer.
Wow. Well, now we got to hope that the cork held.
You think it's going to be good? Even if the cork held and then they're able to taste it, do you think it's going to be good after all these years? Or is it going to be a little skunky?
My money's on skunky, especially if it's been in the dark for so long, water, pressure, all that stuff. I'm not going to hold hope, but we can always cross our fingers. Guinness is pretty just solid anyway, so fingers crossed on it.
So after 162 years on the ocean floor, this Guinness might finally get poured. But will it be the perfect pour? No way.
Absolutely not.
Very, very cool, though.
All right, so for mine, Jessica, it's been a pretty stressful week for politics. We had Election Day. There was the late-night ballot situation in Milwaukee. Pretty embarrassing.
Oh, that guy's wearing a Guinness shirt, by the way. I'm so sorry. Maybe that's why he ran up with that big smile on his face.
I heard Guinness, and I run. Well, the Guinness story is done, but the fun never ends on Wisconsin's Midday News. And I'm going overseas for this one, so bringing it back around. We need a little bit of brevity with politics sometimes because it's so serious. You all know what I'm talking about. It can be rough. We need a laugh. Well, we head overseas to merry old England for a laugh with the story. So every so often, in some of the bigger political races, you'll have the two main candidates, either party, regardless of country. And sometimes you'll get the goofy candidates, the fringe candidates. Think maybe
There's always one.
Back in the day, you maybe remember a guy named Vermin Supreme who always used to wear a big boot on his head and would say, among other things,
"Free ponies for all Americans," one of the overlooked issues in America today.
Indeed. And even on this very show, Jessica, I brought a former story of the strange when I told you about the pencil, the actual pencil, running for governor in the state of Oregon.
I do remember that.
My friend Pencil. They're running for governor to make a point about education.
Ho, making a point. Very good, kid. You have a career in comedy. Well, we go to England for the newest fringe candidate in a political race was running to be a member of parliament for a small British seaside city. And I introduce to you Count Binface.
My name's Count Binface, intergalactic space warrior, leader of the Recyclons from planet Sigma 9, and part-time democratic politician on Earth.
So he says part-time. Now, Mr. Binface, or Count Binface, I'm so sorry, has run against prime ministers, past and present, in England, and ran this time to run for parliament against Nigel Farage. Now, spoiler alert, the special election on Thursday, Mr. Farage won, but Mr. Binface, Count Binface, 9,400 votes in this local race. So it just goes to show, doesn't matter what your stances are on the issues, if you put on a trash can lid on your head and have a nice accent and good things to say, you might have a career in politics.
All right. Well, two stories of the strange to wrap up the week. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for all of these days here at the Wisconsin State Fair. It's been such a blast broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio. If you are coming out to the State Fair this week, we hope to see you over the weekend. I'll be back. Not for work, but I'm coming back for fun.
For fun.
Gotta get that hot Wisconsin cheese. Let's do it. Wisconsin's afternoon news coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Screaming Sicilian, more is amore. Amore, pepperoni, amore, mozzarella, amore. Screaming Sicilian, more.
Screaming Sicilian frozen pizza. More toppings, more flavor. More is amore.
Set sail with the cruise line perfect for explorers. Fox World Travel invites you to discover the world with Holland America Line. From the majestic glaciers of Alaska to the historic ports of Europe, experience premium mid-sized ships, world-class dining, and captivating live music. Whether you are planning for late this year or ahead into 2027, your perfect voyage is waiting. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com to book today.
Getting your home ready for summer, you cleaned the floors, but they still don't look nice. Vince Vitrano for Hunt's Flooring in Greenfield. Carpet worn, floors scratched up, vinyl dated. Let's get my team from Hunt's to upgrade and replace. The compliments will come all summer long. Happened to my house since we got real hardwood installed at a great price from Hunt's. Hunt's flooring works efficiently, keeps turnaround times quick, so you're not stuck in a long project. Tell them Vinny sent you. Stop out at Highway 100 in Greenfield or get started at huntsflooring.com.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
The I-94 reconstruction project through Milwaukee's west side could potentially take a couple of extra years.
Costs can go up. I'll give you some room on that.
That's always going to happen,
That's always going to happen. Okay, fine. But the idea on the timeline, we only studied this project for 20 years.
Like the key phrase is potential delay. There are some ways they can reconfigure, maybe speed up one portion of the phases.
Okay, let's do that.
Only here on WTMJ. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Are you looking for a welcoming place to unwind? Vince Vitrano here. Our family found a home at Racine Country Club. Premier golf on the historic championship course, rolling terrain, famously fast greens, tight fairways, and scenic Root River views. Work your game year-round with indoor simulators, hitting bays, top-notch practice facilities, and leagues for every level. Plus, at Racine Country Club, you enjoy elevated dining, swimming, and a full calendar of family-friendly events. Join me on the course at Racine Country Club, racinecountryclub.com.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps! And he made the catch! Banging up against the wall!
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Churio around third. He will score. Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm Julia Fellow. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Your top story, a funeral held for the man killed in Madison last month.
I'm Mike Spalding in for John Mercure. A manhunt continues for a shooting suspect in Milwaukee.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, southbound 43, starting off with a crash. It is on the left shoulder, right about at the ramp from Good Hope Road, so watch for the delays past that. We've also got a broken down vehicle eastbound 94 at about 68th Street. That's on the right shoulder, causing a little bit of a backup. Most of those delays actually are heading after that all the way through to 35th Street. We've got another broken down vehicle on westbound 94 at Blue Mound Road on the right shoulder. Eastbound, watch for backups from 164 all the way to Barker Road. And then we've got delays southbound on 894 from just south of Greenfield Avenue down into the Hale interchange. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Light rain tonight, a high of 77 degrees. Right now, here at the State Fair, partly sunny. and 77 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, civil rights activists gathered in Madison for the funeral of Corey Ruiz, the man shot by Madison police last month. Ruiz's death sparked several protests and revealed that the Madison Police Department does not require body cameras. Civil rights activist Al Sharpton mentioned the lack of cameras during his eulogy.
I'm not a lawyer, but somebody liable for the state. Everybody else should be liable for having police walk around here that are unmonitored and have no police cameras. What are you hiding that we can't see it?
The shooting is being investigated by the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Milwaukee police are searching for the person who they say shot and killed a 16-year-old on the city's north side Thursday. Police say that the teen was shot from a vehicle just after 9:30 near 41st and West Clark. That person did die at the scene. The boy's family, identifying him as Armani Thomas Cotton, say he was well-loved and enjoyed playing basketball. Thomas Cotton is the 7th person under the age of 18 to be killed in Milwaukee this year. An investigation, MPD says, is ongoing.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing a healthcare CEO, has pled guilty to 2 federal charges. News Nation's Jessica Kataria.
Mangione was asked by a judge if he is prepared to plead guilty to the federal charges against him. Indictments count 1 and 2, and they are stalking, resulting in death, and stalking through the use of interstate facilities. Mangione said yes to those charges. That means he still faces the possibility of life in prison on the remaining charges, and it is ultimately up to the federal judge to determine what happens next. This is called an open plea.
So, open plea, that term means the defense made the plea without any plea agreement. Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 2 years ago.
In Washington, D.C., President Donald Trump's asking the U.S. Supreme Court now to save his White House ballroom project.
The Trump administration is asking the U.S. Supreme Court for an emergency stay of a lower court injunction that would halt substantial portions of the above-ground construction on the White House East Wing and ballroom while litigation over its legality continues. Lower courts have concluded Trump likely lacks authority to overhaul the White House without congressional approval. The injunction is set to take effect August 21st unless the justices intervene. Devin Dwyer, ABC News, the Supreme Court.
A lack of helmets being worn and seat belts is being blamed for most deadly ATV and UTV crashes so far this year in Wisconsin.
There have been 29 fatal and 49 non-fatal ATV and UTV incidents so far in 2026. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources says another major factor is riders not completing a safety education course. 15 of the fatal crashes were rollovers, 6 involved collisions with motor vehicles, and 4 involved riders being ejected. The DNR says riders should always wear helmets and seat belts, stay sober, and take a safety course. In 2025, there was a historical increase of fatalities, 42 to be exact, marking a 45% increase compared to 10 years ago. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a sigh of relief for your Milwaukee Brewers.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:05.
The first thing I thought about is, what am I going to do?
Peggy and Willie were injured when a driver ran a stop sign.
I was injured pretty bad, and they rushed out to me and made sure that I got the medical attention that I needed to make that recovery. One call, that was all, and everything went well.
Here for you 24/7. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Tracy, why are you wearing a cape?
I've created the League of Home Defenders, Jason, personally protecting my house from furnace failure.
Yeah, but you can't even fix a furnace.
No, but I can stand near it heroically.
Or join Merle's League for real. 2 tune-ups a year, priority service, no diagnostic fees. Capital does the defending.
Okay, I'll give up the cape. After all, in August, you're also giving $100 off a humidifier or air cleaner.
Good call, Tracy. Call Capital.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Step right up and see the magnificent Beck sofa at Penny Mustard.
What's with the circus getup?
Ever seen a clown car?
With clowns that keep climbing out one after another?
Exactly. The Beck sofa is Penny Mustard's clown car.
How so?
The Beck's appears to be a petite, apartment-sized sofa.
Yeah.
But it can hold contortionists, lion tamers, and the ringmaster too.
Step right up and see the Beck sofa, starting at $19.77 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Staying active, essential for overall health. Proper medical support, essential for staying active. WTMJ's Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Whether it's keeping a weekend warrior like me on the tennis court or keeping young athletes in the game, you want the best in sports medicine, that's OAW. Surgeons, nurses, and physical therapists help you recover from injury, avoid injury in the future, and enhance performance. Get care 7 days a week. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic or book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. A sigh of relief for the Brew Crew.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball right side, base hit. Churio around third, he will score. Mitchell's headed to third, he'll make it there. Jake Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Jake Bowers delivered the crucial go-ahead RBI single in the ninth, part of a 3-run rally from the Crew to beat the Dodgers in LA 5-4. Manager Pat Murphy.
They're upset by how we've not been able to get across the finish line, successfully, and they're upset by it. And we talked about it yesterday, and they responded today by playing all 9 innings and using all 27 outs.
Milwaukee and LA back at it tonight at 8:35. Our coverage begins right here on WTMJ. And a reminder of fans worried after Green Bay's 28-9 preseason loss in Pittsburgh.
We're talking about practice.
All right. Quarterback Jordan Love played just one series, completing 3 of 5 passes, just 18 yards. The star of the night was kicker Trey Smack, scoring all of Green Bay's points. We'll talk more about that in our 3 at 3. Here's head coach Matt LaFleur.
I thought Trey Smack going in there, hitting a 58-yarder, and his Cam was telling me no. I told him yes. But to put him in that situation and to hit really 2 in one game is pretty incredible. So I thought he was definitely a bright spot for us.
Green Bay heads to Denver next for preseason game number 2 against the Broncos. That's next Friday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 3:09.
Bring us your problems, deadlines, complexities, anxieties, distractions, and budget distresses.
Plum Media is listening.
Share with us your creative block.
Plum Media is ready.
Give us your audience with limited time and attention.
Plum Media sets your message free.
Let's get your message heard. Let's strive for retention from beginning to completion. Whether your next event is for celebration, education, motivation, inspiration, Plum Media is waiting to take action.
Professional collaborators, planners, managers. Plum Media, video production and event management.
Plum Media, wow moments, flawless execution, clarity, calm, control.
And results.
Plum Media, a video, meetings, and event producer with global experience. PlumMedia.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 5-9 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
John is off. We're here with Mike Spalding.
Hello.
To my right. Mike, it's so busy right now.
It might be the best day, the nicest day of the entire run of the State Fair. And we've had a ton of beautiful days, but it is absolutely gorgeous outside today.
I can't believe you might stay the whole night. How long have you been here today?
8 a.m.
Oh, my
Well, I got here with Kristen and Steve and set everything up, and Mrs. Spalding hasn't been yet.
That's right. That's hardcore State Fair fan. All right, let's get right to it.
This is the 3 at 3 on Wisconsin's Afternoon News.
Number 1, Mike, the Milwaukee Common Council will hear from election officials following the primary night flub. Human error during Milwaukee's election night delayed reporting results from Tuesday's governor's primary for about 2 hours. The mistake happened at Central Count, where staff accidentally downloaded the audit logs instead of the absentee ballot results onto their flash drives. The error was caught, and they were able to get the expected election results, but late. So the Common Council will hear from the Election Commission's executive director next month, in September, about what happened, how similar mistakes can be prevented. Mayor's office also expressed support for the commission to do this and called on state lawmakers to revisit laws regarding the early processing of absentee ballots, saying rushing election workers can lead to these mistakes. The Milwaukee Election Commission says they're now reviewing their procedures already, staffing and practices ahead of November's election, and they plan to talk about that in front of the Common Council next month.
So we're used to this, right? you and I, there's people of the state of Wisconsin, this is what happens. Milwaukee has that late night ballot dump from Central Count always. But when you're the only game in town, it's a tough look. And I think so much of the backlash here is because we were on NBC News. You know, we were the only election going on at the time. We were the front page of the New York Times on Tuesday night. And I just think that the look is a really bad look, even if we're used to it. I'm interested in hearing how that goes next month.
Me too.
Number 2, 30 years after the death of Tupac Shakur, a jury has been selected in a murder trial. ABC's Alex Stone.
Among the jurors chosen as self-help guru, once had a shoplifting habit, a motorcycle riding retired gemologist who said she's never heard of Tupac but doesn't have a problem with gang culture, and a mailman who used to listen to Tupac's music back in the 90s. Now, on Monday, they'll enter a courtroom to begin hearing opening statements. The trial could go for over a month. If convicted, Davis could spend the rest of his life in prison.
So, pointing to a part in a memoir that Davis wrote, and you heard that name there at the back of Alex's report there. The book's called Compton Street Legends, and prosecutors say that he didn't fire the deadly shots, but instead orchestrated those killings. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Amazing to me that somebody, even in the year 2026, could say they didn't know who Tupac Shakur was. That's nuts to me.
I listened to that my entire childhood with my brother, the entire 90s. Okay, number 3, Packers fans may have found their next reliable kicker. Rookie Trey Smack had an impressive preseason debut, making all of his field goal attempts from 37, 58, and 38 yards. 58! He also made another 58-yarder, but defensive penalty gave Green Bay a first down instead. Packers traded up in the 6th round to draft Smack. He was also consistent in Florida, making 53 field goals over the 3 seasons. So if he can stay consistent, don't think about what was going on with all the practice, okay? The rookie could finally give Green Bay the long-term answer that they've been looking for a good kicker. All right, 3:14 on WTMJ. We're going to get a check of your traffic and weather. And boy, did we have a great Brewers game last night. Our executive producer, Nate Rilling, yes, he put together an amazing reel, and you want to listen to it coming up next. News is sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Curio sends it deep to left, and there she goes!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh my goodness, third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game. 25 years ago, a generational Bucs team made an unforgettable run.
This is the place to be.
Write It Up, narrated by Jim Paschke, is the new season of the Behind the Bucs podcast, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. This is the oral history of the 2000-2001 Milwaukee Bucs and their run to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Absolute bedlam here at the Bradley Center.
Listen now on Bucs.com/plus, the Bucs app, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get your podcasts. From the post-game to the morning show, there's no rest for baseball for Dominic Cotroneo, our Brewers 360 guest every Monday at 8:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I don't care about a team record. I don't care about 100 wins. I don't care about any of that. Make sure that you are in tip-top shape the moment the playoffs start.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited, Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Cannon and Dunphy, and Ridgetop Exteriors.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox and Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy one dinner, get one free tonight at the historic Fox and Hounds Supper Club, including steak and lobster. And desserts are buy one, get one free. Tables are open, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
Traffic and then weather. Debbie Lozica, how are the roads at 317?
Well, we do have a crash southbound 43 right about at Good Hope Road. That is on the left shoulder, so heads up with that. We are seeing a little bit of a backup heading past that towards Bender Road. More delays then from Capitol Drive down through the Marquette interchange. We've also got westbound 94 tightening up from about 35th Street to Hawley Road, then from about Sunny Slope to Moreland. Eastbound's backed up from 164 all the way past Barker Road, almost to Brookfield Road, and then more delays from 70th Street all the way to 35th. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Tonight, light rain overnight, a low of 69. Tomorrow, steady rain, a high of 77. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms possible, a high of 85. Monday, sunny, pleasant, a high of 80. Tuesday, cloudy with a high of 83. Right now here at the State Fair, it's partly sunny and 77 degrees. It's 3:18 on WTMJ. I hope that you come out to the State Fair. It is the pick day of the week for me. We are right north of the Wisconsin Exposition Center, across from the Dairy Building, and I'm looking at the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
I feel like you buried the lead.
I know, that's the best part.
The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is right in front of us, and I think it's contributing to accelerated attendance outside of our windows here today.
I know. You know what is also amazing? The Brewers game last night. They came back from a 4-2 deficit with 3 runs in the 9th inning to beat the Dodgers 5-4. Jackson Chourio, Garrett Mitchell, Jake Bauers delivering those key RBI singles. Our producer Nate Rilling put together this incredible highlight of our comeback crew.
Edwin Diaz coming in. He allowed runs in 3 straight before his save on Monday. Brewers trailing 4-2. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ortiz. The pitch. Line back up the middle of base. 3-2 coming. Runner goes. Swing and a line drive into right. That'll fall. A base hit. Hamilton goes to third. Scoring is Ortiz. Tying run 90 feet away. It's 4-3. Pitch. Line drive. Base hit. Right field. We're tied. To second goes Chourio. We're all even. 4-4. Ground ball right side, base hit. Chourio around third, he will score. Mitchell's headed to third, he'll make it there. Jake Bauers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee. Trevor McGill is on to try and pick up a save opportunity. For McGill has retired 24 of the last 25 batters he's faced. And the 1-1. Swing and a miss. He got a fastball by him at 98. 1 up and 1 down. 3-2 pitch to Muncy. Strike 3 called. Muncy will challenge. Here we go. Got him! Just on that inside corner, and Muncy is rung up. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball to right. Back Lara, warning track, makes the catch, and this ball game is over. The Brewers scored 3 times in the top of the 9th inning, and they take game 1 of this 4-game series against Los Angeles.
Brewers are now 4 games ahead of the Cubs in the NL Central. Play again tonight. And first pitches at 9:10. Our coverage here on WTMJ starts at 8:35. We are the home of the Brewers. Go Brewers! Fantastic. It is 3:20 on WTMJ. Coming up next, we have ABC News correspondent coming up with us. USS Abraham Lincoln. What is going on there? The sailors are jumping overboard. We talk about that next.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
How do you know if you're truly ready to retire? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, Certified Financial Planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. Many people focus on just one number, how much they've saved. But retirement readiness is about much more than a balance in your accounts. It's about having a clear plan for income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and how your money will support the lifestyle you want. Without that coordination, even a large nest egg can run into problems over time. At Drake & Associates, we help families create retirement plans designed to answer the big question, will your income last? Are you taking too much risk? And are there opportunities to reduce taxes along the way? To help you start thinking through those questions, I've created a complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, and 5 practical guides covering investments, taxes, and retirement income strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text the word READY to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text READY to 414-897-9522. Because retirement isn't just about saving enough, it's about having a plan.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
3:23 on WTMJ. Hope you're having a great day. Want to bring you up to date on a national story. The USS Abraham Lincoln, sailors are trying to jump overboard amid deployments that's been going on for a really long time. We have Chris Baccia, ABC News correspondent in Washington, with the very latest. Chris, can you get us up to date?
Yeah, and I think that we have to be a bit careful about saying sailors are jumping overboard. It's hard to say how many incidents that we're dealing with, but basically there have been a handful of reports, no more than 2 or 3 in the last few weeks, of sailors who have gone overboard. Those incidents are under investigation, so it's entirely possible that these were people who fell overboard, that this was accidental. But there's no question that suicide and suicidal ideation is an issue in the military across the services, and especially when we're dealing with a deployment of this length. We're now talking about 9 months that the USS Abraham Lincoln has been forward deployed in the Middle East and the North Arabian Sea. Concerns do come up. The account that has really, I would say, spawned this conversation came from a military spouse whose husband was deployed on the Lincoln. She said he went overboard. Now, ABC News has not independently verified that account, but nonetheless, it's begun this conversation around the well-being of the men and women who serve aboard an aircraft carrier. We're talking about 9 months that they haven't stepped foot on land in a conflict without an end in sight, and in that sense, the uncertainty can certainly come as a concern, but the Navy tells us that they haven't seen any increase in mental health issues, suicide or suicidal ideation. But again, this has begun a real conversation about what life is like aboard these vessels.
Well, Chris, for those of us like myself who have never served, is this kind of an extraordinary circumstance that these men and women are facing right now? Is it just the conditions on the boat that are bad? I mean, is there any space to pinpoint this is the reason that things have gone really, have taken really a turn?
Well, it is extraordinary to be on a 9-month deployment. 6 months is the traditional cycle that these sailors are familiar with aboard aircraft carriers. 6 months and a new one comes in. Now, when you're in combat, things change, and of course there's been a hot war in the Middle East since February, so the Lincoln has been there for the length of that. The Gerald Ford, which was also in the region, has just come back to the United States. That one was deployed for 11 months, so even longer. And that aircraft carrier was in the Caribbean for the operation in Venezuela that the U.S. conducted in January. So those sailors were literally moved from one conflict zone to another. So when we talk about deployments that span beyond 6, 7, 8 months, and we're talking about young men and women, some of them just out of high school, that can be a lot on their shoulders. and the uncertainty of not knowing exactly when it ends, I think, is a big part of it, too. Now, we have reported, according to a U.S. official, that the USS George Washington is coming to the region. It's transiting through the Indian Ocean at the moment. So it's coming to replace the Lincoln, and these sailors will get the respite. That's 5,000 of them aboard the aircraft carrier strike group. Will get the relief that they seek. And just to be clear, that was a pre-planned movement that was expected to come. And the Defense Secretary addressed this earlier. He addressed it yesterday, saying basically that he appreciates the sailors' service, but really downplayed what has been represented as a major issue or something unusual as far as conditions aboard or the sort of attitude of sailors. We don't have any reason to believe, as reporters at ABC, that there's anything extraordinary happening other than the fact that this has been a long deployment.
Hey, I'm happy you mentioned Pete Hegseth. There's nothing really, Chris, that this president hates more than self-inflicted bad press, specifically bad press that makes it look like they're not caring for active military service members or veterans. Any rumblings around D.C., anything that you guys have heard about the future of what Pete Hegseth's future could be in this administration?
Well, I wouldn't be able to say anything without speculating, but I think that you raise an important point about care for the service member as an important thing that really every president tries to make central in their messaging. One thing that we covered, in recent weeks, really, was how deaths and casualties were accounted for in this war. At first, they weren't given the proper merit. The numbers were actually suppressed, and we saw less casualties than we knew to be true. There have been 18 in this conflict, and on the Department of Defense's casualty database, we saw that number as low as 14. They were miscategorized at a certain point. It was corrected, and the Pentagon said that it was basically a data issue, that it was some sort of IT issue. Was sort of the implication. But no doubt that some damage is inflicted when that sort of thing happens, and there's a feeling that the contributions, especially of the fallen service members, and we're particularly thinking of 4 who died in Jordan, 4 soldiers, when this thing was reignited. So that's a concern. But to your question about the sort of politics around the defense secretary, he appears to be very close to the president. The president appears to be very close to him. And that's really the extent of what we can say. He's been an advocate for this war. The president has said that publicly, that Pete Hegseth really pushed for this war. The implication being perhaps more so than other senior cabinet officials. So there's also been reporting that the president's been displeased, right, about certain things when it comes to munitions, when it comes to other issues in the war, and these are behind closed doors conversations. But we know the president likes to speak about some of these things, so in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if you got an answer from him directly.
Chris Baccia, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thanks,
let's take a look at your Annex Wealth Management market update. The Dow was down 20, NASDAQ was down less than 1% on the day, and S&P 500 was also even on the day. Annex Wealth Management, know the difference.
Traffic is sponsored by Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Design Exchange is where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story this half hour: a Wisconsin murder suspect caught in Nebraska.
A woman avoids jail time for accidentally burning down a warehouse.
Abby Lazaga, we've got southbound 43 right at the ramp from Good Hope Road with an accident. It's on the left shoulder, so keep that in mind if you're going to be heading through there. We are seeing delays just south of Brown Deer Road past that scene to Bender Road. Also seeing backups from Capitol Drive down through the Marquette. Westbound 94's got backups from 35th Street to Hawley Road, from just west of Highway 100 all the way to Sunny Slope. Eastbound's backed up from Highway 164 to Brookfield Road, and then 76th Street to 35th. Watch out on the bypass heading southbound southbound, you got backups pretty much from Lincoln all the way down and around the Hale to Forest Home. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight tonight, a low of 70 degrees. There is a chance for some rain showers. Tomorrow, scattered showers in the AM, mostly sunny into the afternoon, a high 78. Sunday, chance of some showers, a high 81. Monday, sunny, 77. And on Tuesday, mostly cloudy skies, a high of 82 degrees.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a man from Pleasant Prairie accused of stabbing his father is arrested in Nebraska.
18-year-old Joseph Nymick had a warrant out with an attempted first-degree intentional homicide charge. Racine police say he stabbed his father in the neck at a home near 21st and Kentucky on Wednesday. Nebraska State Patrol troopers stopped a suspect vehicle later that morning along Interstate 80 in Hall County and arrested Nymick. It's unclear when he will be extradited back to Wisconsin. The victim is expected to be okay. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
A woman avoiding jail time after pleading guilty to starting a 5-alarm fire that destroyed an abandoned warehouse in Milwaukee. Ellen Stevens charged with neglect handling of burning material for discarding a cigarette. This after prosecutors say she and her friends trespassed in the former tannery near 32nd and Hampton. A judge did sentence Stevens to 12 months of probation and ordered her to pay $6,000 in restitution.
The Lincoln Avenue school community has received enough donated supplies to get students ready for the new school year.
Milwaukee Public Schools says the immediate need has been met following an outpouring of support after a 5-alarm fire destroyed the school June 30th. Lincoln Avenue students and staff will begin the school year September 1st at Pulaski High School with dedicated classrooms, a cafeteria, and their own entrance. The fire left the Lincoln Avenue building a total loss. MPS says it will distribute the donated supplies to teachers the week of August 24th. The MPS Foundation will continue accepting monetary donations to help with future needs. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
And time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all Sports Desk. A sigh of relief for the Milwaukee Brewers as they eke out a come-from-behind 4-2 victory over the Los Angeles Dodgers on Thursday. Or they find themselves down 4-2, I should say. They beat the Dodgers 5-4 after a comeback in the 9th inning. The Brewers and Dodgers back at it tonight in California. Coverage on WTMJ starts at 8:35 this evening right here on WTMJ. The Packers began preseason with a loss against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They fell to the Steelers 28-9 last night. The only star of the Packers, that was kicker Trey Smack. He scored all of the Packers' points, including a 58-yard field goal. The Packers head to Denver next for preseason game number 2. They take on the Broncos next Friday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 1:35.
Earn now, spend later at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Now through August 26th, rewards members earn $10 in Blaine's Bucks for every $100 spent in store. Redeemable just like cash, September 3rd to the 16th. Right now, rewards members save $100 on a Charbroil Performance 4-burner grill. Assorted rustic pantry spices, jams, and pickled vegetables are 15% off. Plus, Blaine's brand trail mixes also 15% off. Earn Blaine's Bucks now to spend later, just like cash. Only at Blaine's Farm and Fleet.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255
5-368.
This is Brian Wicker, Chief Homebuyer Helper with Wisconsin's own Accident Mortgage. Nicer homes are still getting multiple offers over asking, and there's only one winner per listing. I want to help you be that winner, which is why I just increased the rock-solid pre-approval guarantee to $10,000. It's all about getting the seller to pick your offer over the others. So AccuNet is now guaranteeing in writing to pay the seller 10,000 American bucks if we can't make good on the terms of your fully verified rock-solid pre-approval. Banks don't do that. We're willing to stand behind our work and stand behind you with a $10,000 guarantee that sellers will definitely notice. Maybe you've been writing offers and losing, which feels terrible, or maybe you're just starting out. Either way, don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval and let someone else end up sleeping in your dream home. Give the seller 10,000 reasons to say yes to your offer with AccuNet's new $10,000 rock-solid seller guarantee. Get started with yours today at ACCUNET.com.
Hi, I'm Jim Frucci, Managing Partner and PGA Professional at Morningstar Golfers Club, and I'd like to personally invite you to play your next round of golf at Morningstar. Lush green fairways, velvet smooth greens, magnificent vistas from high above our championship golf course. Morningstar was created with the serious golfer in mind, and it continues to be the public course by which all other area public courses are measured. Book your tee time today and reserve a spot on our membership wait list. Come out and see what all of Southeast Wisconsin's been talking about. Hey, you've played the rest. Now play the best.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
3:38 on WTMJ. Every Friday we do something that is called
In Case You Missed It.
Okay, I'll go first. This is in honor of John Mercure. I wish he was here. Corgis led visitors along a 1-mile trail, and it's making international news now, through 56 acres of woodland in Ellsworth, Maine.
We have Pebbles, Raggy, Lizzie, Blossom, Slipper, Bogey, Annika, Willow's right there, Greenie, Lucy, Poppy, and Fruity Pebbles.
Corgis are... Deb likes this.
Annika was that really kind of threw me for a loop there real quick.
There's fairies all over the place as you go through, and she explains why. This is Jennifer White.
So corgis are the fairy steeds of the forest in England, and so we kind of moved that over here to beautiful Maine.
So Jennifer says that she was already running a hiking business when she began bringing her corgis along about 9 years ago, leading through the trail, and now it's become a huge hit. So now you know.
In Case You Missed It.
All right, mine hails from the wonderful country of Canada.
Hello.
British Columbia, to be specific. All right, so Spider-Man, right, brand new day, comes
Love
out.
it.
Everyone's seen it. It's made billions of dollars.
Mhm.
Well, there was a theater in British Columbia, Canada, that didn't get all of the accoutrement that typically comes with a movie release like this. Most notably, promotional materials, including posters that you hang up in the movie theater. So a teammate at this movie theater, I can't find it, Drake Landon, is an employee at Famous Players Theater in Prince George, British Columbia, knew he didn't have any posters. Instead of saying, well, we just don't have anything, throwing his hands up, hoping people know what Spider-Man is, he took it upon himself to draw the posters by hand while at the theater. It has since inspired millions of retweets and reposts.
Are they good? Is it a good sketch?
It's nicknamed Spooderman meme, so I don't know if it's good, but it's the initiative, Julia. It's not the execution of it. It's the fact that this young man is an employee at a movie theater and went, I can do something about this to help, and decided to hand draw these things. They look awesome.
In Case You Missed It.
You think the Olympics are all about showing you the best of the best, the strongest of the strong, but for one Olympian, all that training became much more than a competition. It helped save lives. Venezuelan weightlifter Julio Mayora, who is used to lifting enormous amounts of weight, actually was on the world stage, and after disaster struck in his home country of Venezuela, he found himself lifting concrete and debris and rubble. Mayora joined rescue efforts using the strength he built over the years of training to help reach people trapped beneath the structures that were collapsed. The same strength meant to win medals suddenly had a much more urgent purpose. Instead of competing, he was helping neighbors and strangers when every second mattered. And And when he went back to competition, he used his medals that he won and it ended up calling them a tribute to the people back home. Biggest takeaway, sometimes the skills we spend years developing for one purpose end up mattering most somewhere where we never expected.
Nice.
In case you missed it.
There you go. In case you missed it, it's sponsored by Old Fashioned Roofing, where a handshake still matters. They treat their customers the old-fashioned way, where the handshake is the word is their bond. Visit them today at oldfashionedroofing.com. Jason Wilde is next, and then we have Honeymakers coming up after that.
Whoop, just doing some roofing on another lovely Wisconsin day. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, it's just roofing done the old-fashioned way. You betcha. Do you need shingles? Let's mingle, for a Wisconsin tradition never dwindles. So raise a glass, shake a hand for this old-fashioned brand. Whoop, that's old-fashioned roofing.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here for Comfort Awnings. Using the highest quality American-made materials, their awnings are the leading shade and wind-resistant solutions for your outdoor space. Comfort Awnings installed a motorized awning over my patio a couple of summers ago, and I don't regret it one little tiny bit. It's so comfortable out there extending my living space. With summer here, don't wait to get your awning installed. Enjoy your beautiful Wisconsin summer no matter what the weather is. Extend the motorized awning when the sun gets too hot or even when it rains. Right now, you can get $200 off your awning or screen. Call 414-AWNINGS or visit comfortawnings.com today.
Ready to travel with a community of fellow explorers? Check out Fox Group Vacations with Globus. We have incredible expert-led itineraries lined up for 2027. Taste your way through Italy, witness the breathtaking waterfalls and glaciers of Iceland, or relax on the tropical shores of Hawaii. We handle all the logistics, flights, and details so you can just enjoy. Spaces fill fast. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com.
Yeah, I know. Harvest has already started, and we've got a lot more of that action still to come. And there you stand, rubbing your shoulder. That back is not interested in the harvest. And let's think about those knees getting in and out of the truck, on and off the tractor. Why haven't you called QC Kinetics? They make it simple. No cost evaluation. They'll make sure that they work their schedule around yours so you can do it when you're in town, getting parts, going to the farm store. 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. And for you family members or employees that have to work with them, you know how miserable they are when they hurt. Why don't you prompt them to make the call? Or if you're a family member, go ahead and call for them. 414-667-5559. Imagine a harvest without that pain. Call them today. QC Kinetics.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
3:45 at Wisconsin State Fair Park. Debbie Lazaga has your traffic. How are things looking out there, Deb?
A bit slow. Heading southbound on 43, we do still have that crash at Good Hope Road. And continuing on, you're seeing more delays right from Capitol Drive down into the Marquette. Once you get past that, you're good to go down to the Mitchell. On southbound on 41, we got backups from just before Good Hope Road all the way to Silver Spring. Northbound's backed up from Burleigh up to about Hampton. And then continuing southbound on 894, we've got the big delays from just south of Greenfield Avenue down and around the Hale interchange to Forest Home. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast, mostly cloudy skies. Chance of some storms and showers tonight, a low of 68 degrees. Tomorrow, humid with some showers in the forecast, especially in the AM hours, a high of 80 degrees. Sunday, partly cloudy, warm and humid, chance of storms, a high 85. Monday, sunny, high 80. Tuesday, mostly sunny skies, chance of some storms late, a high of 78 degrees. Right now at State Fair Park, it's sunny and 77 degrees at 346.
Okay, you got to check him out on ESPN Wisconsin from 9 to noon. Wilde and Tausch, plus his great reporting on channel3000.com. Jason Wilde! Wilde, it's so good that you're here. Happy Friday.
I wish I was there. I've been wanting to go to the State Fair, and I don't know if we're going to make it this year, so thanks for having me.
Oh, it's so nice out today. You're missing out. This is the pick day. Pick day. All right, let's get right to it with our Packers. Can you talk about our awesome kicker that, everybody was saying some really bad things about, Mr. Smack?
Well, he was. They were talking smack about him. Yeah, he had an awesome night. But just like I think it was dangerous to assume that he was going to be terrible because he got off to a rocky start. I think we have to be careful about overcorrecting, right? He had an unbelievable night last night. I mean, one of the kicks didn't count, but he had two 58-yard field goals. The longest field goal ever kicked in that stadium is 59 yards. And he did two 58-yarders, one of which counted, one didn't. He hit the ball straight. He hit right between the uprights. He was great. There's no denying any of that. But as Matt LaFleur said right after the game and just reiterated to us as we talked to him a little while ago, okay, now what, right? What's next? He's got to parlay that into even more consistency because there were some ups and downs, and I would predict that there will still be more ups and downs. I just think that's the reality of being a young player in this league, and especially a young specialist like a kicker in this league. There's going to be inconsistency, but last night was huge for him.
Yeah, Jason, I do want to ask you about some of the things that we saw on the field last night, but before we get to that, I wanted to get your thoughts on, I guess you'd call it the cold shoulder by Matt LaFleur and or Aaron Rodgers. LaFleur telling the media yesterday, despite being in the same vicinity of one another, they didn't, quote, get a chance to say hello. Do you make anything of that, or is that just us in Wisconsin, hoping that there's some sort of drama where there just isn't?
Yeah, as Mike McCarthy famously told me after the Fail Mary game, I'm not in the mood for drama tonight, Jason. But it's hard not to wonder, right? Like, it just is. Like, it's not that hard to find a guy after a game. And so I guess I was a little surprised by that, too. Now, Matt LaFleur did say something a little bit wacky on the NFL Network earlier in the week when he was talking about how Jordan Love sets protections at the line of scrimmage and makes different calls there. And he said he was the best he's ever been around. And Stacey Dales from the NFL Network said, you coached Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Burn.
And he doubled down on it. And he maintained that was something that Jordan's the best at. So I don't know. I did not bother to reach out to Aaron to ask him if he avoided Matt LaFleur, but I would have loved to have seen them hash that. Are you kidding me with what you said, Matt? You're crazy to think that he's better at that than me. I'm a future Hall of Famer. But no, they apparently they just didn't see each other, Michael. They just didn't see each other.
I'm just going to guess that LaFleur said whatever he had to say in the wedding card, probably to the newly nuptialed Rodgers, right?
I'm not going anywhere near that. You tried to set me up. I'm not touching it.
How's Malik Willis?
I miss Malik Willis, man. I'm so excited for him with his opportunity in Miami. Like, I can't imagine. But he's such a good guy, and I really enjoyed covering him. The problem I'm worried about with him, and obviously I have a good relationship with Jeff Hafley, their coach down there, and we just got done talking to Jonathan Gannon, his replacement as a defensive coordinator, who's been okay. But I really like Jeff, and I really like Malik, and the problem is they don't have much talent on that team.
I just kept on thinking
about
him with this preseason game and the next one against the Broncos. I just kept on thinking about him that entire game.
Yeah, he was the best insurance policy in football, and obviously last night, we saw a little bit of Tyrod Taylor, and then they have a young guy named Kyle McCord who played really well, frankly, against the backups for the Steelers. So it is still a moving target with the backup quarterbacks, but I'll say this. Tyrod Taylor has been in this league 16 years. He's 37 years old. He has seen a lot. But the question is he going to play at a high level if something happens to Jordan Love? Because our guy Malik Willis definitely did.
Jason, obviously it's preseason game number 1, so we're not really taking a ton of stock into what we saw last night. But your thoughts on the cornerback rotation? I'm guessing we're probably going to see Keyshawn Nixon play in Denver next week, right? I mean, it wasn't exactly a sterling evening for that group of players, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and look, we were just talking about this as we finished up with the defensive coaches. I mean, for a guy that was their number one corner and played so much, it would appear that they have basically told Keyshawn Nixon, hey, you're fighting for a job here, man. And there is no, I was the number one corner last year. Their messaging is pretty clear. It is a competition. And obviously there were some plays last night that he did not help himself on. And it'll be interesting to see how he responds to both the competition and his own performance, because Mike, you're right. I mean, he's got to play, and he's got to prove himself. But again, I think we have to be a little bit careful of getting too excited about young guys. I like Brandon Cisse, their top draft pick, but in less than a month they're going to be going to Minnesota, and they're going to be facing one of the best wide receivers in all of football in Justin Jefferson. He's hard for everyone to cover, but if you're inexperienced and inconsistent, it could get pretty ugly.
Well, we have our number one here. Jason Wilde. Check him out from 9 to noon on Wilde and Tausch, plus great reporting on channel3000.com, where I lift all of his stuff off of there. So go there, and then you're going to be a Packers aficionado, okay? Jason Wilde, thank you.
Number one, I'm not so sure about, but it was nice to talk to you guys.
You have your own office at Lambeau Field. Everybody, who else has that? Tell me. It's amazing. And your bobblehead.
A bunch of other guys too.
Your bobblehead collection is second to none. Thanks, Jason.
All right, everybody, take care. Be good.
All right, it's 3:53 on WTMJ. Coming up next, there are Wisconsin honey producers, and they're so important to the Badger State. We talk to two people who are in the Wisconsin Products Pavilion next.
I'm Vince Vitrano, joined today by Dr. Corey Casper from Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin.
So we treat a lot of joint issues, cartilage issues, also issues with tendons. So if you've got a knee that's just been bugging you, and maybe you've seen a doctor or two and they haven't given you many options outside of some steroid injections or surgery, that's where we come in and find other treatment options that may help your knee feel better.
Get started online now at orthowisconsin.com.
Wow. Okay, we have Dick Strum and Michael Dick with us. The Wisconsin Products Pavilion here at State Fairgrounds is my favorite spot. Everything features something made right here in the Badger State. The two gentlemen I have with me are in the Wisconsin Honey Producers section. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Let me turn on your mics. How about that?
Great to be here.
Yes. Oh my goodness. You brought so many things. First off, Michael, how are the sales going?
Sales are going great. We're very happy to be able to engage the crowd and be able to share some of the Wisconsin honey producers honey with the State Fair patrons.
What's number one here of everything in front of me?
Our big sellers are obviously the liquid honeys. Most people are coming expecting that. We do have the honey ice cream that
I'm going to try that.
People love it. We do have topped ones that have chocolate, butterscotch, or nuts on them, and then our honey lemonade is a fair favorite as well.
I know. Oh my gosh, it's so good. So when the honey is dark or the honey is light, Dick, what does it show you of the evolution of it?
Well, the lighter honeys tend to be milder flavored and quite sweet. Most honey is sweet, but as we move into the dark, we get a more heavy flavor to it. It tends to go toward the molasses flavor when you get into your strongest of dark honeys, which would be like a buckwheat honey.
Which one do you like?
I like the light honeys.
You do?
I like a basswood, a clover, those types, and those are native Wisconsin trees, so I like that. And Michael brought along some Tupelo honey, which I'm not familiar with. I talked him into doing that, and that's from Mississippi. It's not a Wisconsin honey, but I've never tasted it before. So and it tends to be about twice the price of other honeys.
Mike, you have one of those. Give me that.
I do, the honey, but no, I'm going to keep yours. While we have you guys in the studio, when I think of Wisconsin-based sweeteners, I think of syrup. All right, that's like the first thing that comes to mind. Do we play a major role in the world of honey production here in the Badger State?
I don't think it's a major role, but I think we're hanging in there with the rest of them. We have a lot of commercial beekeepers. Keeping bees in a northern climate is a little bit more challenging than keeping bees in a southern climate. But we do have a fair amount of commercial beekeepers. I am not a commercial beekeeper. I'm probably what most people would call a small sideliner. I have about 40 hives, about 36 I think
that's
right
a lot.
now.
Small time is 40 hives?
Yeah, big time. We've got a guy in our Brown County Beekeeper Association that's in the commercial end of things, Augie Liskins, and he's over 1,300 hives.
Oh my gosh!
And trucks all of those bees down to California for the almond pollination in February, and then brings them back.
Your honey caramel bar is to die for. My goodness. Please go out there. Wisconsin Products Pavilion, okay? Have you ever been stung by bees? How many times?
Have I?
Have I?
How many hundreds
wow.
of times? I've probably been stung 500 times.
Oh my
like that.
Goodness. How many at once?
How many at once? Well, one particular time that I remember, the state inspector was up there, and I had
of course,
what we call a spicy hive, and you would reach your hands over. And that day alone, I probably had 50 to 60 stings on my hands through leather gloves.
Wow, they were very spicy.
They were very spicy.
And you were fine? Did you just build an immune?
Well, I didn't like it.
No one likes that.
When I first got into beekeeping 13 years ago, and I would get stung by a bee, I would swell up and I'd have a very, probably a normal, but a pretty severe reaction. I would describe it as. But now, if I get stung on the hand or the arm or the leg and you just remove the sting immediately, it's something like a mosquito bite.
Wow, that's amazing.
But I do wear protection. I do wear a veil and always protect my head and eyes and those types of things.
Where do you keep your bees in the winter?
Where do I keep my bees right here in Wisconsin in the winter.
Are they in the basement, or where do we put them, in the spare bedroom?
When you mentioned basement, that in earlier days that people actually took their bees down into their root cellar to keep them through winter in Wisconsin. Nowadays, we put heavy insulation on the top of the hive because it's just like us wearing a hat in the wintertime. That's where most of the heat escapes from the hive, and then we'll wrap them with an insulating material and make sure that they have plenty of food to
and they just go to sleep.
Well, they don't exactly sleep.
They're busy.
They form a cluster. They kind of do that National Geographic penguin thing where the outside of the cluster is at 54 degrees, and when that bee on the outside gets too cool at 54 degrees, that bee will move internally where the temperature is much warmer.
That's how they survive. Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
The internal of a cluster in the winter that's starting to brood in February will be 94 degrees, and it might be 0 or 10 below outside.
Wow. So head to the Wisconsin Products Pavilion, go over to the Wisconsin Honey Producers section, and then you'll see Dick and Michael.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. I think the honey vanilla ice cream is my favorite.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros. Take your family to the amazing Mine Shaft restaurant in Hartford for the all-you-can-eat Wednesday and Friday haddock fish fry for $8.99. Wow. You'll pay twice that elsewhere. Desserts or buy one, get one free. Google the Mine Shaft. Call and reserve your table, the Mine Shaft.
News is sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
I'm Julia Fellow. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Your top story, a man charged in a Milwaukee murder spree.
I'm Mike Spalding in for John Mercure. Conditions deteriorate on the high seas.
I'm Debbie Lozica, and looks like we've got some delays on southbound 43 because of that accident right about at Good Hope Road. So just give yourself that extra time to get right past that. Then once you get through there, you'll be okay all the way to about Capitol Drive. Tightens up into the Marquette. Westbound 94, tight through the Stadium interchange. Eastbound's a bit heavier, though. We're seeing delays from 76th Street all the way to 35th. Westbound 894 backing up out of the Mitchell interchange past Loomis. And southbound 894 slowing from Greenfield solid all the way down and around the Hale to Loomis. I'm Debbie Lozica with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Showers possible overnight. A low of 70. Tomorrow, scattered showers in the morning. A high of 78. Right now here at the State Fair, it's 77 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a man has been charged in a Milwaukee murder spree.
36-year-old Thomas Zollicoffer shot his ex-girlfriend, Vanessa Derrera, and her friend Scott Buchholz at a party last weekend during a domestic dispute where he told police he, quote, lost it. He then drove to the north side of Milwaukee to buy drugs and shot Shamar Lahair in their home 25 minutes later. According to the criminal complaint, Zollicoffer admitted to killing all three victims. He's charged with 3 counts of homicide and made his initial appearance in court Friday morning. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
A suspect now under arrest after being accused of beating up a man outside of a pizza shop in Milwaukee. Police say that the victim was attacked outside Beddoes Pizza in Walker's Point on Wednesday. Security video showing the suspect repeatedly punching and kicking the man and hitting him while he was on the ground. A 24-year-old arrested today. The 43-year-old victim has since been taken to the hospital for serious injuries.
Concerns about the mental health of sailors and Marines on board the USS Abraham Lincoln have the Navy sending a new aircraft carrier to the Middle East with a fresh crew. News Nation's Corey Smith.
The USS George Washington headed to the region reportedly to relieve the Lincoln, though the Navy won't confirm that due to operational security. Meanwhile, lawmakers are demanding answers here. Some have even floated paying a visit to the ship. Senator Richard Blumenthal sent this letter to the Defense Department saying, in part, the Lincoln's extended deployment raises broader questions about the Navy's ability to sustainably generate carrier forces while preserving service member well-being, maintenance schedules, fleet readiness, and the capacity to respond to future contingencies.
The U.S. Central Command called the reports of issues false.
Another traffic change is headed to the I-94 West leg as crews prepare to move into the next stage of construction.
Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says the work leading into that move is where it needs to be.
We're wrapping up work on that pushed-in retaining wall in the cemetery section that we've talked about before. That wall's wrapping up on schedule, and that's setting us up great for the next traffic shift.
The change will reduce eastbound I-94 to 2 lanes between 70th Street and Mitchell Boulevard through later this fall.
And this will give us a work zone to place permanent concrete pavement for the future eastbound lanes.
The big traffic shift is scheduled to start on Monday night, so heads up Tuesday morning. Debbie Lozica, WTMJ News.
Coming up, promising prospects.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 4:05.
Sports parents know the countless hours and dollars spent on practice, games, equipment, training, travel. So when an injury happens, why don't we invest in recovery too? Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy supports the body's natural healing process, whether it's recovering from injury or a concussion, because it's not just about getting your athlete back on the field. It's about helping them recover for school, work, and life long after the season ends. Learn more at mdhyperbaric.com.
Bo here from Ridgetop Exteriors. Southern Wisconsin got hit hard with hail recently. If your home took a beating, now's the time to take action. We've been delivering top quality roofing, siding, and window services locally for over 23 years. With free damage assessments and insurance experts on staff, we've been your licensed, local, and trusted contractor since day one. Don't wait until small damage becomes a big problem. Turn to Ridgetop Exteriors today. RidgetopExteriors.com. That's RidgetopExteriors.com.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
25 years ago, a generational Bucks team made an unforgettable run.
This is the place to be.
Write It Up, narrated by Jim Paschke, is the new season of the Behind the Bucks podcast, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. This is the oral history of the 2000-2001 Milwaukee Bucks and their run to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Absolute bedlam here at the Bradley Center.
Listen now on Bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Is this one of those viral pranks?
Beg your pardon?
I think you promote Hasslis Mattresses employee-free showrooms just to lure me in so you can film a practical joke on me to go viral.
Sir, I assure you, we take employee-free mattress shopping very seriously.
What do? Tie me to a bed and spray me with silly string?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Good one.
Others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Queen Elm Cove A mattress for $1,599, but Hasslis has it for just $794.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next day delivery.
So shopping at Hasslis won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasslis.com.
If you're in charge of uniforms and equipment, you want to get the most value for your team's budget. You want the most for your money, and you want the process to be easy. Because you already have enough on your plate. We get it. Burkhart Sporting Goods Team Outfitting Division is the best you'll find. With an abnormally high customer satisfaction rate and our own silk screening and embroidery facility for quality control. So if you want the highest quality team outfitting and incredible service,
You can't beat Burkhart.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law offices. One call, that's all sports desk. The Brewers turned despair into victory last night, down in the ninth inning, 4-2 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Brewers rally and end up with a 5-4 victory in Los Angeles. Manager Pat Murphy says he's proud of the way his team responded after a sweep at the hands of the Padres earlier this week. Brewers and Dodgers are back at it tonight at Chavez Ravine. Coverage on WTMJ starts at 8:35. First pitch set for just after 9 o'clock. The Packers began the preseason with a 28-9 loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Head coach Matt LaFleur, though, says he was impressed with how kicker Trey Smack performed. He scored all of Green Bay's points, including a 58-yard field goal. The Packers take on the Broncos in preseason game number 2. That'll be next Friday in Denver. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 409.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Energy efficient, easier to clean, amazing insulation, and just fantastic windows. Siding Unlimited has proven to be the choice for windows and doors. This is Eric Brown with Aaron Brown. We're brothers and owners of our family business, Siding Unlimited.
We figured out long ago that the right product installed the right way delivers the best experience for our customers. For 32 years, our experience shows on every job.
32 years, and Siding Unlimited continues to lead the industry. The secret, and Aaron just said it, our experience. From start to finish, the Siding Unlimited team knows how to deliver for our customers a quality window and door install.
Trust the local, family-operated Siding Unlimited to be the company of choice for your next window project. Proven to be the best by earning Pella's prestigious Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year award 5 times.
Siding Unlimited. Experience, integrity, craftsmanship. Call Siding Unlimited at 262-567-4513 or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
When I shop, no matter what I'm shopping for, I shop for value. WTMJ's John Mercure here, and also quality. You get that at Milwaukee's Otto's Wine and Spirits, serving Milwaukee since 1945, employee-owned. They've got the best price and selection when it comes to wine, when it comes to spirits, when it comes to beer and seltzer. It's Otto's Wine and Spirits. You've driven by the many locations. Stop in and visit one. My store is Menominee Falls, also Elm Grove, Brown Deer, Cedarburg, and Milwaukee. They are the best value. They're Wisconsin strong. It's Otto's.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
John is off today, but he's going to love this next story. Mike Spalding is with us. We are talking about Lambeau Leap of Faith. So if you're looking forward to the Badgers game versus Notre Dame up at Lambeau Field, September 6th at 6:30, there's something really cool going on at 2:30. All right, we have with us Bob Seamy. He's the founder, executive director. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank you for having me.
So it's a mass.
It is.
Across the street by Lombardi and Ridge, you said?
Right on the corner of Lombardi and Ridge, literally right across the street from the stadium, yeah.
What makes it so special?
Well, historically, we have our entities called Ballpark Day of Faith. For the last 16 years, we've held mass tailgate and a game at American Family Field. Mm-hmm. Started with me and a seminarian and two other guys, the seminarian's dad and Danny Quinnell, who's the principal at DSHA. And the last couple years, we've had about 1,100, 1,200 people before the game. So everybody just loves the simplicity of celebrating Mass outside, having a great tailgater, and then going in and seeing the game.
Wow. So ballparks, different leagues do things like this. Are you guys involved in, say, what happens in St. Louis or what goes on in Chicago when they do like faith nights, or are you guys strictly Wisconsin sports?
Right now we've just been Wisconsin-based. We do have connections throughout, and there's some other interests nationally. And we've done minor league games, and then we did a game down in Florida. So we've got a lot of interest from people that want us to expand, but we're an all-volunteer group, so...
Is it a coincidence that Notre Dame is going to be the team playing the Badgers when you guys are doing this at Lambeau Field, or did it just happen to be like that?
It is not. When I was doing an interview last year for our regular Ballpark Day of Faith, an individual said, "This is awesome. You should, the Badgers are playing Notre Dame at Lambeau Field next year, and you should do this there." And I was like, we got an all-volunteer group. That's kind of a lot for us. And he was like, "Whatever, I'll help. Let's do it." So I've got a couple.
So what do I need to do if I want to go to this?
Just go to our site, which is Ballpark Day of Faith, and we're up and running with a link to sell tickets, and it's $10. Obviously, we throw in Mass for free. We don't charge for Mass. Mm-hmm. We have some generous donors and sponsors that allow, because the price is a lot more, the cost per person's a lot more, but we like to keep it very reasonable so families can come. So $10 per person.
Tailgate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bob, I wanted to ask you, going back in time, how long have you guys been doing this? How has it grown, and why did you decide ultimately to get involved?
It was interesting because right now this is year 16 that we just completed in June at American Family Field, and I don't know, a little bit of a calling when we just had the first 4 people, including myself, and we were sitting around simultaneously talking about our faith and who's pitching that day. It was kind of a great vibe. And the next year I was like, this is pretty cool. Why don't I ask a bunch of my friends who can buy tickets for priest and Catholic educators? And then we had about 30, then 60, and now it's a nonprofit, and we've got 1,100 coming every year.
What's the reaction that you've gotten?
Everybody loves the idea. Yeah, and again, I just come back to the simplicity and probably the beauty of it. One of our taglines is where the sacred and the secular meet. And I don't know what it is, but people just really, really enjoy it.
Well, I love what you said about just like you're sitting around and you're talking about your faith, but also, who's pitching, right? What Trey Smack do last night? Like, it just is such a natural conversation, it seems like, to have. A lot of people say it's like the bar, right? The bar stool conversation, but it doesn't have to be at a bar stool.
Yeah, and John, obviously, unfortunately, wasn't able to be here today, Mercure, but he's been there the last 3 years and he just loves it.
That's awesome. Yeah. What's the website again?
Ballparkdayoffaith.org.
Awesome. Ballparkdayoffaith.org. Lambeau Leap of Faith. Bob Seamy, he's the founder, executive director. So it's happening at 2:30, the day of the Badgers versus Notre Dame game at Lambeau Field. That's huge. Happening at 2:30 at Lombardi and Ridge. right around that corner, so right across the street from Lambeau Field. Then they'll do a tailgate, and then you have to get your tickets to go to the game.
Yes.
We'll say a lot of prayers for people with that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's 4:15 on WTMJ. We're going to get a check of your traffic and weather with Debbie Lazaga, and then your weather. It is currently 4:15.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 18th.
Curio sends it deep to left, and there she goes.
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the Seattle Mariners.
And Yelich launches one deep right center field. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Third deck.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Delta Dental of Wisconsin. Tune in August 18th at 6:40 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Hurt at work? Call Tayback for the payback. An injury at work may leave you eligible for compensation benefits, including lost wages, coverage of medical bills, or a cash settlement. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Traffic and then weather. Debbie Lazaga, how are the roads?
It's backed up on southbound 43 right now from Capitol Drive down through the Marquette. We've got southbound 41 also heavy from Appleton Avenue down to about Silver Spring, so it's not too bad there. On the northbound side, a little heavy from Burleigh all the way up to about Silver Spring. Make that Appleton. We've also got more delays, big ones on southbound 894. You're riding the brakes from just south of Greenfield Avenue down and around the Hale Interchange all the way past Forest Home. Back on the brakes past Loomis. On westbound 894, if you were thinking that might be a good alternate, it's a little bit tight from 27th Street all the way to about 51st. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast: light rain overnight, a low of 69. Tomorrow, steady rain, a high of 77. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms, a high of 85. Monday, sunny and pleasant, a high of 80 degrees. Tuesday, cloudy, a high of 83 degrees. Right now here at the State Fair, it's 77 degrees. The Wisconsin Products Pavilion here at the State Fairgrounds is amazing. Everything features something made right here in the Badger State. We have with us 2 owners of Sheboygan Pasty Company. Thank you so much for joining us. Tony and John Ranieri. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, so tell me what we have in front of us.
Well, you got one of each of the things that we've got here at the fair. You've got our traditional beef pasty. You have our bratwurst pasty.
What's this one?
That one is, let's see.
That's our blueberry.
That's our blueberry and peach one. That is a State Fair exclusive, as well as our chorizo pasty, which is a State Fair exclusive.
Chorizo.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so good.
I will say, fellas, there are a lot of impressive-looking foods here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Walking through the Products Pavilion, these instantly caught my eye. And for those of you who aren't familiar with what a pasty is or what it looks like, I'll let the experts actually explain it to us. What exactly are we talking about here?
John, go.
Pasty is it's a meat and vegetable mixture wrapped into a pie crust. It's a traditional beef pasty, has ground beef, potatoes, onions, carrots, rutabaga in it. Cornish miners brought it over around the world, really, to anywhere where there's mining. They helped establish mining. And
so it's easier to eat.
Yes. Yeah, the UP kind of made it famous.
Yeah.
The crust, the crimped crust, actually, the miners used to hold that to make it easier to eat and actually throw out the crust at the end because their hands were full of arsenic and other chemicals and
Interesting. Try one, Mike.
Well, I'm going to eat one. I want to ask the gentleman questions before I start stuffing my face here.
Go ahead.
So I'm always interested and I'm fascinated by companies that decided to get their start in and around the pandemic time. And you guys started right in 2021. What was the calling? Why then? Everyone else is like just trying to figure out like how can I pay my rent or mortgage, and you guys went, no, we're going to start this business. I'm assuming it's just a passion project, right?
So what it really started out with, we about 13 years ago, exactly right now, 13 years ago, we moved to Sheboygan from here to open up Four of a Kind Bar and Grill, buy it, and things were going fine, and then COVID happened. And we were just looking for ways to make ends meet and get through it in one piece. We were talking about, all the different ideas we could, brainstorming different things. We thought about, and John, I think it was John that said, hey, what about pasties? Nobody in town is doing pasties. Let's try that. Our grandparents were born and raised in the UP. So we grew up on my grandmother's pasties and pasties from Reynolds down here in Milwaukee. But nobody in Sheboygan was doing it. So we said, let's give it a shot.
Wow. So the recipes, does that come from your grandmother or where did you get it?
Our beef pasty recipe does. The other recipes, we want to do more unique things, so we tried to create different ideas. The brat pasty, we have an Italian pasty, which is similar to a calzone. We actually just started a calzone line, Casa Ranieri calzones, back in October. That's out in grocery stores. And we have, the chorizo pasty.
I like that, yeah.
Well, part of it was, when we were younger, we walked down the frozen pizza aisle in the grocery store, and there are a couple of different brands. Every single one of them had the same 4 or 5 varieties, cheese, sausage, pepperoni, maybe a deluxe, maybe something combo. That was it. Now you walk down the pizza aisle, and there's 8 million different brands and 8 million different flavors you can get. Frozen pasties have kind of always been the same way. The traditional beef pasty is about all you could find. Your options were usually with or without rutabaga. So we wanted to have more variety.
So how do we get a hold of you if we don't make it to the fair? Where are you?
Well, we have our restaurants on 8th in Indiana in Sheboygan. So you get the pasties there along with regular bar fare. And we're also in just about every grocery store in the state and a lot of them throughout the Midwest. But
Metro Market?
Metro Market.
Okay, I'm headed there today.
So Pick and Saves, Sendik's, Woodman's.
Wow, congratulations. That's amazing. What's it like working together as brothers?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
You guys share the same office?
No, not really. We don't really use our office areas.
You don't have an office?
Actual stuff, yeah.
Wow, the pandemic has lived on with your business, huh? Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much. I love this. So head to 8th in Indiana in Sheboygan and check out the Sheboygan Pasty Company. And
or come on right down to State Fair, the Wisconsin Products Building, and
That's
try
where
them
I'm
out.
headed. That's where I'm heading right after the show.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Mike was like, "Oh my gosh, you have them coming on. They're so big. It's so good."
And he knew we were bringing food with us.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Time for news about your money and your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything's slightly in the red. The Dow was down maybe 1% on the day at 53,732 is how it ended. NASDAQ was down 0.5%, ending at 26,729. And S&P 500 was about even, ending at 7,785. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
When you're buying a used car, you definitely want to be in the driver's seat. So make a smart move by choosing a local Adam dealer. That's the Auto Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee. A used car purchase from an Adam new car dealer comes with many advantages and more peace of mind. Adam dealers have a great selection of quality pre-owned cars, SUVs, and trucks to fit every budget, including certified pre-owned vehicles that are newer models with lower mileage. Certified pre-owned vehicles meet strict manufacturer requirements, must pass a full inspection, and typically come with an extended warranty. Adam dealers also offer top dollar for your trade-in and competitive financing, and they handle all the paperwork. Plus, expert technicians are there if you ever need service down the road. Put your pre-owned vehicle search into gear and find an Adam dealer at adam.com. That's ADAMM.com.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, Left's Lucky Town Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill is giving you the chance to win Brewers tickets with their Taste Great, Less Filling coin flip game. Just pick your side, watch the giant coin flip, and see if you're still standing. While you're there, enjoy great food and cold drinks here at the fair. We'll see you there.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale.
Hey, John Mercure here with my friend Jill Kreider. She is the president of Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. Hi, Jill. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I feel that compassion and empathy anytime I'm in an Azura location. How important is that part of the care?
It's very important to us. In fact, one of our core values is love, kindness, and it's so important just because we are taking care of a very vulnerable population. So we really train our team members and make sure we handpick and hire the best team members that have a passion, can be empathetic, can be loving towards our residents to give them that dignity in their last stage in their journey.
You guys have top-tier training, dementia-specific training, incredible facilities. I want to ask you about something that sets you apart. It's the Mosaic Dreams Therapy Program, and I love this for your families. Tell us about the program.
When we have residents move in, we ask them or their families what their best day would be. So similar to Make-A-Wish, but for our residents, we do whatever we can to make that come true. So whether it's a day out on the golf course again, we had a gentleman that wanted to fly an airplane again, so we made that happen. So we really just dig deep into how we can make a special day for them, a special moment for them and their family.
Wisconsin-based and family-owned, how important is that?
It's very important. We take great pride in our communities and our team members. We make changes as needed. We can always trial things at one location. If it works great, implement it everywhere. So we are big on wrapping our arms around our communities. Our founder, myself, all of us are in the communities daily and really just taking that extra step to ensure that things are running well.
It really is kindness at the core. Check out AzuraLiving.com. Jill, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
This report sponsored by Exterior Pros and Baths. Trust the pros and kick off your home transformation. Don't wait until a small problem becomes an expensive one. Visit extpros.com. Exterior Pros and Baths. Done right. Built to last.
Vince Vitrano here, proud co-chair of UPAF's community campaign. Think about the performances that stayed with you this year. Milwaukee Rap, First Stage, The Symphony, or a powerful local production that moved you to your feet. Your gift to UPAF supports every one of these moments year-round. Funding local organizations, arts education, and access to performances across the community. Right now, Northwestern Mutual will match your new or increased gift of $1,200 or more. Donate today at upaf.org.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It is 4:30. I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story, a funeral held for the man killed in Madison last month.
I'm Mike Spalding. In for John Mercure, a parasitic outbreak continues.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. We've got southbound on 43 still backing up as you're making your way down from about Hampton down into the Marquette interchange. Westbound 94 is tightening up through the stadium. And then you're back on the brakes on and off from Highway 100 all the way to Calhoun. Eastbound's backed up from Highway F all the way to about Brookfield Road. And we also got some more delays from 76th Street all the way to about 35th. Southbound on the bypass, I don't know what's going on. It's really heavy from Greenfield Avenue down and around the Hale all the way to Loomis. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight tonight. Slight chance of a shower or two. Low 68 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies, humid. Chances of rain showers. A high of 80 degrees. Right now, State Fair Park at 78 degrees at 4:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, civil rights activists gathered in Madison for the funeral of Corey Ruiz, the man shot by Madison police last month. His death sparked several protests. Civil rights activist Al Sharpton mentioned the lack of cameras with Madison police during Ruiz's eulogy.
I'm not a lawyer, but somebody liable for the state. Everybody else should be liable for having police walk around here that are unmonitored and have no police cameras. What are you hiding that we can't see it?
The shooting is being investigated by the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation.
The state of Wisconsin now reporting 251 cases of cyclosporiasis as the outbreak continues across the nation.
42 more cases, including 2 hospitalizations, were reported in Wisconsin last week. 136 of the cases are people that did not travel internationally prior to having symptoms. A typical season for the parasite usually starts in early May and ends in later August, with no more than 30 domestically acquired cases. Experts say the affected product has been removed from the market, but cases continue to be reported because it takes weeks to show symptoms. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
The man accused of killing healthcare CEO, his name is Luigi Mangione, the suspect, has pled guilty to 2 federal charges. News Nation's Jessica Cartoya.
Mangione was asked by a judge if he is prepared to plead guilty to the federal charges against him. Indictments count 1 and 2, and they are stalking, resulting in death, and stalking through the use of interstate facilities. Mangione said yes to those charges. That means he still faces the possibility of life in prison on the remaining charges, and it is ultimately up to the federal judge to determine what happens next. This is called an open plea.
Now, that term, open plea, means the defense made a plea without a plea agreement. Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 2 years ago.
Preparations are underway in Hawaii for what could be a hurricane when it arrives next weekend.
Hurricane warnings are now up for Hawaii County as Tropical Storm Lala continues churning closer to the Hawaiian Islands. It's now forecast to become a hurricane as it approaches a big island on Saturday. The exact timing and intensity are still uncertain, and much of it will depend on how close it tracks to the Hawaiian Islands. But still, heavy rain, strong wind, and rough surf are expected in Hawaii through the weekend.
No hurricane has made landfall on the Big Island in recorded history.
A Butler police officer was hurt while arresting a suspect accused of robbing a man outside the Amoco gas station. The man says he was immediately attacked after walking out of the station. The suspect then stole his wallet. Butler police later found the suspect near 119th Street and Hampton Avenue in Milwaukee. The man resisted arrest, according to the officer who was hurt, and he hurt his hand while taking him into custody.
Decision Wisconsin, middle of the night election results are the new normal for Wisconsin elections, it seems. That's because election workers cannot process absentee ballots until Election Day. UW La Crosse professor Anthony Chergosky telling Wisconsin's Afternoon News that state legislators could change it.
I know that the Republican legislature has been going back and forth about that, with the Assembly clearing a bill to allow for pre-processing of absentee ballots, but then it got hung up in the state Senate. I think that's a conversation worth reviving, because until that issue gets resolved, we're going to be back here every single election waiting for that report of the vote totals from Milwaukee.
He says human error further delayed roughly 28,000 absentee ballot results in Milwaukee on Tuesday night.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Wisconsin officially eliminated from advancing to the Little League World Series after losing a heartbreaker to Iowa, a score of 7-6 in the 2026 Midwest Region Championship game. And a sigh of relief for the Brew Crew.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball right side, base hit. Churio around third, he will score. Mitchell's headed to third, he'll make it there. Jake Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
That was a big go-ahead RBI single in the ninth, part of a 3-run rally for the Crew, who beat the Dodgers in L.A. 5-4. Manager Pat Murphy proud of how his team responded following being swept by the Padres.
They're upset by how we've not been able to get across the finish line, successfully, and they're upset by it. And we talked about it yesterday, and they responded today by playing all 9 innings and using all 27 outs.
And Milwaukee back in LA and back at it tonight. Coverage starts at 8:35 right here on WTMJ. Your Green Bay Packers head to Denver for preseason game number 2 against the Broncos next Friday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 4:36.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group, with over 40 years of experience saving businesses money. I want to speak to you small business owners and make a bold statement. I will bet you our team can put at least $25,000 in your pocket. Yes, you heard right, $25,000. We work closely with small businesses to help them use tax strategies and develop processes and procedures to make their business generate cash to keep in their pocket. My team and I have saved clients thousands of dollars by using our knowledge and experience to develop strategies tailored to your business. Would you like to see if you can do it? Your only cost is 33 minutes of your time. That's right, just 33 minutes, and who knows how much you can pocket. Remember, you earned it, we help you keep it. Call us at 414-325-2040 and ask the $25,000 question. That's 414-325-2040, or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Wisconsin's Afternoon News on WTMJ.
What a great stretch. We are here at the Bank 59 studios. WTMJ has been broadcasting every day of the State Fair, and it's been so much fun. Today, probably the pick day of the day. I think that it's amazing weather, not too sunny, not too hot, a little bit muggy this afternoon, but there's a really, really big crowd here tonight, so make sure that you come out. Primary election day in Wisconsin, rare video games in Waukesha, and the State Fair continues and more. This is the Week in Review, brought to you by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
What we do here is go back.
I suspect in some ways every vote Evers drives to Crowley, he may drive another vote to Hawk.
Why David Crowley?
He's done a good job. Having that executive experience is one that is really important for being the governor of the state of Wisconsin.
Voters are out in various polling places.
It's been pretty steady and pretty busy so far here in Waukesha City Hall. The turnout's been a little higher than a typical primary, so it's a pretty big day today.
Holy cow! Do you believe it?
He did it. A month after dropping out of the race, Crowley eked out a stunningly narrow surprise win over State Representative Francesca Hong, winning by less than 1 percentage point.
We were able to pick up voters all across the state, especially in rural communities. Our job is to make sure that we're tackling the affordability crisis, that we are lowering costs for families. We're focusing on, how we lower property taxes and invest in our public schools across the state.
What time did you go to bed last night?
I think it was 4 or 5.
That's crazy.
When's the last time you were up until 4 or 5 in the morning?
I would say about 50 years ago.
What do you say to supporters of Fran Hong?
They have to be part of it. We want them to be part of it. She'll be a good person to have around and bringing her people to the table.
He's Tommy Thompson, Governor, Secretary. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, first off, John, thank you for having me. And why don't we start building Wisconsin, building America? Instead of tearing down and tearing each other down, let's build each other up.
Officials from Milwaukee Public Schools and, more importantly, Milwaukee Fire Department detailing what they have now learned is the cause behind that school that burned down. These dirty rags that were in a garbage can that then went up in flames in the overnight hours.
All of the dogs are now out at Ridgeland Farms. The doors have closed. The final dog to be released was an old mama, probably had 10 litters throughout her time, had lived her whole life inside the controversial breeding and research facility in Dane County.
I don't know if you can use the boat horn on a preseason game, can you? Packers couldn't get in the end zone in the 28-9 loss to the Steelers. Execution perfect in the kicking game.
We'll see if Smack can turn it into points, and it's good.
Padres win it here today at Petco Park, and they sweep Milwaukee to start up this road trip.
Sometimes you just gotta chill out and take a step back.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Jake Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
I think when I said we needed to chill the out yesterday, that's more along the lines of what it looks like.
A collection of ultra-rare Nintendo game cartridges found in Waukesha, and the games could fetch millions.
We were reached out to by a company called CGC Games and PSA Games, and they both said right away, like, hey, there's something different about these carts. We think they're a brand new variant of this game.
I discovered just how much you know about the Wisconsin State Fair. Not just because of your research, but because of the research that your dad did.
He had a moment where he said, he saw how much more it was than just a few days every year. He only missed 2 in his lifetime.
Bad Yankee! Don't scare you again. I was scared you when you came in.
Well, you were right there. This is my element, kids. We just got done recognizing 38 sesquicentennial
150
farms
years.
And 72 century farms.
Heading out to look for some T-shirts.
What does your T-shirt say?
You, people.
I think that dude legitimately did not like people. Definitely T-shirts that were, what's a nice way to say it? Edgier.
What a week, eh?
What a week. Lit pickle's a bad pickle.
And now on to November.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
That's the Week in Review, brought to you by Outdoor Living Unlimited. Text week to the Sighting Unlimited Talk and Text line 855-616-1620 to hear it again. We are broadcasting live from the Bing 59 studio, Wisconsin State Fair. Make sure you come over and wave hello. It's 442 on WTMJ.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus.
Are your employee-free Hassleus showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hassleus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassleus.com.
It's summer now, but you know what's coming down the pike? Yup, cold weather and high heating bills. Gene Miller here, and now is a great time to order new windows from my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors. With national brands like Anderson, Pella, Marvin, and Softlight, Hometown can offer replacement windows that fit every home, style, and budget. Whether you're looking for wood, Fibrex, fiberglass, or vinyl, Hometown has a product for you. August is Marvin month. Call or stop in to win a Yeti cooler. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
Lake Geneva. It's where families have been making memories around the water for generations. Lakeside resorts and spas, award-winning restaurants, and charming shops are just the beginning of an unforgettable summer getaway. Lake cruises, boating, and beach lounging let you soak up the sun, water, and family time. Hike a lakeshore path, stargaze from an iconic observatory, or soar above it all in a hot air balloon. Go ziplining, visit an animal safari, or see dancing horses. Start making your memories today at visitlakegeneva.com.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Nobody likes backups, not on I-94 and definitely not in your own backyard. That's why I'm so glad we called Comfort Awnings. Now our outdoors time isn't delayed by rain or the scorching afternoon sun. One touch of a button gives us instant shade and shelter while also protecting us from harmful UV rays. So instead of heading inside when it gets too hot or starts to rain, we can enjoy the patio for longer. Don't let any more of the summer pass you by. Right now, get $200 off any awning or screen. Call 414-Awnings or visit comfortawnings.com.
If you missed this.
So crazy. They were up by so much that Jackson Churio, who's a righty, came up to the dish and decided, you know what? I've never done this before. I'm going to try it from the other side.
Jackson Churio batting left-handed. Smokes one out to center.
Or this.
A little more than 300 people lined up to get a moment with the Miz for a special ball signing. Take a look at my ball.
Ooh, that's really, really sweet.
I know.
Catch up on the Wisconsin's Afternoon News podcast wherever you stream. Sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
Traffic is sponsored by the Wisconsin Assisted Living Association, supporting communities and residents through advocacy, education, and service. Where you live matters. Get the answers you and your family need about assisted living in Wisconsin. Start with clear, trusted guidance by visiting whereyouLiveMatters.org today.
444, traffic and then weather. Debbie Lossica, how are the roads right now?
Well, it looks like we got an issue on southbound 43. It's a broken down vehicle blocking the right lane right at the ramp from Wisconsin Avenue. So you're going to see some delays coming in from before Hampton all the way down into the Marquette. We've also got on 894 southbound right about at Oklahoma Avenue, the two right lanes blocked with a crash. We are seeing delays from Greenfield Avenue down to that point. Then it eases up only to slow down again from Beloit Road down and around the Hale interchange to Loomis. And then on westbound 94, we're still dealing with a bit of a backup heading through the Moreland Road area to about Calhoun, eastbound from Highway F past Barker Road, and again from 76th Street all the way to 27th. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Light rain tonight into overnight, a low of 69. Tomorrow, steady rain, a high of 77. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms, a high of 85. Monday, sunny, pleasant, a high of 80. Tuesday, cloudy with a high of 83. Right now here at the State Fair, it is beautiful. Mostly sunny, a high, it's right now 76 degrees. You know who's loving this weather right now? Someone who's been the board of director chairman, John Yingling. He's stepping down in October. It's so sad. After 16 years of service, his tenure included overseeing major operational and financial shifts, and he's been incredible. And he joins us now here at the Bank 59 studio, here at the Wisconsin State Fair. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
Let me turn on your mic.
All right. Hello. Thank you. Yes.
Now everybody can hear you. So tell me, what was your favorite part of being on the board of directors, being the chair? Your best memory?
You know, to be real honest, I was reflecting on that, and it's going to be something that nobody is going to guess. And that is, we have a tremendous staff here at the Wisconsin State Fair. And everybody on staff calls me chairman. And during the fair, staff introduced me as this is our chair. And I've got to tell you, that's, to me, very touching. And that is something that I will always appreciate about being the chair of Wisconsin State Fair Park.
I'm assuming 15 years ago wasn't the first time you ever stepped foot into State Fair. You don't just become board chairman. What's changed over your 15-year tenure, or even since you started coming to the fair?
Well, I could tell you I started coming to the fair in 1963 because my family moved right across the street on 76th and Greenfield, so it's pretty easy. It's a short walk away, and I've seen so many changes, so many building changes. At one point in time, the Midway was actually right here on 84th and Greenfield. That's when the Expo Center did not exist. They were just small buildings. I've seen the growth of the entire grounds in terms of Egg Village. There's just been so many changes. A new grandstand for historic Milwaukee Mile. Sort of a lot of those types of changes. And then I've seen the same. I like to say, my first day at the fair was not a good day. I came to the fair, and during that time, everybody that came to the fair, and I came with my mother, the first building we had to hit was now Grand Champion Hall. That was called the Flower Building. And you had to wait in line, and literally the line was huge. So you wait maybe half an hour in line.
Wow.
And right there at the door is this guy shaking everybody's hands, U.S. Senator Bill Proxmire.
Oh.
And he shook everybody's hands, and then as a young boy, I looked at him and went, okay. And in we go to see flowers. Everything there is, and I'm looking at flowers. So what I learned about that experience is don't come with your mother.
Okay, so you helped manage the fairgrounds during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Good times.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how did you get through that and for us to remain solvent and for people to feel safe?
2020, of course, I got to have that unique distinction of being a handful of individuals that got to cancel an entire state fair. But there were a lot of course, issues with COVID. And
even going indoors or just keeping it all outdoors?
And for us, the Milwaukee County declared an emergency. And with that emergency, that went all the way to Washington, D.C., and our hospitals were being strained. So just like New York and Chicago, the Army Corps of Engineers came and evaluated areas to build a field hospital, the alternative care facility. So we had the alternative care facility at the Expo. Had that for a number of months, and then
I remember that. Wow, blast from the past.
And then, if you'll recall, we had controversial issues in Kenosha and in Wauwatosa. So we also housed the Guard here.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that too.
Yeah, so from the Kenosha experience, the Louisiana, Michigan, Arizona Guards were all here, along with Wisconsin, and then for Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, and other police departments were here.
So all the military equipment.
Yeah, everything. When all these Humvees came in from Michigan, I'm just watching one after another, and I looked at one of the officers, and I said, "So I'm a little curious. I mean, what do you have? Just a master gas card? I'll go over to mobile." And he went, "Sir, did no one talk to you about the refuelers? We have literally 80 refuelers." Okay, so there you go.
Can I get a top off?
Right, exactly.
So now we're celebrating the fair's historic 175th milestone. What was it like for this to be your swan song?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, what was it like in your first number one? 170, the number one. Yeah, I didn't come here till 1892. I didn't see the one in Janesville. I think it's a fantastic fair. I think, the State Fair Park team and Sherry Black have really been able to build a tremendous, tremendous fair. I think we're the best fair in the United States, but, people say I'm biased. I don't think so. But we have everything. Sherry was the one that found the circus. I mean, if you want to have a good time, it's a fun, free experience. You should really try that out. She's really, she was an ag exhibitor. She's the first CEO to be an ag exhibitor. So she's really concentrated on Ag Village. We continue to have tremendous draft horse and Clydesdale shows. One just finished up today. So it's across the grounds.
How much time do you guys spend when you talk about evolution and you talk about pushing a fair forward and keeping it fresh for everybody? You want to keep that tradition. It's the Wisconsin State Fair, but also I'm looking across at the Dairy Building and the renovations that just went. I'm looking at the Expo Center. That's a beautiful, fully air-conditioned space that gets used for so many things. How much of your guys' time is spent on things like that? How do we balance creating a new building or creating a new thing but still trying to keep it affordable? I can imagine that probably takes up a good chunk of your day.
It takes up a good chunk of our planning experience. Exactly. I myself never thought I'd see a genius in my lifetime. Einstein, obviously, grew up with that E equals MC2 square and all of that. Not real relevant for what I do. I trained as an economist, so yeah. Okay, I'm never going to see a genius, and then Steve Jobs rolls around and, creates a product that sort of revolutionizes music, and then he decides to make his own product obsolete and, revolutionize computing and then revolutionize, how we communicate, really. It's not just the phone, but how we communicate. And that's what the message that I've tried to instill here at State Fair Park is we've got to look at what our consumers want before they know they want it.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to look forward and then forward again. And that our staff is just tremendous in doing that, to really visioning and trying to find that, and at the same time finding, as you pointed out, that price point so that we don't become inaccessible.
Yeah.
John Yingling, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What's your go-to thing to eat before we let you go?
Well, you're going to have, I think, somebody on. Certainly
grilled cheese.
Oh, grilled cheese! You got to love the Wisconsin Dairy Products Building, Dairy Promotion, and the Wisconsin Products Building. So all a good time. You got everything there you'd ever want.
John, I know better than to ask you your favorite thing because you've told me very clearly you're not going to get pinned down like that. But being here for so long, do you have a spot on the fairgrounds that you like to go to, and whether it's a great vantage point to look at the wonderful fairgrounds or it's a quiet place, is there somewhere you try and make it to every single fair?
Oh, well, I just like to walk around the grounds, the entire grounds. I will tell you, though, every year I make sure that I'm in the Coliseum to see the Clydesdale show and the Draft Horse show, the hit shows. I think those are fabulous. At one point, we had the largest Clydesdale show in North America.
Wow.
So, yeah, that I make sure that I see every year. This Sunday, we'll have Gymkhana, 4-H riders doing a horse show, and that's a fabulous experience. Plus, I'm a beef cattle guy, so I do like the beef cattle. I've got board members that love dairy. Don't get me wrong. So
he is still your board of directors chair for Wisconsin State Fair through October. John Yingling, thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you very much for having me.
4:55.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Tariffs complicate plans by cookware firm West Bend Company to install 2 production lines for stainless steel products. As founder of the new Freshwater Food and Wine Festival in Milwaukee, Wes Shaver says the event is built around the idea that chefs can command a stage the same way musicians do. Chef-led demonstrations will be featured among the festival's many festivities when it debuts on September 19 and 20 at Henry Meyer Festival Park. I'm Linda Spice for MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
I'm with Eric, Director of Research for Good Karma Brands. They have business technology from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Eric, what does partner mean to you?
Partner isn't just out for them. The partner cares about how we solve our problems, and it can be a mutually beneficial relationship from there on.
And I understand throughout the more than 15-year partnership between Good Karma Brands and James Imaging Systems, you have shared many core values.
Absolutely. Work hard, be honest, over-deliver, follow through, listen, teamwork.
Eric, summarize your overall business technology partnership with James Imaging Systems for me.
Outstanding. As we've grown tremendously and you guys have still been able to meet our needs each step of our growth, that's huge.
AI-driven workflow automation, security enhancements, and digital transformation from James Imaging Systems, your local business technology partner. Call 262-781-7700 or visit jamesimaging.com.
Visit the city where festivals take over the lakefront. Breweries pour late into the night, and every neighborhood brings its own flavor. Milwaukee doesn't just host festivals,
It owns them.
with more than 100 every year, including the world's largest music festival. The lakefront views,
Incredible food and breweries,
live sports,
and nightlife that doesn't quit.
make Milwaukee a city built for unforgettable weekends. Expert guides at visitmilwaukee.org will help you plan every detail of your next visit. Get started today
At visitmilwaukee.org.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix-It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritware is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritware from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritware and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Hey, baseball fans, when the game's over, keep the fun of the season going at the award-winning Lake Lawn Resort on beautiful Delavan Lake. Trade the bleachers for the shoreline and the always-on-the-go schedule for total lakeside relaxation. Celebrate your own MVP moments with waterfront dining, golf, relaxing spa escapes, and family fun all season long. Just a short drive from Milwaukee, it's your home run getaway. Book your stay today at lakelawnresort.com and come find out for yourself why everything is better at the lake.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Lights, camera, action.
And a pitch driven out to right. Going back is Lara at the track at the wall. Lara leaps. He made the catch. Banging up against the wall.
The Brewers head to Hollywood to take on the Dodgers.
Ground ball right side, base hit. Churio around third, he will score. Bowers delivers. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts tonight at 8:35 on the home of the Brewers, 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Julia Fellow. This is Wisconsin's Afternoon News. Your top story, a county employee was arrested.
I'm Mike Spalding in for John Mercurer, stepping up to help students in need.
I'm Debbie Loziga. Southbound on 43 is still going to be a bit tight from about Hampton all the way down to the Marquette interchange. We did have that earlier broken down vehicle that was blocking a lane near Wisconsin Avenue. That's been cleared off the roadway. We've got westbound 94 not slowing down as much through the stadium interchange just as you're crossing over the county line. On the eastbound side, got backups from Highway F to Barker Road and then back on the brakes from 76th Street. That's going to be slow all the way to 35th. We've also got a crash on 894 southbound at Oklahoma Avenue. 2 right lanes blocked there, and that's making for big delays all the way back into the zoo. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Light rain overnight, a low of 70. Tomorrow, scattered showers in the morning, a high of 78. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a staff member within the Milwaukee County Clerk of Court's office has been arrested after drugs were found in their home. That is according to Milwaukee police.
The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reports police found fentanyl, cocaine, and drug processing materials in a property the employee owned after their spouse was arrested following a police chase. The employee has worked for the county for over a decade and has been suspended until further notice. They have not been formally charged with the crime, and it is unknown if they were aware of the drug activity. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
A woman avoiding jail time after pleading guilty to starting a 5-alarm fire that destroyed an abandoned warehouse in Milwaukee. Ellen Stevens is charged with negligent handling of burning material for discarding a cigarette after prosecutors say that she and her friends trespassed in the former tannery near 32nd in Hampton. A judge did sentence Stevens to 12 months of probation and ordered her to pay $6,000 in restitution.
Acting Navy Secretary Hung Kao has just released a statement denying reported mental health concerns aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. News Nation's Connell McShane.
A small number of mental health cases were treated with no loss of life. Meal plans were adjusted when fresh resupply was unavailable without a single meal being missed. Calls home were limited when the operational threat was too high. There's no question our young men and women have been pushed to their limits, but they have never broken. They are rightly tired, but they have never been out of the fight.
There were reports about poor conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, including worsening mental health of sailors aboard, supply challenges. It prompted Democratic lawmakers to call for an investigation. It will return home soon as part of a planned rotation.
The Lincoln Avenue School community says it's now received enough donated supplies to get students ready for a new school year.
Milwaukee Public Schools says the immediate need has been met following an outpouring of support after a 5-alarm fire destroyed the school June 30th. Lincoln Avenue students and staff will begin the school year September 1st at Pulaski High School with dedicated classrooms, a cafeteria, and their own entrance. The fire left the Lincoln Avenue building a total loss. MPS says it will distribute the donated supplies to teachers the week of August 24th. The MPS Foundation will continue accepting monetary donations to help with future needs. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a heartbreaking Little League loss.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 5:03.
You might not think of Burkhart for corporate uniforms and other business apparel, but you should, because a lot of businesses do. And it's because most times we're cheaper than our competition on the same high-quality apparel choices that the other guys offer, plus Nike and Under Armour that the other guys can't get. So for businesses and corporations, if you want your employees to look great while representing your brand, and you want to get your apparel for less, you can't beat Burkhart, your business uniform specialists.
You can't beat Burkhart.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. The staff is deeply committed to providing a welcoming and engaging environment for everyone at every level. Learn the right way to handle firearms, level up your skills, and experience replica firearms from different historical eras while learning about their role in protecting our freedoms throughout history. Visit veteran-owned and managed Mission 94 in Kenosha today. Check out the 5-star reviews. Just Google Mission 94.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Time for a WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports desk. A Little League heartbreaker as Wisconsin officially eliminated from the Little League World Series. This is the Badger State boys lost to Iowa by a score of 7-6 in the 2026 Midwest Region Championship game. The Brewers back out west, some more late night baseball. They take on the Dodgers in Game 2 of their weekend series. The coverage on WTMJ of Brewers-Dodgers gets underway at 8:35 right here on WTMJ. The Packers, meanwhile, they started off preseason play with a loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday. The Packers now head west to Denver for preseason game number 2. They take on the Broncos next week on Friday. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Times, 5:06.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Wisconsin's afternoon news is on the air. Now broadcasting live inside the Bank 59 studios at the Wisconsin State Fair. Here are your hosts, John Mercure and Julia Fellow.
John is off today. I have Mike Spalding to my right. We're here broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio at Wisconsin State Fair. My favorite spot is the Wisconsin Products Pavilion. You get to see all the local businesses, and what's super cool is that there's always a long line for grilled cheese. So we have with us Mike Parrish. He was in charge. He was in charge of all of this. So tell me, Mike, how many grilled cheeses do you guys make?
I'm not in charge of all of it, just the first shift. But we make.
But you stayed even longer to be on the show with us.
I stayed even longer just to be with you. Yes, I did. Thank you very much. About 45 to 55,000 sandwiches a year. We average about 4,200 a day, so times 11 days.
I see at the end you can spread the cheese. Is that just for the kids, or is that?
Mostly the adults. The adults know how to stretch a cheese sandwich. Kids don't know, but they try. But the adults both do better.
The grilled cheese operation is a major operation here at the Wisconsin State Fair. For those who haven't seen it before, which I can't imagine you've missed it, your line like zigzags 5 or 6 times. Obviously, cheeseheads, everyone loves cheese in Wisconsin, but how do you guys keep it going? Because that line, not only is it super long, but it moves.
It's fast.
It's like a robot thing going on there.
It's fast. We've got 6 grills cooking, 12 at a time, and they're just constantly going, and we have specialty flavors that we do. This year it's Widmer cheese. These are award-winning cheeses, and that's for a Colby, and then we have the some.
You have sharp cheddar.
Habanero. We have not. I don't think it's sharp cheddar.
Oh, is it?
I think it's mild cheddar.
Oh, really?
Honestly, I don't know. It doesn't say on my box, but I believe it's mild. But it's very good cheddar, and then also Swiss, and then pepper jack. You know, some of the fan favorites, and habanero this year, and a Colby. And then we have the Foremost butter. They donate all the butter that we use. And so you say you can make the same thing at home, but you can't. We use a paintbrush to put the butter on, and then we put it on the grill.
Oh,
so 2
that's
slices
a
of
secret.
cheese, and it does make a difference. I
Mike,
don't know
why is this your favorite?
Because I think a grilled cheese is like the most perfect food that you could eat because there's like 3 things, right? There's butter, there's cheese, and there's bread.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to hide. If it's bad, it's going to be bad. But you guys never make a bad one. We have a humongous crowd. They heard grilled cheese, and we have a humongous crowd outside the studio right now. Also have pizza coming up, so that could play a part. I need your tip. What is the key to the perfect grilled cheese? How do you do it?
Golden brown.
Yeah, but how do you get the golden brown? I know it's golden brown.
Patience. You have to have patience. You have to have patience. You just have to watch it and learn. You just can't walk away, because you walk away, and then you're going to have burnt toast. So, and you have to put the right kind of butter on it, too, and the right amount, because you overdo it, you're just going to turn it into soggy.
And it's the real Wisconsin Cheese Grill. Go to the Wisconsin Products Pavilion. Stay in line. It goes by really fast.
It does. It's surprising. And I always ask, what kind of line was it? And they said, no, it wasn't bad at all. So it's like maybe really long, but it's only like 10 minutes.
Mike Parrish, thank you so much for joining us.
Fantastic.
I love how you're head to toe in cheese and your flair on your hat. It's fantastic.
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
And coming up next, we have one more business owner with us. One of my favorite pizzas in the entire state. My favorite, coming up next.
Bringing the cheese here tonight.
Many people feeling close to retirement ask themselves, do I have enough?
Am I missing something?
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, we provide clarity during our complimentary, no-pressure consultation. We're independent advisors using big firm tools with a boutique-style approach.
And no crickets. We stay in touch so you're never left wondering.
At Diversified Wealth Strategies, let us show you how to capture the upside, limit the downside, and feel good inside.
Visit dwstrategies.com.
Securities and investment services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc. member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Hey, this is WTMJ Steve Scaffidi. Have you listened to WTMJ Outdoors yet? Well, what are you waiting for? Every Saturday at 2 right here on 620 WTMJ. Stories of the outdoors of Wisconsin and beyond as we celebrate everything and recreation. Every week we explore the trails and waterways of Wisconsin in the great outdoors. It's a great state on a great lake. Join me every Saturday, every weekend on WTMJ Outdoors.
It's WTMJ Outdoors, presented by Outdoor Living Unlimited.
We've been at the Wisconsin State Fair since last Thursday, Julia, and what we need to do when we're here not only is broadcast and interview great guests, but it's also eat, which we're doing right now, and we do every single day thanks to our good partners at Leff's Lucky Town. They have the Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill here on the grounds of the Wisconsin State Fair. You can go for the food, you can go for the drinks, but if you're there at 3 o'clock, they're also doing something very special. At 3 o'clock, at Leff's, here on the State Fairgrounds, they are giving you the chance to win Brewers tickets with their great taste, less filling coin flip game. Just pick your side, watch the giant coin flip, and see if you're still standing. While you're there, of course, you can also enjoy good food, great cold drinks, and don't forget to ask about the euchre tournament happening on the final day of the State Fair. That would be this coming Sunday. Again, thanks to our friends at Leff's Lucky Town, Miller Lite Sports Bar and Grill here at the Wisconsin State Fairgrounds, and make it over there at 3 o'clock for the special giveaway.
If you missed this,
so crazy, they were up by so much that Jackson Churio, who's a righty, came up to the dish and decided, you know what, I've never done this before. I'm going to try it from the other side.
Jackson Churio batting left-handed, smokes one out to center.
Or this.
A little more than 300 people lined up to get a moment with the Miz for a special ball signing. Take a look at my ball.
Ooh, that's really, really sweet.
I know.
Catch up on the Wisconsin's Afternoon News podcast wherever you stream. Sponsored by Diversified Wealth Strategies.
Save now during the Ken Michaels Furniture Labor Day sale. Ken Michaels Furniture, where you can enjoy unprecedented saving on better quality furniture and mattresses during their factory-sponsored Labor Day sale. Stop in today and save.
Traffic and then weather. Debbie Lozica, how are the roads right now?
We got some backups along southbound 45 3 as you're making your way down into the Marquette interchange. So that is going to be a little bit of a headache, right from just south of Hampton all the way to the Marquette. Northbound, so far, so good. That's nice and clear. We've got southbound 894 backing up out of the Zoo interchange all the way to an accident scene. The 2 right lanes are blocked right about at Oklahoma Avenue. Yikes. It is going to be basically a parking lot there, so give yourself tons of time, or maybe even look at Highway 100 as an alternate. Southbound on 41, backing up from Good Hope Road in pockets all the way down to the Silver Spring area. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast tonight: light rain overnight, a low of 69. Tomorrow, steady rain, a high of 77. Sunday, scattered thunderstorms, a high of 85. Monday, sunny, very pleasant, a high of 80 degrees. Tuesday, cloudy, a high of 83 degrees. Right now here at the State Fair, it's mostly sunny and 78 degrees. More products from the Wisconsin Products Pavilion on the State Fair grounds. Julia Fellow here alongside Mike Spalding. We're here through 6 o'clock tonight here on Wisconsin's Afternoon News, broadcasting live from the Bank 5-9 studio at Wisconsin State Fair. So I always compliment Portesi's. This is a place that I love to go. My in-laws, they live in Wisconsin Rapids, so I always have to get one of those. I have to get some type of pizza from Portesi's. So thank you so much for joining us. Emily Van Beek, she's one of the owners.
Hello, my husband's actually an owner, but I'm the better half of him, so
yeah,
you're getting the best half.
And you work full-time all the time.
I do. It's not easy working with your husband, but he's my best friend, and we make a dream team. So we've been in the frozen pizza business for quite some time. We're manufactured in Plover, Wisconsin, just south of Stevens Point, and we're distributed through the entire state of Wisconsin. We're definitely something special from Wisconsin. We are a frozen pizza, but what makes us special is we make the crust right from scratch in our facility. We let the dough rise overnight. We cut it into a perfect circle the next day. Then we top it with our finest ingredients before we par bake and flash freeze that pizza to get lock in that freshness and really get you a great frozen product. Typically, most frozen pizza companies are using a frozen crust and frozen ingredients, so you're not getting that with us. You're basically getting a fresh pizza frozen and just a great Wisconsin product all around.
Where does the recipe come from?
It came right from Italy. George Portesi, born and raised there, brought it over, opened up a restaurant, and after having so much success in his restaurant, he decided to make it a frozen pizza, and here we are. That was in the 1950s. 2026, we are still using that authentic Italian recipe. Another great product he brought over from Italy is our cheese fries. Let me tell you, folks, there is nothing French about our fries. It is great Italian cheesy goodness. We're putting almost half a pound of cheese.
It's so good.
Yeah, we use a high-rise crust or a thin crust. Instead of a red sauce, we put a garlic butter sauce on there, top it with the cheese, cut them into strips, and then we give you an amazing marinara sauce to dunk it in. So I'm a big sauce girl, and I am always like, give me all the sauce. I like the high-rise crust because it really scoops it up nicely, and yeah, I'm a big sauce fan.
How long have you guys been at the State Fair?
This is our 4th year being in the Wisconsin building. We are the official pizza and cheese fries of the Wisconsin State Fair, so it's truly an honor. There's so many amazing vendors throughout the Wisconsin building that we couldn't recommend more, and you step in that building and it's just full of life. Everybody is such a big family, and we all support each other in a great manner. And it's, again, just an honor to be in that building.
What do you think about the pizza?
I love the pizza.
Awesome. We offer flavors like cheese, sausage, pepperoni, a combo, a deluxe, a mushroom. Question for you guys. We did a lot of research for our pizzas, and I mean, a good mushroom is really good, right?
Yes.
Where do you think the mushroom capital of the world is?
It's not here in Wisconsin, is it?
It is not.
I don't even know where to start.
Western
Washington?
Just down the road in Pennsylvania. I mean, not too close, but, you know, really, I mean, you're thinking the entire world, and it's just down the road. So we are actually getting our mushrooms right from Pennsylvania, and we're making sure just every single product we offer you is high quality, the best we can get for you.
Yeah, your sausage is really good, too. Your sausage pizza.
Absolutely. We partner with Stone Ridge out of Watoma, and they provide us with amazing meat
oh my gosh,
to put on our pizzas.
What's the secret to your sauce? It's just so good.
It's the love. It's all the love.
You knew she wasn't going to tell us what this actual secret is.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
I could do a blindfold test, and you could give me all these pizzas, and I would pick yours out. Do you get a lot of people who come to your venue and say, I grew up with Portesi?
Absolutely. It's like a hidden gem of central Wisconsin. Not a lot of people knew about Portesi's. Ever since we became owners, we have expanded greatly throughout the state because, we need to everybody needs to know what Portesi is all about and those amazing flavors, the uniqueness of it. So it's just something that we've continued to grow and grow throughout the entire state. We are available in grocery stores. If you're in the area here at the State Fair, Woodman's, great partner of ours, was they were amazing. They gave us $1 off coupons. So if you want to come stop by our booth, grab a $1 off coupon good through the end of September. You can definitely pick up a pizza there. Woodman's also has the $1 off coupons right there at the store. So if you're walking through Woodman's, grab a coupon and an amazing Portesi pizza.
You list all these great ingredients. Yeah, we're local here, we're local there, we make things fresh there. In your time just in the business, how has that changed? It's not just like frozen pizza and I go and I get like the 2 brands that are there. Like when you go full aisles, how do you how do you stand out? How much time and effort is put into that?
Well, it's, again, we are trying to find nothing but the best ingredients. And I think Wisconsin's the frozen pizza capital of the world with how many there are out there. So we're always trying to just make sure it's high quality product. When we get our cheese in, we get them into rectangular cubes and then we shred them right before we top them. So you're getting that great Wisconsin cheese freshly shredded, and not a lot of frozen pizza companies offer that, they're just using already shredded cheese. So that's another uniqueness and a way we try to stand out by taking that amazing Wisconsin cheese and freshly shredding that for you.
How many employees do you have?
We have 14 amazing employees over at Portesi. Not a lot of turnover. They absolutely love working for us. We let them cook 6 pizzas every day for lunch. They can top it however they want. So, they can't get enough. Every single day, all the pizza is gone from the lunchroom.
Locally owned. Head to Portesi. Make sure that you check it out at Woodman's. I see it at the Walmart, too.
Absolutely. Walmart, Festival Foods, Piggly Wiggly's, several independent grocery stores throughout the state. We also have distribution to gas stations, bars. So we're definitely trying to get around.
My favorite, Portesi. If you see it, get it.
Thank
Emily
you, guys.
Van Beek, thank you so much for coming. Thanks for bringing the goodies, too.
Absolutely. Thank you.
522 on WTMJ.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. That was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for St. Charles Youth and Family Services. They are looking for compassionate families like you, and they'll help you every step of the way, from when you're trying to get all the licensing, checking out your house, all the inspections. They're all there for you. Here's Renee, who's been a foster parent for 19 years, has this advice for people about becoming a foster parent.
Find out what your purpose is. I watched my sister who had kids through St. Charles, and God kept dealing with me about, why don't I give kids hope?
You can learn more at stcharlesinc.org. That's stcharlesinc.org, stcharlesinc.org. It will change your life and another family's.
Welcome to our Everyday Health Features, sponsored by the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Orthopedic and sports injuries can happen any time of year, whether you're staying active for your health, a dedicated athlete, or taking care of yard work. Here to tell us more is Dr. Ryan DePirick, an orthopedic surgeon and sports medicine physician with the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network. Dr. DePirick, thank you so much for being with us. What is sports medicine?
Sports medicine is a subspecialty within orthopedic surgery, and it's focused on
on the care of athletes of all ages and activity levels.
Do you care for competitive athletes and those that aren't competitive athletes?
Great question. So in our group, we take care of everybody from recreational athletes, weekend warriors, to advanced level high school, collegiate, and even professional level athletes. We even take care of injured workers who may sustain the same injuries that an athlete does, but in the workplace.
What types of injuries and conditions does your team treat?
The three most common areas that we treat would be knee, shoulder, and hip. In the knee, common conditions would include meniscus tears, ACL tears, and cartilage injuries. In the shoulder, we commonly see rotator cuff tears, shoulder dislocations, and labral injuries. In the hip, we most commonly would see and treat hip impingement or labral tears.
Why should someone choose the Freighter to the Medical College of Wisconsin sports medicine team?
The primary reason to see a specialist at Freighter at the Medical College of Wisconsin is that we're highly subspecialized, and we have you covered from head to toe, whether that be surgical or non-surgical or medical treatments. Our group is very comprehensive. We are also the official team doctors for various professional sports teams in the Milwaukee area, including the Milwaukee Bucks. Every patient will get the same level of attention as our professional athletes do. Our physicians are also nationally recognized and are teaching at many national level conferences. So if we're picked to educate other surgeons, then you know you're probably in the right place for care.
Dr. Ryan DePiric, thanks for being with us today. To find a doctor who's right for you, visit freighter.com/ortho.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
We're broadcasting live from the Bank 59 studio at the Wisconsin State Fair. Make sure to come over, say hello. Right now it's time to recognize another everyday hero. Here's Eric Bilstead.
An everyday hero is an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they were getting up one morning they'd be saving a life. Today we head to Culpeper, Virginia. 3 teenagers, 15-year-olds, Andrew Tuggle, Gavin Kane, and Jackson Castro. They were out on the golf course trying out for the high school golf team.
We're just thinking about warming up, trying to get out as early as possible.
They were at the Country Club of Culpeper, which sits along the beautiful Lake Culpeper. So they were out near the second hole when all of a sudden they hear screams coming from the lake.
At first it was just like a little boy who was screaming.
The teenagers sharing the story with WUSA 9. So a 3-year-old and 2 adults were out on a kayak that had overturned. It flipped over, and they were struggling to keep the boy above the water. So the teenage golfers ran down to help.
And I went in, and we all jumped in.
They run down a steep, thorny rock terrain, get to the water, and start swimming out to where this kayak had overturned. This is about 50 yards. Once they got there, the man was struggling to keep himself and the boy above the water.
Because the guy's holding him up, and it's causing him to go underwater.
So the teenagers grab the boy and the 2 in the water, help bring them to shore. They got to shore by the golf course before police even arrived. You can see it all on a video. Just text the word hero to 855-616-1620 on the Saturday Unlimited WTMJ talk and text line. The father was so appreciative, telling the boy,
The guy actually came up to me and said, "You saved my life."
They were soaking wet, and the coach of the golf team said, yeah, you guys can go home.
Talk about the character of the kids. After they got done, they wanted to go ahead and finish the hole. Of course, I sent them home and made sure they got changed, and within 15, 20 minutes later, they were back on the course ready to play.
And all 3 boys did make the golf team. Thank you, Andrew Tuggle, Gavin Kane, and Jackson Castro. You are everyday heroes. Eric Bilstead, WTMJ News.
How nice is that? Eric Bilstead does such a great job with that. Time for news about your money, your WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Everything in the red, just slightly, pretty much flat on the day. The Dow was down 107, ending on the day at 53,732. NASDAQ down 73, ending on the day and this week at 26,729. S&P 500 down 13, ending at 7,785. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference.
I'm John Merck here with Dr. Patrick Yost. He's an orthopedic surgeon at Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. Dr. Yost, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about what you do. It's fascinating. What does an average week look like for you?
My weeks are all different. The common theme is we take care of people who are hurt.
whether it's an injury playing basketball, whether it's a long-standing problem that's crept up on people gradually. I want people to feel better. I want their knee to work, I want their shoulder to work, and I want it to not hurt. And whatever that looks like for the patient that's in front of me right now, that's my goal.
What I love is that at Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, sometimes it's surgery, but a lot of times it's solution that's non-surgical, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's such a cool place. I've heard it referred to as Orthopedic Disneyland, which imagine the feel of a kid walking into Disneyland. That's how the patients feel. That's how the nurses feel. That's how I feel. I walk in there, I have everything I need. It's an incredible place. The vibe there, if I can say it like my kids would, it's so good because we're doing great things for people, and we're proud of that.
What's the most common surgery you personally do?
Yeah, I take care of more hips than anything else. I do a lot of hip arthroscopy with labrum repairs. I replace a lot of hips, actually. Sometimes it's a sad thing to tell people. They come in, they think they need the labrum repaired, and actually your hip's all the way worn out. It needs to be replaced. Well, I can spin that pretty well because the outcomes of that are fantastic. So that's a good thing, too, to be doing that for people.
What makes OHIO a special place to work or be treated?
I think we do a great job for people, and we enjoy doing it. I see people, when I walk in, I see nurses that I know by name and doctors that I'm friends with, and we're enjoying ourselves. I'm happy to come to work. I'm excited when I go there because we're gonna make people feel better, and I really like the people I'm doing it with. I think we're doing a fantastic job. We're doing the best job that we possibly can, and I expect that tomorrow we'll do a better job.
Start your journey at OHOW.com. Dr. Patrick Yost. Thank you so much, Dr. Yost.
Thank you.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on Wisconsin's radio station, News Radio WTMJ.
It is 5:30. I'm Julia Fellow. Your top story, a funeral held for the man killed by Madison police.
Mike Spalding in for John Mercure, the man charged with killing the United Healthcare CEO, pleads guilty.
I'm Debbie Loziga, and still a parking lot on 894 southbound, basically heading through the Zoo interchange all the way down to Oklahoma Avenue, where you will find 2 right lanes blocked right now with a crash. So do be careful heading through that whole area. Also seeing delays from Good Hope Road down to Silver Spring as well. Northbound's tightening up just a bit north of Capitol Drive past Hampton. Eastbound 94, we've got backups from about 84th Street all the way through to about 35th. Also in Waukesha County from about Highway 16 all the way to Highway 160, actually Highway F. We have an accident there with the 2 left lanes closed, so that's pretty heavy as well. Westbound 94 through the Stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard, and then from Barker Road all the way to Highway F, with folks having to slow down and take a look at what's going on the other side. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Light rain possible overnight. Your low will be 69 degrees. Tomorrow, steady rain in the morning, a high of 77. Right now here at the State Fair, it is 78 degrees. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, civil rights activists gathered in Madison for the funeral of Corey Ruiz. That's the man shot by Madison police last month. His death sparked several protests. Here's civil rights activist Al Sharpton, who mentioned the lack of cameras during Ruiz's eulogy.
I'm not a lawyer, but somebody having police walk around here that are unmonitored and have no police cameras. What are you hiding that we can't see it?
The shooting is being investigated by the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation.
Milwaukee police continue their search for the person who they believe shot and killed a 16-year-old on Milwaukee's north side on Thursday. Police say the teen was shot from a vehicle at about 9:30 a.m. near 41st, as North 41st and West Clark Streets. The boy died at the scene. He's since been identified as Armani Thomas Cotton. He is the 7th person under the age of 18 killed in Milwaukee this year, that according to data from Milwaukee police.
The man accused of killing a healthcare CEO has pled guilty to 2 federal charges. The suspect's name is Luigi Mangione. Here's News Nation's Jessica Cartaria.
Mangione was asked by a judge if he is prepared to plead guilty to the federal charges against him. Indictments count 1 and 2, and they are stalking, resulting in death, and stalking through the use of interstate facilities. Mangione said yes to those charges. That means he still faces the possibility of life in prison on the remaining charges, and it is ultimately up to the federal judge to determine what happens next. This is called an open plea.
The term open plea means the defense made a plea without a plea agreement. He's accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson 2 years ago.
A lack of helmets and seatbelts now being blamed for most fatal ATV and UTV crashes across the state of Wisconsin.
There have been 29 fatal and 49 non-fatal ATV and UTV incidents so far in 2026. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources says another major factor is riders not completing a safety education course. 15 of the fatal crashes were rollovers, 6 involved collisions with motor vehicles, and 4 involved riders being ejected. The DNR says riders should always wear helmets and seatbelts, stay sober, and take a safety course. In 2025, there was a historical increase of fatalities, 42 to be exact, marking a 45% increase compared to 10 years ago. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Our state is reporting 251 cases of splicosporiasis as the outbreak continues.
42 more cases, including 2 hospitalizations, were reported in Wisconsin last week. 136 of the cases are people that did not travel internationally prior to having symptoms. A typical season for the parasite usually starts in early May and ends in later August, with no more than 30 domestically acquired cases. Experts say the affected product has been removed from the market, but cases continue to be reported because it takes weeks to show symptoms. Elizabeth Linton in WTMJ News.
Time for a WTMJ sports update from the Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all sports desk. Heartbreak for the Wisconsin Little League team. They have been eliminated from the Little League World Series after falling to Iowa by a score of 7-6. They lost in the 2026 Midwest Region Championship game. Brewers and Dodgers doing it again tonight in Los Angeles. The Brewers come from behind and beat the Dodgers last night by a score of 5-4. Coverage gets underway at 8:35 right here on WTMJ. And the Green Bay Packers started off the preseason with a 28-9 loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday. Matt LaFleur, though, says he's impressed with rookie kicker Trey Smack, who scored all of Green Bay's points, including a 58-yard field goal. The Packers head out to Denver for preseason game number 2. That'll be against the Broncos next week on Friday.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 3:36.
Hi, this is Michelle Voskel, CPA and team member at the Neal Group. With over 40 years of experience saving businesses money, we are on a mission to eradicate entrepreneurial poverty. Try saying that 5 times fast. Do you lose sleep at night trying to figure out how to make the next payroll? Are your vendors lined up outside the door? Are you cash on delivery? We can help. We have a proven process and strategy to turn your cash-sucking business into a cash-generating machine, so you can keep that cash in your pocket. It really works. We use it in our business, and many clients are successfully using it in their business. Ask Pam, who recently bought a business and asked us to help her see through the fog. Would you like to sleep at night knowing your bills are paid, take a vacation, or go out to eat with your spouse? You earned it. We help you keep it. Call us at 414-325-2040 to set up a complimentary consultation. That's 414-325-2040, or visit us at nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Wisconsin's afternoon news on WTMJ.
He is Chief Meteorologist Brian Osnansky with TMJ4 News. Brian, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, you're an indoor cat today. That's good. The other day you were on the phone.
Yep. Nope. I'm indoors tonight. Decent day outside, though. I wouldn't mind being out at the State Fair. How are things out there?
It's so nice. It is so nice. Did you ever go to Portezzi's when you went when you were up north with me in Wausau?
I never did. No.
Oh, they were just on. Oh, the best pizza. Seriously, it's the best pizza.
Oh, really?
I had 4 people from the Products Pavilion with us today. We have so much food. You should be here.
I'm getting hungry already. We're hoping to get down there on Sunday. We'll see. I know it's the last day. I know a lot of the animals will be out of there, but just the way the schedule worked, haven't been down there yet this year. I love the State Fair, though.
So I see on Sunday there's scattered thunderstorms possible. Is that still true?
Really small chance. Not a big deal. Honestly, I think most of us, just like these last couple days, guys, the main storm track is still way to the south of us. You could get a stray shower this evening, big maybe, and again, most of us staying dry. And then there's going to be a complex of rain and storms that sets up to the southwest of us tonight. That looks to eventually plow through northern Illinois again. We could be right on the fringe of this, so keeping a chance of rain in the forecast tomorrow morning. But again, I think most of the weekend is shaping up to be dry. Should be a good, decent weekend.
Yeah, we're looking out the windows here at the State Fairgrounds, and it was very sunny earlier this afternoon. Reports from the crowd outside say that it's cooled down quite a bit. The humidity's gone away, but we're getting some cloud cover. Yeah. Are we expecting, I know you said a slight chance of a stray shower. I mean, is there anything we should be keeping an eye on here?
I'm watching some stuff that's to the west of Janesville right now. There is a chance that could make it into southern Wisconsin, but it's fighting this like backdoor cold front that just came off of the lake that you just felt. Dew points have dropped for us into the 50s. So it's going to be really hard for those showers out west to hold together because they're sitting in dew points right now in the 60s, and I can see they're already starting to break apart a little bit, dissipate a little bit to the west of 39 from Janesville to Madison. So honestly, I think our rain chances are very, very small this evening. Nothing that I'm seeing right now that's an immediate threat. So maybe our best chance of rain this weekend still Saturday morning, but again, that complex of storms and rain looks to bypass us to the south. So yeah, should actually be a relatively comfortable evening. A brief little relief from some of that humidity. Do you guys watch any of that Whitefish Bay baseball game today? The Little League game?
Yeah, we did.
That was kind of gut-wrenching for them because, you know, they came back and then took the lead, and then it happened a couple times, and it's like, my goodness, this is going to be it for them, and just didn't end our way. Feel for those parents, feel for those kids, but they got a lot to be proud of. I'll be honest with you, like, our whole newsroom was watching it. I don't remember the last time. I mean, I can't even think of a Packers game that, like, everybody was kind of glued to it, watching it, and it was really neat to see, and they should all be very, very, very proud.
And Niz, I know you mentioned the parents and you feel bad for them. You got kids. What's it like when you're in the crowd? Whether it's a championship game or it's a Sunday scrimmage, whatever it is, you got to kind of feel for them.
I don't do well watching my kids at their last 10 minutes of practice when I pick them up. Like, I can't, you know what I mean? Like, I get a little on the edge here. So, like, I don't know how those parents do it. So, like, yeah, my kids are only 7 and 10. There's just, the 10-year-old is just now starting to get into more competitive stuff. And, yeah, I'm definitely edge of the seat. Probably one of the most vocal parents. Usually very, very positive, but just vocal. You know, a lot of let's go and a lot of let's go. Let's, you know, soccer's our thing. So North Shore United up in Cedarburg, Grafton area. Let's go North Shore. And yeah, it's hard for me to just kind of sit in my seat and take it in.
Okay, so I have the best sports moment at the TMJ4 newsroom. It was the old newsroom. You want to hear that story?
No. Oh, yeah, sure.
No?
I'd love to hear it.
No,
of course, Brian. No, I want to hear it.
I have these crazy stories.
I always want to hear it. Go for it. Yeah.
Do you remember when Aaron Rodgers did that Hail Mary?
Which one? There was like 5.
And then Rodgers, the other Rodgers caught it?
Oh, okay. And then what was... Which one? What? Oh, who is that to?
Rodgers to Rodgers, right?
Rodgers to Rodgers, yeah.
Okay, so what happened in the newsroom?
Oh, no, we were just all standing in the newsroom, and it was after the 10 o'clock. Yeah, and I'm standing next to Charles, and, you know, he's Charles Button-Down Benson, so, you know, I didn't know him very well at that point. And then all of a sudden that happens, and Charles and I are running around, like, doing laps, like, oh, it happened! It was such a fantastic moment. It was so good.
Goodness.
I wish you were there, Brian.
I was probably at that game. That's why I'm like drawing a blank on remembering it.
All right, Brian, take us through the 5-day. Take us home.
All right, guys. Yeah, so mostly cloudy skies tonight. You know, we had a lot of sunshine today. A little relief from the humidity. Should feel good. 68 for the overnight low temperature. Slight chance of showers for tomorrow. Humid with a chance of showers, especially in the morning. A high of 80. Now, Sunday, partly cloudy, warm and humid. Slight chance of showers and storms, especially in the morning. But again, these are really small rain chances. I wouldn't be canceling any plans this weekend. 85 for the high on Sunday. Monday, mostly sunny, 80 degrees. Tuesday, mostly sunny, a high of 78. And a chance of thunderstorms late on Tuesday. So again, this weekend, most of the weekend's going to end up being dry, guys. So don't let the rain change any plans yet. Just kind of keep tabs on the radar.
He is Chief Meteorologist Brian Isnansky. Check him out. Are you on at 6 o'clock, Niz?
Yep, back on at 6 o'clock, guys.
Check him out on Channel 4. Thanks, Brian.
See you guys later.
Your forecast is brought to you by Infinity Exteriors.
Hey, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Buying a roof, siding, or windows can feel overwhelming. Hidden costs, confusing contracts. We don't play that game. We educate you so you can decide. And when you know the facts, Infinity Exteriors is the clear choice. Since 1997, we've installed peace of mind with no surprise upcharges, flexible budgets, and immediate financing. Infinity Exteriors, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
WTMJ's Julia Fellow here for Jens Family Chiropractic. Are you dealing with pain that you just think you have to live with and accept? That's something that I thought that I had to do with my lower back. Even going up the stairs, it hurt. It was embarrassing. When I would stand up at work, people would wonder why I looked like an old lady. It was because my lower back was hurting so badly. So I went to Dr. Carl Jens in Germantown. He did adjustments, and he said, you know what? Why don't you try this soft wave therapy? It's something that you can do. It's natural. It stimulates healing, improves your blood flow, activates your body's own repair cells, even your stem cells. I said, okay, I'll try it. So for a limited time, you can try that for $57. It really helped me. It's like a game changer. I moved my whole house and I feel good. So if you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, plantar fasciitis, this is the best thing to do. Seriously, it's an incredible opportunity for you to find out if this breakthrough therapy can get you back to doing the things you love. Appointments are booking quickly. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. jensfamilychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ. Point taken with Scafidi and Bride.
I want to go back to Francesca Hong for a second. I would still go watch her speech that she gave at her party last night, because I think that was the truest, most authentic form of who she is and what this campaign was.
I think she was blown up by past comments. Voters remember this stuff. And
apparently not, because Trump is president.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line.
Traffic is sponsored by Mission 94 Firearms Education Center.
From those with no experience to firearms enthusiasts, all are welcome at Mission 94 Firearms Education Center. Learn the right way to handle firearms. Just Google Mission 94.
Traffic and then Mother, Debbie Lozica. You're right across from me. You're like, can you toss to me?
Throw to me.
How are the roads, Debbie?
Well, things are backed up. Southbound on 894. Why? Well, we've got an accident. It is blocking the two right lanes right at Oklahoma Avenue on southbound 894. So just give yourself tons of time to get through that whole area. We've also got eastbound 94 with the two left lanes blocked right at Highway F in Waukesha County. Emergency crews are on the scene with this, so I believe there's probably some injuries involved with this. Big delays coming in from Highway 16 to that point. On the westbound side, everybody's kind of slowing down to take a look at what's going on the other side of the wall. We got southbound 43 backing up from Capitol Drive down through the Marquette, back on the brakes at the base of the high-rise bridge down towards the KK River, and then on southbound 41, slowing down from Good Hope Road all the way to Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Okay, you got to check him out on ESPN Wisconsin from 9 to noon. Wildy and Tausch, plus his great reporting on channel3000.com. Jason Wildy! Wildy, it's so good that you're here. Happy Friday.
I wish I was there. I've been wanting to go to the state fair, and I don't know if we're going to make it this year, so thanks for having me.
Oh, it's so nice out today. You're missing out. This is the pick day. Pick day. All right, let's get right to it with our Packers. Can you talk about our awesome kicker that, everybody was saying some really bad things about, Mr. Smack?
Well, he was. They were talking smack about him. Yeah, he had an awesome night, but just like I think it was dangerous to assume that he was going to be terrible because he got off to a rocky start. I think we have to be careful about overcorrecting, right? He had an unbelievable night last night. I mean, one of the kicks didn't count, but he had two 58-yard field goals. The longest field goal ever kicked in that stadium is 59 yards. And he did two 58-yarders, one of which counted, one didn't. He hit the ball straight. He hit right between the uprights. He was great. There's no denying any of that. But as Matt LaFleur said right after the game and just reiterated to us as we talked to him a little while ago, okay, now what, right? What's next? He's got to parlay that into even more consistency because there were some ups and downs, and I would predict that there will still be more ups and downs. I just think that's the reality of being a young player in this league, and especially a young specialist like a kicker in this league. There's going to be inconsistency, but last night was huge for him.
Yeah, Jason, I do want to ask you about some of the things that we saw on the field last night. But before we get to that, I wanted to get your thoughts on, I guess you'd call it the cold shoulder by Matt LaFleur and or Aaron Rodgers. LaFleur telling the media yesterday, despite being in the same vicinity of one another, they didn't, quote, get a chance to say hello. Do you make anything of that, or is that just us in Wisconsin, hoping that there's some sort of drama where there just isn't?
Yeah, as Mike McCarthy famously told me after the Fail Mary game, I'm not in the mood for drama tonight, Jason. But it's hard not to wonder, right? Like, it just is. Like, it's not that hard to find a guy after a game. And so I guess I was a little surprised by that, too. Now, Matt LaFleur did say something a little bit wacky on the NFL Network earlier in the week when he was talking about how Jordan Love sets protections at the line of scrimmage and makes different calls there. And he said he was the best he's ever been around. And Stacey Dales from the NFL Network said, you coached Aaron Rodgers, right?
Yeah, no kidding. Burn.
And he doubled down on it. And he maintained that was something that Jordan's the best at. So I don't know. I did not bother to reach out to Aaron to ask him if he avoided Matt LaFleur, but I would have loved to have seen them hash that. Are you kidding me with what you said, Matt? You're crazy to think that he's better at that than me. I'm a future Hall of Famer. But no, apparently they just didn't see each other, Michael. They just didn't see each other.
I'm just going to guess that LaFleur said whatever he had to say in the wedding card, probably to the newly nuptial Rodgers, right?
I'm not going anywhere near that. You tried to set me up. I'm not touching it.
How's Malik Willis?
I miss Malik Willis, man. I'm so excited for him with his opportunity in Miami. Like, I can't imagine. But he's such a good guy, and I really enjoyed covering him. The problem I'm worried about with him, and obviously I have a good relationship with Jeff Hafley, their coach down there, and we just got done talking to Jonathan Gannon, his replacement as a defensive coordinator, who's been okay. But I really like Jeff, and I really like Malik, and the problem is they don't have much talent on that team.
I just kept on thinking about him with this preseason game and the next one against the Broncos. I just kept on thinking about him that entire game.
Yeah, he was the best insurance policy in football, and obviously last night, we saw a little bit of Tyrod Taylor, and then they have a young guy named Kyle McCord who played really well, frankly, against the backups for the Steelers. So it is still a moving target with the backup quarterbacks, but I'll say this. Tyrod Taylor has been in this league 16 years. He's 37 years old. He has seen a lot. But the question is he going to play at a high level if something happens to Jordan Love? Because our guy Malik Willis definitely did.
Jason, obviously it's preseason game number 1, so we're not really taking a ton of stock into what we saw last night. But your thoughts on the cornerback rotation? I'm guessing we're probably going to see Keyshawn Nixon play in Denver next week, right? I mean, it wasn't exactly a sterling evening for that group of players, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and look, we were just talking about this as we finished up with the defensive coaches. I mean, for a guy that was their number one corner and played so much, it would appear that they have basically told Keyshawn Nixon, "Hey, you're fighting for a job here, man. Yeah, there is no, I was the number one corner last year." Their messaging is pretty clear. It is a competition, and obviously there were some plays last night that he did not help himself on. And it'll be interesting to see how he responds to both the competition and his own performance, because Mike, you're right. I mean, he's got to play, and he's got to prove himself. But again, I think we have to be a little bit careful of getting too excited about young guys. I like Brandon Cisse, their top draft pick, but in less than a month, they're going to be going to Minnesota, and they're going to be facing one of the best wide receivers in all of football in Justin Jefferson. He's hard for everyone to cover, but if you're inexperienced and inconsistent, it could get pretty ugly.
Well, we have our number one here. Jason Wilde. Check him out from 9 to noon on Wilde and Tausch, plus great reporting on channel3000.com, where I lift all of his stuff off of there. So go there, and then you're going to be a Packers aficionado, okay? Jason Wilde, thank you.
Number one, I'm not so sure about, but it was nice to talk to you guys.
You have your own office at Lambeau Field. Everybody, who else has that? Tell me. It's amazing. And your bobblehead.
Bunch of other guys too.
Your bobblehead collection is second to none. Thanks, Jason.
All right, everybody, take care. Be good.
Thanks, Jason, again. We're broadcasting live here from the Bank 59 studio at Wisconsin State Fair. What an incredible 2 weeks it's been. We have a little feature from Debbie Lozga. I wanted to share this with you. She talked to a veterinarian and farmer, talking about quiet little habits that can be a sign an animal is comfortable, healthy, and doing exactly what she should be doing. Here it is.
Spend a few minutes around the cattle barns at the Wisconsin State Fair and you start to notice things. Some cows are stretched out, some are chewing, some are just watching everybody walk by. Veterinarian Glaucio Lopez with Merck Animal Health says those little behaviors can tell you quite a bit about how an animal's actually doing.
So if you see that animal that is comfortable, is an animal that is, laying down, and chewing their cud. If you see that movement in their mouth going back and forth, it means that they're ruminating.
So a cow lying there calmly chewing away? That's a good thing. Lopez says dairy cows are still doing plenty while they're lying down, turning feed into energy and milk. And for fairgoers, that gives you something simple to watch for. A relaxed cow, a steady chew, an animal that doesn't seem bothered by everything happening around her. And farmers are watching those patterns all the time. Only now, some of them have a little electronic help.
Just like we do have our smartwatches and, Fitbits that track our activity, these devices also track what is relevant for the animals.
Depending on the system, the monitor may be worn on the neck or on the ear. It can track activity, movement, and rumination, also known as chewing her cud. And sometimes the useful part isn't what the cow is doing, it's what she's suddenly not doing. Heather Roy is with Roy Farms in Fort Atkinson.
We find it most valuable in the fall because we have a crop farm as well, so we're not home as much, and so it's real easy to tell, well, this one isn't moving as much, so we need to take a look at her or go back home and check on her. So it has been a great tool.
That kind of change may not mean a cow is sick, but Lopez says it can be enough to tell a farmer this one deserves a closer look. He points to research where animals later diagnosed with illness showed changes in behavior before people could even see the obvious symptoms.
Animals that were later diagnosed with a disease showed that behavior changed sometimes 3 days in advance.
For Roy, that information is another set of eyes when nobody happens to be standing in the pasture. Her system also watches activity for another reason. Roy Farms doesn't keep a bull with the herd. They use artificial insemination, so timing matters.
It helps us catch those tough heats, especially in these hot summer months when we can't tell heat. They'll tell it during the night, and so we'll tell their activity, how much they're walking, and be able to get a more accurate heat so we can breed them on time.
And that gets to what Lopez says the technology is really for. Not replacing the person who knows the animals, but helping that person figure out where to look first.
It's not replacing you at all. It's actually helping you to really focus on the animals that need help and get your work more effectively and more efficiently.
So when you walk through the barns at State Fair, there's more going on than just the ribbons and the show ring. Farmers are watching how much an animal moves, whether she's eating, whether she's chewing her cud, and somewhere in the background, a collar or ear tag may be watching too. Debbie Lozga, WTMJ News.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth